Double Mocha Blues. Written by Tyora Moody. Read for you by Kirsten Daddio. Chapter 1. Double Delights. Urban Radio Station, Charleston, SC. DJ Nyla B. What's up, Sugar Creek? We have our very own Joss Miller on the show today. Joss, thank you for being here today. Joss, thank you for having me. DJ Nyla B. Not a problem, girlfriend. Now you and me go way back. Tell our listeners about your recently launched true crime podcast. I hear it's getting a lot of attention. Why did you start it? Joss. Sure. The Cold Justice podcast dives into real stories of victims of a crime. This first season is very close to home for me. The circumstances of my grandfather's death in 1968 have never really been addressed. And I don't want people to forget what happened. DJ Nyla B. I feel you, girl. It takes a lot of courage to delve into personal and often painful stories. Can you give our listeners a glimpse into your grandfather's case? Joss. Absolutely. My grandfather, August Manning, was a beloved member of this community. He was a kind-hearted man who, I've been told, was one of the greatest baseball players in the South. It was his dream to play Major League Baseball like Jackie Robinson. His murder was never fully investigated, but many of the young men who beat him to death were from prominent families in the community. DJ Nyla B. That's tough. It sounds like you're on a mission to seek justice for your grandfather. Can you tell us a little about what listeners can expect from the podcast? Joss. Certainly. The podcast will take listeners on a journey through the stories of those who knew my grandfather and the impact his death had on our community. All episodes will be available for all those folks who like to binge through a podcast. I pray it sparks some closure for my family. DJ Nyla B. Well, Joss, your passion and dedication are truly inspiring. Thank you for joining us today. We'll be eagerly tuning in to the Cold Justice podcast and supporting you. Joss. Thank you so much for having me. Monday, September 12th, 3:30 p.m. It's finally happening. You did it, Joss. A sharp, burning pain zapped my hand, diffusing my burst of joy. Ouch! My hands shook as I carefully put the carafe back on the warmer, not wanting to cause any more injury to myself. I cringed as a tiny puddle of coffee inched closer to the edge of the counter. In my excitement of hearing my morning interview on the radio, I'd actually missed pouring the coffee into the cup. Snagging a cloth from underneath the counter, I dabbed up the coffee before I ended up having to mop the floor, too. I looked down at my scorched hand, but still kept an ear trained on the speaker in the corner of the ceiling. DJ Nyla B had switched back to a smooth, head-bobbing melody. I'd known DJ Nyla B since elementary school, when she was just Nyla Masters. I knew she would continue to promote the interview and the podcast throughout her shift on the radio today. You should slap some aloe on that hand, a deep, masculine voice advised me. Looking across Sugar Creek Cafe's counter, a customer had entered without me noticing. How long had he been standing there? Oh wow, he's new, and a total snack. My lips curved into a grin, even though my cheeks burned and my hand throbbed. I moved toward the register to take his order, probably looking like a grade A klutz. Hi there. Sorry about that. What can I get you today? The man had brown eyes that oozed with worry. He sported a fade around the sides of his oval-shaped face and had a tuft of curly hair on top. Are you okay? He inquired. At first, I thought I must have been staring at him too hard, but then I noticed he was focused on my injured hand. Why was he so worried? Although my hand was still stinging, it really wasn't that bad. Hiding my pain was something I'd become quite good at over the years. I'm all good, I said, flashing him another smile to conceal my discomfort. You should probably get that checked out. The man motioned toward my hand as if he wanted to examine it more closely, but thought better of it and pulled back. I tucked my hand behind my back, keeping up the facade, smiling and holding eye contact. No worries, just one hazard of being a barista. It was time to get the focus off of me and onto this man who held my attention. Are you new here? I've never seen you in here before. Sugar Creek was a pretty tight-knit community, and the cafe was a center of attraction. I felt like most residents and tourists came through these doors. He smiled. Just moved to Charleston. Started at the CPD a few weeks ago as one of their detectives. Heard around the station that Sugar Creek Cafe has the best coffee in Charleston. A detective? I totally pegged him for a doc, but detective somehow upped his hotness quotient. Calm down, Joss. You're on the clock. Keep it together. Kind of hard to do since the man saw me spilling coffee all over me and the counter. Welcome to Sugar Creek Cafe. Our motto is coffee for the soul. I gestured towards the large letters written above us. What can I whip up for you today? Black coffee, please. I smiled. My cheeks were starting to hurt. Coming right up. As I turned, I wished the counter wasn't so open. Customers could see everything, including spilling hot coffee on yourself. Thankfully, the pain in my hand had subsided. I concentrated on reversing the poor first impression I had made. Here you go, Detective. He flashed a brilliant smile my way. Detective Baez. Andre Baez. He looked at my apron. And your name is Jocelyn? I had another apron stitched with my nickname, but that one was in the laundry. I prefer Joss. Joss Miller. Why did I sound like I had just run a marathon? Oh my goodness, the way he was looking straight into my eyes, all I could do was grip the counter to steady myself. Let me know if you need something else. I turned my burning face away to look at the clock. It was almost dinner time, 2 hours before closing. We have soups, sandwiches, and desserts if you want anything else. His tongue slid across his lips before he answered. I will be back again. Those desserts do look really good, but I have a long night ahead of me. So this will be enough for now. I will see you around, Joss Miller. Can't wait. He walked away, and I observed that despite the late afternoon hour, his suit didn't have a single wrinkle. The broad backside and what I could glimpse from under the jacket had me riveted until the door opened and shut. I let out a long sigh, wondering what he meant by a long night ahead. My hobbies included reading mysteries. Police procedurals were my favorite. I sure wouldn't mind talking to him again. Ugh, not again. My bad habits stuck like super glue. It didn't help that I had just reached a 6-month man drought. Every time a man stomped my heart, I'd swear off guys until another one caught my eye. And Detective Baez, Andre Baez, had definitely snagged my attention. I had some connections at the CPD too. I might have to do some digging. What was that about? Spinning around not only to find my boss, but also the other barista on the clock, I nearly jumped out of my apron. Both of them had amused looks on their faces, but I frowned. Y'all didn't see that, did you? With turquoise cat-frame glasses perched on her nose, my boss, Faye Everett, eyed me. She wore her locks in a head wrap today, making them sit high above her head. A sly smile spread across her face, highlighting her smooth, deep chocolate complexion. Were you flirting on the clock, Miss Miller? I opened my eyes wide at the accusation. What? No? I looked down at my hand mainly out of shame because I had been attempting to flirt. That's when I noticed the whelp appearing. Faye glanced down. Girl, go put something on that. I can't have you around the customers looking like you forgot how to pour coffee. I cringed at Faye's words. She didn't mean any harm by it. Since I started working here, she'd become like a big sister to me, schooling me on how to accept adulting. I'd come to her a pretty lost soul. I started as a barista 2 years ago. I was technically still a barista, but my boss believed in rewarding good work and promoted me to assistant manager. Today, though, I felt like a total noob. Over in the corner, I heard my coworker Haley Ramsey snickering. She was a tall girl with a ginger ponytail that hung down her back. We all wore caramel-colored blouses with brown pants. Haley's pale ankles showed under her pants. Her Harry Potter-looking glasses gave her a wide-eyed appearance like Marcy from the Charlie Brown comic books. I gave her the eye. You could have taken his order. You knew I was tired. I had been trying to sneak that cup of coffee for myself. I'd been working nights to get the Cold Justice podcast recorded and posted, and it was like a full-time job. Haley shook her head vigorously. No, I would have made an even worse impression than you. You always know how to turn on the charm. That guy liked you. With a huge grin on my face, I headed back to where we kept the supplies. Next to Faye's office, a small lounge used for employee breaks, Faye had a small farm sink installed years ago, which we all adored. I grabbed the stainless steel faucet and spread my fingers apart under the cold water, reveling in the coolness. Faye showed up at my elbow with a bottle of aloe vera gel. Let me see your hand. I'm not trying to pay you workers' comp, girl. I can't afford that. I rolled my eyes. No need to be so dramatic. I should have been paying attention. Faye grinned back at me. I know why you were distracted. We don't get too many folks like him walking in here. Look like he walked in off a movie set. He's a detective new to the CPD. Oh yeah? Well, that explains why that suit fit him so well over those broad shoulders. I looked at Faye. Aren't you and Joe still together? Faye had been in a relationship with Joe Phillips, a local plumber who dropped by the cafe at least once a week and usually not for coffee. He always made a beeline for Faye's office. If Sugar Creek wasn't a close-knit neighborhood where everybody knew your business, our regular customers would think we had plumbing problems all the time. She glared at me. I can look if I want to. Men do it all the time. Plus, I'm probably too old for Mr. Detective. I'm already skirting the lines of being a cougar. I giggled. Joe is only 3 years younger than you. Yeah, I know, but it still messes with my head. I'm in my 40s and he's still in his 30s. 39. He will catch up with you next year. My hand was feeling slightly better with the aloe. Faye grinned. Congratulations, by the way. I heard DJ Nyla B mention your podcast on the air. That's great that she's helping you promote. Thank you, and I appreciate all the support I can get. Faye wrapped her arms around me. I know you started the podcast for a good cause. More people need to hear about what happened to your grandfather. A gleam appeared in her eyes. Work your magic. Maybe your detective friend can help you with future podcast episodes. I tilted my head to the side, realizing the boss lady had struck an idea. We just met. Very awkward meeting, might I add. But you know, I could use a real detective alongside my research. Faye nudged me in the back. While you are recruiting help, someone needs to help me encourage Eleanor to go home. She has been typing away all day. I tell you what, if that woman didn't buy coffee and food all day, I would have to kick her out. She really uses this cafe like it's an office. The cafe had lots of regulars. Most people in Sugar Creek stopped in at least once a week. Others, like Eleanor Olson, practically lived at the cafe, showing up in the morning and leaving when we closed. Eleanor was an author with several published mysteries. I read all of her books, and they were really good. I could never guess who did it. She claimed that she loved the cafe's atmosphere and insisted being here helped with her writer's block. I couldn't blame her. Sugar Creek Cafe was not trendy and sleek like the popular franchise coffee houses. Faye's vision was to create the illusion of walking into someone's home. There were various tables all around. Each table was fitted with high-back wooden chairs. Along the walls of the cafe were booths with high backs for privacy. And if you really wanted to make yourself at home, Faye had a sitting area in the back of the cafe with plush chairs and couches. Eleanor claimed a booth, and it was well known to Sugar Creek regulars to stay away from sitting there. I grabbed the carafe, my mind drifting back to my earlier mishap in front of Detective Baez. Maybe he would become a regular too. I walked from behind the counter to find Eleanor wasn't the only regular in the cafe. Sammy Morrison, an older black man in his 70s, sat at one of the tables, and across from him was Claude McKnight, whose long hair was pulled back in a man bun. Claude was maybe 10 years older than me, which placed him in his late 30s. Sometimes the two men liked to play chess. I hadn't figured out the story behind their friendship, but I knew about having unique friendships. Hey Sammy, hey Claude, I see you two slipped in while I was in the back. I had to get some of this sweet potato pie. Faye said she just made it this morning. He held up his cup. Oh yeah, coffee too. I chuckled. Everyone knows you come here for Faye's sweet potato pie more than the coffee, Sammy. His face crinkled around his eyes with joy. She makes it just like my mama. I told her if Joe doesn't treat her right this time, let me know. His table mate Claude broke in. Now Sammy, you know you old enough to be Faye's daddy. Sammy sucked in a breath. Don't you know age ain't nothing but a number? We all laughed. I'd heard Sammy played a mean guitar and several other instruments. It occurred to me that I hadn't been seeing him in the cafe that regularly. Though he was still a tall man, he also seemed frail at times too. He used to help us coordinate Friday Night Jam, but stopped coming to them about a year ago. Sammy introduced us to a lot of musicians, both old and young. That's why I fell in love with working here. An artist herself, Faye loved opening the cafe doors to all walks of life. But she had a soft spot for artisans. Every second Friday of the month, Sugar Creek Cafe hosted a singer, a band, and often spoken word poets. Faye rotated art on the walls from local artists like Claude. Not many people knew Faye had created several of the vibrant art pieces of women featured on the cafe's walls. Before I kept going, I reached out and touched Sammy's shoulder. Thank you for letting me interview you about my grandfather. It's good to know so many people remember him. Sammy got a faraway look in his eyes. August was special. Many people knew him as a baseball player, but he could sing. He could have gone either way. Played in the league like Jackie Robinson or sang like Sam Cooke. I bit my lip to hold back emotion for a man I'd only seen in photos, but had heard so much about in the past few years. Claude broke the silence. I heard the podcast episode today, Joss. Great start. Any ideas on your next couple of episodes? You gotta keep it going. Thank you, Claude. Yeah, I have a notebook full of ideas, and people have been emailing me stories too. It's been amazing. Oh, and everyone has been talking about the artwork you did for the podcast. It really makes it stand out among the other podcasts. I'll email you some of the feedback. Claude grinned. That's great. I loved creating it for you. You guys enjoyed. Let me check on Eleanor. Usually, Eleanor Olsen started the day off with a caramel latte, or if she was being more health conscious, she ordered a green tea chai. I knew her writing was going strong when she started the day off with black coffee. As I approached the booth, I could see her shoulders hunched over her laptop. Eleanor was quite a hip dresser for her age, often sporting a tracksuit and sneakers. Today, she wore a pale pink one with gray stripes down the sides of her pants. Her fuchsia cat glasses sat perched at the end of her regal nose. Eleanor, I'm loving your outfit and those glasses. When I wasn't in my barista uniform, I had been described as having an eclectic style. That means a lot coming from you, Eleanor said. And you're just in time. This plot has me stuck, which means it's probably time for me to call it a day. She dropped her voice. Quite the showstopper we had in here earlier. I raised an eyebrow at first, not sure what she was referring to. Then I blushed. Oh, you mean... She returned a raised eyebrow. I'm an old woman, not a dead one, Joss. Did I hear he was a detective? You seemed really friendly. It's my job, Eleanor. Customer service. Yes, he's a detective. Detective Baez. Eleanor picked up her freshly poured coffee and took a sip. I take it he's new. Probably homicide. They just had a detective retire. You know I know everyone at CPD. I shook my head. I bet you do, Eleanor. Can I get a slice of that sweet potato pie before Sammy finishes it? I know Faye wants me out of here soon. I chuckled. Sure thing, I'll wrap you up a slice. I turned to head back behind the counter, and the cafe door flew open, causing the familiar chimes to clang harshly against the door. The girth of a large woman filled the doorway. Catching sight of me, she pointed her finger. You, why couldn't you leave things alone? Chapter 2. Here Comes Trouble. Monday, September 12th, 4:05 p.m. Maggie Nelson was the owner of the craft shop, Crafty Corner, next to Sugar Creek Cafe. Her shop existed in the space long before Sugar Creek Cafe, and she often made that point. Her family, the Nelsons, owned the entire block of shops at one time, but slowly let buildings go, with Maggie being the last one clinging to her shop. I placed the carafe down on a nearby table. What are you talking about? The woman held her phone up in response. Why bring up the past now? I saw on her phone she was displaying the Cold Justice podcast artwork. That's what this is about. The podcast. I balled my fist at my side. I'm not sure why this is an issue with you, Maggie. But I knew why it was an issue. Many people from that era recall Maggie's father, Chuck Nelson, being especially cruel to my grandfather. In fact, I knew that Chuck Nelson and 2 other men were the most likely perpetrators in the beating that took my grandfather's life. Chuck Nelson lived a good life the past 50 years, until he passed away from Alzheimer's a few months ago. My grandfather's sisters were content with Chuck Nelson's death being justice, but I wanted more. The podcast idea grew out of my interest to find out more about my grandfather and what led to his death. August Manning's life was cut short by a hate crime. Chuck Nelson had been the ringleader. This woman had some nerve questioning me. Maggie shook her head disapprovingly. Do you really have to be so public about this? People around here will split into fractions over this. I frowned at her accusation. Don't think for a second that anyone here is trying to create division. All I want is to give recognition to my grandfather's legacy that was unjustly taken away from him. Faye strode up by my side. Maggie, what are you doing? This is a place of business. You don't see me going next door to your shop raising all kinds of trouble, do you? My family has been through enough. We don't need this kind of publicity. I just put my father in the ground. I started to say something, but Faye beat me to the punch. And I'm sorry for your loss, but it's no secret about your father's involvement. His reputation caused your family pain. Why don't you put the blame where it belongs? Behind me, I heard a chorus of agreements, with Sammy's voice being the strongest. You Nelsons always starting trouble. Maggie's face grew even redder. I didn't come over here to be insulted by you. Faye snapped back. No, you came over here expecting Joss to stop doing what she's doing because you can't handle the truth. Maggie huffed. I'm starting a petition. I will make sure you don't cause this community any more pain or trouble. From what I heard, your grandfather's death was what he deserved. He shouldn't have been messing with someone else's woman. I launched forward, but Faye caught me by the arm. I shouted, You are really going to keep spreading that lie to cover up what your father did? Chuck Nelson was jealous and felt that he should have what he wanted. You think my grandmother appreciates him taking away the love of her life because she fell in love with a black man? I hated the tears that stung my eyes. Then I heard Eleanor's voice from behind us. Maggie, leave Joss alone. You are going to get what's coming to you. On the other side of me, I recognized Claude's voice. You have some nerve, lady. Mind your own business. Maggie sucked in a breath. Her face seemed even redder. For a brief second, I wondered if she was going to have a heart attack. You haven't heard the last of me, she spewed. I will sue you for slandering my family. She quickly spun around, and I heard the chimes of the door as Maggie stormed out. Slandering? I purposely didn't mention the Nelsons. Did the woman even listen to the podcast? Faye touched my shoulder. Are you okay? The audacity of that heifer. I nodded, but a headache was forming. I can't believe she did that. Was she for real? Chuck Nelson may be her father, but he was a cold-blooded murderer and a hateful man. He murdered my grandfather, and he and his buddies were never charged. Faye rubbed my arm. Don't worry about her. Many people are going to hear the podcast, and your grandfather's legacy will be known. Sammy said, That woman's not right, just like her father. Claude added, We can't bury history. She needs to face the facts. I nodded. Thank you all. I walked into the back, going straight to the restroom. I looked in the mirror, knowing my nose and cheeks had turned red. My great aunts liked to tease me. I was red-boned, light complexion with the tendency to have the red undertones of my skin on full display. When I looked at my face now, I saw my biological grandmother, August Manning's long-lost love, and the young white woman that may have indirectly gotten him killed. I'd gotten to know Louise Hopkins and grown to admire the spunky woman she'd become since those days. She'd encouraged me to tell my grandfather's story, which was her love story. At the heart, that's what it was. Two people who fell in love, but society wouldn't let them be together because one had more melanin in his skin. I smiled, seeing both my black grandfather and my white grandmother in my face. They were both a part of my identity. I licked my full lips and repositioned my bright yellow scrunchie around my thick shoulder-length curls. Someone knocked on the door. Joss, are you okay? It was Faye. Yeah, I'll be out in a second. Don't let Maggie get to you. You've done the right thing. I nodded, knowing Faye couldn't see me. The crazy thing was, Maggie wasn't the only one who had her opinion. I'd received just as much not-so-nice feedback about the podcast as I did good feedback. The world seemed to never change, just going in circles of people hating for no good reason. By the time I had resurfaced, Haley had taken off for an evening class at College of Charleston, which left me and Faye to close. I felt bad for disappearing, but Faye said nothing to me. She just handed me my favorite drink in the world. Thank you. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I leaned against the counter and savored the double mocha. Chocolate and coffee had the effect I needed. I looked around and noticed Eleanor, Sammy, and Claude had all gone. With another hour left on the clock, the cafe was pretty empty, which was a little unusual. Sometimes we ended up closing later because of the mad rush to get last-minute goodies from the cafe. But it was probably a good thing. It had been a long day. I drained the rest of my mocha and took the trash out to the dumpster in the back. The September air wasn't as humid and sticky, but taking the trash out was still my least favorite task. I nearly gagged when I opened the dumpster lid. Once the trash bags were tossed, I nearly sprinted back to the door. Instead, I slowed down to glance over at the craft shop. We all shared the same dumpster. Most of the time, I never really gave Maggie's shop much thought. But her outburst in the cafe had her on my mind. I frowned, noticing Maggie's lights were still on. That was strange, since she usually knocked off for the day often before the sun went down. I wasn't sure why I was concerned. The last thing I wanted was to see that woman face to face again. Back inside the cafe, I scrubbed my hands and finished stocking the cups onto the counter for the next day. I could hear Faye humming in the back. I knew she was setting out her ingredients on the small kitchen counter. Faye would arrive at 5:30 in the morning, getting the cafe ready to open by 7 o'clock. She baked items depending on the day of the week. Some folks like Sammy knew to expect sweet potato pie on Monday. Tuesday, when the display case featured anything from baked chocolate chip cookies to chocolate truffles, were for the chocolate lovers. Faye was the most talented person I knew. She taught art for a while to middle schoolers, but later left the profession and went to culinary school. Her intent was to become a pastry chef. Opening Sugar Creek Cafe came after a bitter divorce 6 years ago. I admired how she invested in the cafe, building it up to be a favorite hangout in the community. I wanted to be like Faye whenever I finally grew up. Despite being 27, I still had a lot of growing to do. By the time 7 o'clock came, I'd switched over the sign on the door to say closed. You know you can meet Joe. I can close up. Faye looked at me. Are you sure? You closed last night for me. I smiled. Hey, you made me assistant manager and gave me keys. Trust me, I got this. You have plans with Joe. I'm spending the evening with my grandmother and her menagerie of cats. Faye shook her head. I'm sure Louise appreciates you being there. Sounds like you two are really getting to know each other. But have you thought about moving out and getting your own place? I shrugged. I enjoy being there, plus the neighborhood is interesting, lots of good folks around there. I hear you. Are you finished working on the podcast for now? I need you bright and early tomorrow. I nodded. Yeah, all the episodes are done. Blaze helped me remix the audio and upload to the podcast platforms last week. Faye grimaced. How was he to work with? DJ Blaze was my ex-boyfriend. He was a nice guy, but he could also be intense, which is why I broke up with him. I felt like we were better friends. I sighed. He didn't seem to mind helping me, and I didn't really know what I was doing at first. Faye wrinkled her nose. You could have asked Nyla B to help. I thought about it, but she's so busy. Being a female DJ, she is in high demand. Plus, I need Blaze and me to be on speaking terms. You know how much I love his grandfather, Sammy. We don't need that awkwardness. Besides, it was only a few weeks in his studio, and he didn't come on to me not one time. Faye nodded. Okay, I just know he sulked around the cafe for weeks after y'all broke up. I think Sammy finally said something to him. I shrugged. My mother always tells me I sure know how to pick 'em. Faye smiled at me. You are going to find the right guy one day. Believe me, I joke about Joe, but he's a godsend. After my ex and I divorced, I really didn't think I wanted to be back in another relationship. I hope I can find the right guy. All of my friends are getting married now. I'm kind of feeling left out. Faye shook her finger at me. Don't get into that comparison thing. That's dangerous for your mental health. Focus on the podcast. I gave Faye a thumbs up. I hear you, boss. Anyway, I released all the episodes at one time, so I guess it's just a matter of promoting it and hearing what people say. I huffed, thinking about earlier. I guess Maggie already listened. Faye grimaced. Girl, don't pay that woman any attention. She knows her dad was the ringleader. It's common knowledge that being born into the wealthy, influential Nelsons, he got away with murder. You know, I could have spent several episodes dragging the men who beat my grandfather to death, but I figured why bother? They're all dead. I just want to make sure people know a lot still hasn't changed in over 50 years. Faye crossed her arms. You can say that again. I think the positive feedback will outweigh all the negative folks and the trolls. Faye cocked her head. What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her thoughts. I took a deep breath. My mother. She's still not happy I reached out to find her biological mother. My great aunts don't blame Louise, but I feel like my mom still blames her for my grandfather getting killed. Faye crossed her hands. Your mother is probably grieving the father she's never known, just like you are for the grandfather you've connected with through all these stories about him. Right. You should really go. I know Joe has probably cooked you a great meal. Faye smiled. That man can cook. You be safe and get some sleep, or that pretty face of yours is going to be looking like a hag in the morning. I locked the door behind Faye. I wanted to close up because I enjoyed being in the cafe when it was quiet like this. The smell of coffee beans intermixed with baked goods made this place feel like a home away from home. Faye had a point. I'd been floating between homes for several years now, even living with Blaze for a few months. When I had broke up with him, I needed a place to stay fast, but didn't want to return to living with my mother. So I ended up moving in with Louise. She was lonely, and I really wanted to get to know her. Asking Louise to talk about a time in her life that resulted in so much pain seemed wrong at first. But my grandmother had a different perspective that I'd learned to respect. I secured the cafe and locked the door. The employee parking lot for the cafe and the other shops was across the street and next to a furniture store. I wasn't nervous about being out near dusk. My bright red Honda Civic sat underneath one of the bright lampposts. I bought the car used and I'd had it for 7 years. With 120,000 miles on the odometer, there were some issues I would eventually have to deal with, starting with 4 new tires. But I needed my baby to keep rolling. Before I could head across the street, a noise from behind me had me spinning around. I had pepper spray on my keychain and reached for the spray nozzle. The lamppost in between our shops seemed to cast shadows that lurked around the building. I peered into the darkness toward the craft shop. The lights were still on. I frowned. Maggie closed at 5 o'clock. Most days her car was gone before we closed the cafe. I looked back at the parking lot. Maggie's blue Ford Explorer sat parked about 2 cars down from mine. Maybe she was working late stocking merchandise. For a moment, I wondered if I should go talk to her. Wasn't that what was wrong? People rarely tried to see other people's perspective. I knew how it felt to lose your dad. When my dad passed, it changed everything in my family. My mom, my brother who never called to check on us, me, a daddy's girl. I could see why Maggie would want to protect her father, though he didn't deserve it. He was her dad. I shook my head. No, I don't want to talk to her. But something caught my eye that I knew was truly out of the ordinary. Trixie, I said out loud, not believing that I was seeing the plump orange cat wandering around the crafty corner door. I had only been next door a few times, mainly to pick up some supplies for my grandmother, who liked to knit. Maggie kept 2 cats in the shop. Apparently they lived there and walked around the store like they owned the place. Trixie and his companion Midnight, a sleek black cat, never left the shop. So why was Trixie outside? My feet guided me over closer to the door, though my head told me I should leave. I loved animals. My grandmother had 3 cats. My imagination ran wild as I thought of how upset Maggie had appeared earlier. Her face had turned so red, and she wasn't the healthiest woman. Suppose she'd had a heart attack or a stroke. Against my better judgment, I walked up to the door. Trixie, not knowing me very well, must have sensed I was a cat person of sorts and came right up to me. I reached down to scratch his head. Are you okay? You shouldn't be out here. The cat meowed in return and turned around, tail flicking as he waltzed back inside. The door was slightly ajar. I frowned as I noticed the sign on the door still displayed open. Why was Maggie here so late? I hesitated for a few seconds before pushing the door open. A chill wrapped around me as I entered. Maggie kept her shop cold, but even with the warm temperatures outside, it felt almost like walking into a freezer. There wasn't a single sound other than the whoosh of the door opening. When I stepped inside, it was creepy quiet, not comforting like the cafe. I called out, "Maggie, are you all right? It's Joss from the cafe." The woman's lack of response raised the hairs on my arm. I really shouldn't have come in here. Taking a deep breath, I called her name once more. This time I heard a noise. It wasn't a vocal response, but it sounded like mewing. Kind of like when one of my grandmother's cats wanted attention. Trixie had disappeared after I stepped inside the shop, and there was no sign of midnight. I tiptoed toward the noise, which seemed to come from the right a few aisles up. I passed by an aisle of silk flowers and other items for creating floral arrangements. As soon as I turned the corner, I wish I hadn't. Both Trixie and Midnight were sitting licking their paws and washing their faces. They took turns glancing at me, their feline eyes giving me a once-over. The cats gazing at me didn't bother me. Above them were rows of dolls' heads of various complexions, all staring at me, but even the creepy dolls didn't grab my attention. It was the shoes sticking straight up. I recognized the yellow Crocs Maggie wore earlier. Her feet were definitely in them. I barely recognized my voice as I croaked out, "Maggie, are you all right?" Oh no, she didn't fall or have a heart attack or a stroke. She was so livid earlier. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I don't know why I didn't just stop and make the call. Instead, I kept walking toward Maggie as if a force was pulling me. Then I looked down. Startled, I jumped back, my actions causing both cats to scurry in the opposite direction. In my confusion, I heard a voice. 911, what's your emergency? I was aware of my hands gripping my phone, but the pool of blood leaking from under Maggie's head had me choking on my fear.
Chapter 3. Double Trauma. Monday, September 12th, 7:12 p.m. With shaky hands, I reopened the cafe and walked inside, flipping on all the lights. There was no way I could go home now, not after seeing that. After several tries, I'd finally relayed to the dispatcher that I had found a dead body next door. The 911 operator told me to wait outside. I told him I would be next door at the cafe. I closed the craft shop door behind me to ensure the cats didn't escape. Trixie being outside was the red flag alerting me that something was wrong. I felt bad for the cats having to see their owner like that. I felt bad for me. I walked behind the counter of the cafe and stood staring at nothing in particular. I couldn't get the image of Maggie's eyes out of my mind. Her face had been contorted into a shocked expression. Maybe she had a heart attack and fell, hitting her head. It didn't appear to be any life in her eyes. Could someone have pushed her down? Maybe they bashed her over the head. That would explain the pool of blood coming from her head. I moaned. My obsession with true crime had my mind on overdrive. I needed to slow down, and I needed help. I had others on speed dial, but I couldn't bring myself to call anyone but Faye. She would know what to do in this situation. I at least needed to warn her that there was going to be a police presence around her coffee shop. When Faye answered, I blurted out what I saw, tears streaming down my eyes. "Stay inside the cafe. I will be right there," Faye ordered me. "And Joss, don't let anyone inside." Like a robot, I started a pot of coffee. Then I leaned across the counter and put my head in my hands. Images flooded my mind. I'd never seen a dead body like that. My last remembrance of death was the last time I saw my father, as he laid peacefully in his casket. Maggie's face appeared as if she couldn't believe what was happening to her. It really bothered me. In my heart, I felt she died in a bad way. I'd never had a run-in with her until a few hours ago. Even though I knew her dad was the ringleader in my grandfather's death, I didn't hold it against her. A soft knock had me jerking upright. I could see two tall figures outside the cafe door. Oh Lord, was it a robbery? My breathing slowed once I realized it was Sammy and another man. A man I knew well, James Morrison, better known as DJ Blaze. The part about Blaze that I liked was how much he supported his grandfather. Sammy had raised Blaze, so it was full circle reciprocation. Despite Faye's warnings, I walked over to crack open the door. Hey guys, we're closed. I'd only found Maggie's body less than 15 minutes ago, but I glimpsed blue flashing lights entering the street. Thank goodness the police had arrived. Sammy asked, "Are you okay?" I waved both men inside so we didn't draw the cops' attention. Blaze stepped inside, putting his hands on my shoulders. "You look scared." Though I shouldn't have, I found his hands comforting. Maybe because I didn't feel so alone anymore. Sammy inquired after shutting the cafe door. "What's going on, Joss?" I swallowed. "You're going to find out soon enough. It's Maggie. I think she's dead." "What?" Sammy blurted. "She was just in here earlier bothering you." Blaze looked at his grandfather and then back at me. "Was she? What was she saying?" It didn't seem important now. The woman was probably dead. I batted the air in frustration and walked back toward the counter. "She didn't want the attention on her family from the podcast. Her dad in particular, of course." Sammy continued. "She was pretty nasty to Joss." I knew Sammy was just trying to help, but I had a growing discomfort about him speaking about Maggie. I'd watched enough crime shows to know it would be really easy for the cops to look at me like I did something. Since I had company, I started pouring coffee. Faye would have to take Sammy's free coffee out of my check. Blaze declined. Faye arrived with her man Joe in tow. She gave me some serious side-eye when she saw Sammy and Blaze. "Are you all right? Have the police come and talk to you yet?" I shook my head. "No, not yet. Hey, Joe, I'm so sorry to be a bother." Joe waved his hand. "Not a problem at all. As soon as we heard, I told Faye we should have some presents at the coffee shop." Faye pulled me to the side and toward her office in the back. "What made you go over to Maggie's?" Something didn't feel right. Then I saw Maggie's cat, Trixie, outside. She never lets those cats out of the shop. "Okay, I get that, but I was wondering why you went all the way inside." Faye looked at me incredulously. I gulped, realizing how stupid I had been. My mother had constantly been on me my whole life about how I just raced into things without thinking. Honestly, I kind of wanted to talk to her about earlier. I debated going over there when I noticed the lights on, but then... Faye shook her head. "Joss, there's no persuading some people when they have their minds made up. You didn't touch anything, did you?" Now a different type of fear started bubbling in my stomach. "Why are you grilling me like some cop, Faye?" Faye let out a deep sigh. "Because when the cops come for your statement, that's what they're going to ask. You finding Maggie's body is not a good thing, Joss." I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling chilled. "Wait, you think they're going to think I did something to her?" My voice went up an octave, hysteria on the tip of my tongue. I waved my arms around. "I figured she was so mad earlier that maybe she just fell and hit her head." Faye cocked her head to the side. "So you think it looked like an accident?" I shook my head. "I don't know. There was blood." Faye held up her hand. "No. I don't want to know the details. You just need to tell the cops the truth. But to be on the safe side, you might need a lawyer." I threw my hands in the air. "I didn't do anything. The door was already open, her cat had escaped, and I didn't touch her." My voice trailed off as the argument from earlier played in my mind. "You, Sammy, Eleanor, Claude, all of you saw Maggie come over to get on my case about the podcast. What she said about my grandparents, I could have smacked her earlier, but I never would have." Faye soothed. "Of course not. Everyone knows you have a good heart and wouldn't hurt anyone." I protested. "But it doesn't look good, does it? Especially if someone else is responsible for how she died." Faye sighed. "Just be prepared." Joe showed up in the doorway, his eyes guarded. "There's a detective out front. He's looking for the person who found Maggie's body." I looked at Faye, grimacing. A detective. That meant the death appeared suspicious enough for the CPD to send someone to investigate the death. I must have had a look on my face. Faye squeezed my hand. "You are going to be fine. Don't answer questions if you feel you want a lawyer present." My head pounded near my temples. I don't want to look guilty. I squeezed my trembling hands together and then tried to shake them, repelling the tension seeping into my body. I peered down at myself. I was still wearing my uniform. I should be home by now, stripped and ready for a night with Netflix. But here I was about to talk to a homicide detective. I returned up to the front and froze, rooted in the place behind the counter as I locked eyes with the man I'd just met earlier today. Detective Baez appeared frumpier than the first time we met. He cautiously eyed me as I approached. Why in the world did it have to be him? Monday, September 12th, 7:50 p.m. I joined Detective Baez in one of the cafe's booth. Though my back was to them, I could feel the weight of Faye and the others observing my talk with Detective Baez. Faye's words rang in my ears about having a lawyer, but I felt some comfort that I wasn't alone. Detective Baez took out a notepad and began scribbling across a blank page. "Miss Miller, correct?" I nodded. "You remembered." He smiled slightly. "The coffee was good, just like I was told. Now, can you tell me what happened? How did you end up next door?" I took a deep breath and recounted how I'd found the door to the craft shop open and the cat wandering in front. It seemed strange that the shop was still open. Maggie usually closes up hours before we do. "Then what did you do?" I called out her name. All the lights were on, so I assumed maybe she was in the back. How was I wrong? I could kick myself for being the one to find Maggie. I'd realized Detective Baez had been staring at me closely. "Miss Miller, are you all right?" His luminous brown eyes were kind despite the strain around his face. He had eyes a girl like me could easily get caught staring into for hours. Snap out of it, Joss. I blinked. I'm tired. I'd just closed the coffee shop after being here all day. I really should be home by now. I know my grandmother is worried. "It's okay. We'll wrap this up in a few minutes. Did you touch anything when you entered the shop next door?" "No. Well, I pushed open the door, but that was all. Then I just walked around calling her name. I had a bad feeling." I squeezed my eyes shut as the image of Maggie's crumbled body lay on the linoleum floor. Then I saw her. Detective Baez's soothing voice broke my recollection of finding Maggie. "It's going to be okay." He flipped his notebook closed. "How about you come down to the station and make a formal statement tomorrow?" Gratefulness seeped into my body. I thought that was kind of him, but as I studied his face, it appeared I wasn't the only one who was exhausted. "Yes, I will come in tomorrow. Is this your first case? I mean, here in Charleston?" He shook his head. "More like my fifth. Crime is a big deal in this city, though I will say this one may be my most interesting case." I raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "Someone really didn't like the victim." I gulped. "She was murdered?" "Nothing was stolen, at least from the cash register. But there was definitely an altercation between the victim and her assailant." I frowned, wondering who went to see Maggie. Who else did she upset besides me? Then I wondered if I should tell him about Maggie bursting into the cafe earlier. But then Faye's words were in my ear too. "You finding Maggie's body is not a good thing, Joss." So maybe I should keep my mouth shut. Not knowing how to respond, I went into barista mode. "We made a fresh pot of coffee, if you need some." He stood. "Thanks for the offer. I believe I've had enough coffee for the day." Curiosity overruled my anxiety about finding Maggie's body. "A stakeout?" He raised his eyebrow. "Let me guess. You're a fan of crime shows?" I blushed. Sorry, it's just that you said you drank a lot of coffee and it's been a long day. Realizing he was staring at me, my face warmed. I should stop talking. I just need to go home and get some sleep. You and me both. I will see you tomorrow at the station. When the cafe door closed behind him, I let out a deep breath I didn't know I was holding. Faye came over to me. How did it go? Do you need a lawyer? I don't know, I said, feeling overwhelmed. But he wants me to make a formal statement tomorrow at the station. Faye eyed me. Who knew you two would meet again, under such official circumstances? Yeah, there's no need to think anything could happen there. It would be pretty awkward getting to know a guy who had to investigate you for murder. My body shuddered. Now I was really worried, especially since I didn't reveal my argument with Maggie earlier today. I didn't want to give Detective Baez any reason to suspect me, but I had been in this world long enough to know that he would find out from somebody, and when he did, that would not be good for me at all. Chapter 4. The Morning After. The Cold Justice Podcast, Episode 1, The Forbidden Love. Joss. Grandma Louise, thank you for joining me on the podcast. Can you take us back to a time when you first met August Manning? What were your initial impressions of him? Louise. Oh, August was a remarkable man. We met at a time when the world was much less accepting of our relationship. But we fell in love kind of the first time we saw each other. He was so funny and very sweet. Joss, do you have any suspicions or insights into who might have been responsible for August's murder? Were there any clues or indications that pointed to the individuals involved? Louise. I had my suspicions, Joss, but in those days, it was dangerous to speak openly. The people involved came from very powerful and influential families. Plus, my parents whisked me off as soon as they found out I was pregnant. I can tell you I was very angry. When I returned back home, I made sure to never concern myself with those people. Joss. Your love story with August is an inspiration, but it's also a tragic reminder of the prejudice that existed. How did you find the strength to carry on and honor August's memory? Louise. It wasn't easy, my dear. I found solace in the memories we shared and knowing that our love was real and true. It has been so good to have you and your mother in my life after so much time has passed. August's sisters have been wonderful, letting me into their family. I know there has been a lot of pain, but we will always remember him. Joss. Your story and August's legacy are the focus of my podcast. I know some people may speak harshly about me doing this, but how do you feel about sharing your experiences and shining a light on the injustice that occurred? Louise. I'm proud of you. We're using your platform to uncover the truth and bring attention to the past, Joss. It's through understanding our history that we can strive for a better future. Keep doing what you're doing, honey. Joss. Thank you, Grandma. Tuesday, September 13th, 10 a.m. When I awoke, I could smell breakfast, which was a bit unusual for a weekday morning. Louise still occasionally baked, but she stuck to her usual breakfast of toast and boiled eggs. On the weekend, we would have blueberry pancakes or strawberry drizzled French toast. My grandmother and I both shared a sweet tooth in common. I barely had a few hours of sleep. Wired from last night's events, I spoke briefly to my grandmother before heading to my bedroom. I'd moved in with her a year ago. Funny thing, she'd been a stranger to me when I found out her now-deceased son had placed her in a nursing home. She was in good health, but her son hadn't been the most scrupulous person. He wanted to sell the house and leave with the cash, but he ended up dying in the house, which I tried hard not to think about. I met him a few times when I used to work at Hooters. Let's just say when I later learned the man was actually my uncle, it made me sick at the thought. Louise, on occasion, talked about her son, but I knew she was grateful to be back in her home and not be alone anymore. We'd gotten to know each other, and while one day I'd probably want to be on my own again, as long as she didn't think I was a burden, I enjoyed being here. My mother, on the other hand, was not too happy with me. She still wouldn't come visit Louise. My aunts and I worked on getting her and Louise together at their home. While my mother was always furious, she was never rude to my aunts. Although she made sure to give me a taste of her mind later. I always responded that at some point she needed to forgive the only biological parent she had living. I basked in the recollections of my grandfather from both Louise and my aunts. Those stories blossomed into a desire to create a podcast. Still lying in bed, I flipped over onto my side and faced the window. The sun shined bright through the slits in the blinds. It had to be mid-morning. I sighed. Now I wondered if the podcast had been a mistake. I didn't know which, if any, episode Maggie listened to, but I felt I'd been really fair with each interview. My goal for each episode was to remind people of August's humanity through the people who loved him and knew him. While I wanted to, I didn't present a sensational podcast that concentrated on beating up the accused. The men were dead now anyway, including Maggie's dad. And now she was dead. That somehow felt like a cruel joke. My purpose was to bring the spotlight and justice to my grandfather. Now I felt like last night's events were going to lead away from my true intentions. Hunger motivated me to finally climb out of bed. The last thing I ate was the last of Faye's sweet potato pie. If I had arrived on time last night, I could have eaten dinner with Louise. After a quick shower and applying moisturizer to my damp hair, I headed for the stairs. Most days I did wash and go hairstyles, and since I pulled my hair back with a band, I didn't mind what my curls did. I could hear voices as my foot hit the top of the stairs. A familiar voice made me smile. When I entered the kitchen, both older women observed me with concern in their eyes. Uh-oh, they know what happened. "How are you doing, Joss?" The older African-American woman stood from the table and reached out to hug me. I gladly accepted her hug. Eugenia Patterson Jones had been Louise's next-door neighbor for over 30 years. They were more than neighbors, friends who raised their families beside each other. I'd met Miss Eugenia when I was trying to find Louise. We actually met in Louise's room in the nursing home. "I'm doing as well as I can." I stepped back and glanced down at my grandmother. "I guess you both heard?" Louise scolded me. "Why didn't you tell me what happened? I knew something was wrong when you came home last night." I always smiled when Louise referred to her home as mine. I was pretty shocked. I will have to head to the station this morning to give my formal statement. Louise pulled out a chair from the kitchen table. "Have a seat and get some breakfast. Eugenia brought over our favorite biscuits. Then you can tell us all about it." I peeked inside the large Tupperware container on the table. These do look good. New recipe? Louise brought me a plate and a glass of orange juice. They are delicious. No one can cook like Eugenia. Thank you, Eugenia teased. And don't worry, these won't hurt the figure. I finally listened to Louise and started using egg whites. I added some low-fat cheddar and turkey sausage, so the calorie count isn't bad. I thought Amos wouldn't like them, but he gobbled them right up. I sat down at the kitchen table. You know I'm eating anything you cook. That was the truth. I appreciated being treated like family by Eugenia and her husband Amos. Eugenia always prepared Sunday dinner, and Amos was the fry fish king. Lisa Patterson, Eugenia's daughter, and Carmen Patterson, Eugenia's daughter-in-law, happened to be my BFFs. Living next door for over 30 years, Louise was pretty much treated like just another auntie. Besides my job, the family atmosphere with the Pattersons made living in Sugar Creek that much more appealing. I helped myself to a biscuit and bit into it. This is so good. Just what I needed. Since I missed dinner last night, I didn't hesitate to grab another one. I also felt like as long as I stuffed my face, neither of the women would pelt me with questions, which I knew were coming. Louise and Eugenia chatted about the upcoming neighborhood watch, while my mind wandered to last night. Suddenly I heard my name and realized my grandmother had been calling me. Are you okay? Miss Eugenia said, She's probably still in shock. Finding a dead body like that weighs on your mind. How did you all know I found the body? I asked. These two ladies both headed up the neighborhood watch. My grandmother had been the longest residing president until Eugenia took her place. There wasn't much that went by them. But I figured finding the body would only be known by a handful of people. But it was Sugar Creek. Gossip spread through the rumor mill like a freight train. Eugenia explained. I heard from my friend Rosemary Gladstone last night. She lives across the street from Faye. Just so happened she was returning home with her granddaughter, and they saw Faye rushing out of the house. I called Louise this morning, but she said you hadn't said anything about it. Louise pouted. Not one word, but I knew something was wrong. I nodded. I'm sorry. I was in panic mode, and right after I called 911, I called Faye. Then I had to talk to the detective, and that freaked me out. My grandmother peered at me. Why did you go into the craft shop? I told both women how I had a feeling something wasn't right when the cat appeared outside. I guess it was meant for me to be around after closing to find her. There was no telling when someone would have noticed and both cats would have escaped. I hope the cops took them somewhere safe. Eugenia nodded. I'm sure they did. I know this had to be traumatic for you, but you shouldn't have to worry about anything. I'm not so sure. My grandmother leaned over and peered over her glasses. What do you mean? I sighed deeply and told them how Maggie burst into the cafe a few hours before her death. She was so livid about the podcast and talked about starting a petition. I have no idea who else she talked to about this. But people in the cafe saw us arguing, or rather her yelling at me. Eugenia placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. If you need a lawyer, I can give you the name of the one we had to get for Carmen. I shuddered. My best friend Carmen had a similar predicament, almost messing up her own wedding. I remembered the sense of unease she shared with me when the cops questioned her. Faye also mentioned the same thing. But I don't want to look guilty.
It's not a matter of looking guilty,
Eugenia explained.
It's to make sure your rights are protected. Detectives can be tricky when they are asking questions. Sometimes without meaning to. People give up too much information and their statements can get turned around.
I thought about Detective Baez. I just met him yesterday. Though he was good-looking and we'd flirted a little yesterday, I was pretty sure he was going to do his job. I placed my head in my hands. Y'all, when I talked to the detective last night, I didn't tell him about Maggie visiting me at the cafe earlier. You think I'm going to get in trouble for that? Louise and Eugenia exchanged a worried look. My grandmother patted my hand. You know, I knew Maggie most of her life. The Nelsons, as you already know, are an arrogant bunch. Every single one of them. They wielded a lot of power back in the day. Still do. It's one of the reasons why Chuck Nelson was never charged with August's murder. I guess what I'm trying to say is Chuck's children were bullies, and they all created a lot of enemies. I nodded. So what you are saying is there has to be other people with better motives than me to kill Maggie. While that sounds good, I'm probably going to still grab the cops' attention. It doesn't help that I'm promoting this podcast and, as Maggie said, I was stirring the pot. Eugenia pulled out her phone.
Child, let me give you the number to this lawyer. I would say at any point if you feel like the interview is not going well, then stop and call him.
I gulped, feeling my anxiety building. I could only hope that the handsome detective wouldn't grill me. Chapter 5. The Interrogation. Tuesday, September 13th, 11:30 a.m. I'd saved the number of the lawyer Eugenia recommended into my phone. The drive over to the police station wasn't long, but it still felt torturous. I pulled into the parking space but didn't cut off the engine. The temptation to pull away and leave was too great. To give my heart a chance to slow down, I searched my smartphone for information about Charles Barnaby. His website came right up, displaying a distinguished ebony gentleman dressed in a dark pinstripe suit with a red bow tie. His eyes appeared kind behind circular glasses. I hoped I didn't need him, but it was good to read that he specialized in criminal law. But I wasn't a criminal. I mean, I had been in some shenanigans that made my mother cringe and yell. But those were back when I was much younger and had a lot less sense. I walked into the police station. The familiar scent of burned coffee and old paper filled my nostrils. I couldn't help but feel a slight shiver run down my spine. I approached the officer behind the front desk. Good morning. I'm Joss Miller. I'm here to see Detective Baez. I said with what I hoped was a smile. He stared at me for a moment and then picked up the phone. I gauged from the one-sided exchange that he had reached the detective. He hung up and gestured for me to take a seat in the waiting area.
Detective Baez will be with you shortly, Miss Miller.
I settled into one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs, drumming my fingers nervously on the armrest. My mind raced, trying to predict what questions Detective Baez might have for me this time. Man, I needed this to be over fast.
Miss Miller.
I looked up to see Detective Baez approaching, his dark eyes meeting mine. There was a hint of concern in his gaze, but the professional demeanor he wore, like a tailored suit, overshadowed it.
Thank you for coming in. We have a few more questions for you.
Of course, I'm happy to help, I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I followed him down a narrow hallway.
my footsteps echoing off the linoleum floors. As we entered the small interview room, I noticed another detective seated at the table, a petite redhead who radiated an air of authority. Her penetrating eyes seemed to bore right through me, and I recognized her immediately. Detective Sarah Wilkes. I should have called that lawyer. Ms. Miller, this is Detective Wilkes. Alex introduced us, though it was hardly necessary. She's been helping me with Maggie Nelson's case. Nice to see you again, Detective Wilkes. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Our last encounter hadn't been pleasant. Likewise, Miss Miller, she replied coolly, her eyes never leaving mine. Please, have a seat. Detective Baez looked at me as if he saw me in an entirely different light. You know each other? I bit my lip, not entirely sure how to answer the question. Detective Wilkes answered for me. As I expected she would. Let's just say Miss Miller is no stranger to the police station. I sighed, and I could feel my energy draining. This was worse than I could imagine. Okay, let's get started, Detective Baez said, taking his place beside Wilkes. He opened up a notepad and clicked his pen. I couldn't help but feel a wave of déjà vu wash over me. 2 years had passed since my paths crossed with Wilkes, under similarly unfortunate circumstances. Back then, she had been investigating the murder of my uncle, my grandmother's son, who had been shot in cold blood. That was also when I discovered my biological grandmother. Detective Wilkes had eyed me with suspicion, believing I might have had a hand in the crime. Ms. Miller, can you tell us why you went to the craft shop last night? Detective Baez asked, snapping me out of my reverie. His voice was gentle, but there was an underlying suspiciousness that reminded me of the weight of the situation. Of course, I replied, trying to maintain my composure. I saw Maggie's cat outside the shop. The poor thing seemed distressed, so I wanted to check on it. The cat lives in the craft shop. Well, there are 2 cats. I was seriously rambling, so I took a breath and tried to start again. What I'm trying to say is I saw one of her cats and I thought he might have escaped. It didn't make sense for Maggie to leave the door open like that. So I knew something was wrong. Interesting, murmured Detective Wilkes as she narrowed her eyes. She studied me as if she believed I was making this story up on the spot. I could practically feel her scrutinizing my every word. I fought the urge to squirm in my seat, determined to remain calm and collected. I knew I had nothing to hide. But being grilled by a detective who once considered me a murder suspect was unnerving. Please, continue, Detective Baez urged, his pen poised above his notepad. I nodded and kept my eyes on him. Once I got inside the shop, I saw all the lights on and called Maggie's name. And then I found her body. My voice cracked as I recalled the gruesome scene. Detective Wilkes raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. So you're saying that your reason for entering the craft shop was concern for a cat? I felt my cheeks growing warm. Yes. Detective Baez's eyes flicked between me and his partner, his expression carefully neutral.
Did you chat often with Maggie, since you seem to know about her pets?
I don't know why, but this question sounded dangerous to me. My grandmother shopped at the craft store, so I learned a lot about Maggie through her. Wilkes replied, "That makes sense, but you must have talked to her at some point." Am I a suspect? The question slipped out before I could stop it. Do I need to get a lawyer? Detective Wilkes opened her mouth to respond, but it was Detective Baez who answered my question first. "Ms. Miller, we are not accusing you of anything. We just want to know what happened last night. If you are telling the truth, you have nothing to worry about." Right. Feeling the weight of their gazes on me. Have you ever had any disagreements with Maggie? Detective Wilkes asked suddenly. And there it was. I knew that Maggie's rant against me, a few hours before she died, would come back to haunt me. Sure, we've disagreed on some things, I admitted cautiously. Anything serious? Wilkes probed. Nothing that would make me want to hurt her, if that's what you're getting at. I replied defensively. Both detectives exchanged a look, and I suddenly felt like a specimen under a microscope. They both stared at me for a few seconds that felt more like minutes. Yesterday, Detective Baez's handsome features and intense gaze made my heart flutter. Today, I wished I'd never laid eyes on him, probably because I couldn't help but feel guilty for not telling him everything. My heart rate quickened, and I twisted my fingers under the table. "It seems like you withheld information last night," Detective Wilkes said. "It's understandable. Because of the shock finding Miss Nelson's body." Detective Wilkes's tone had changed, which surprised me and scared me. Why was she suddenly sounding so nice and understanding? This had to be a trick. My first instinct was to yell, "I want a lawyer." But then that would just make me seem guilty. I exclaimed, "Look, Maggie was upset with me about my podcast. Let's just say most people suspected her father to be the ringleader in my grandfather's death. That happened over 50 years ago. The story has intrigued me ever since I learned about my biological grandparents. The podcast is centered around not forgetting who August Manning was to his family and community, his legacy. I don't know why Maggie was upset, because I'd been really careful about not smearing her family's name, although I could. But I know how sensitive the topic is." Detective Wilkes leaned forward and fixed her piercing gaze on mine. "Miss Miller," she began, "that argument you mentioned gives you motive. Avenging your grandfather's death." Avenging his death? So Maggie was murdered. Are you serious? I sputtered. I never said we argued. Maggie stormed into the cafe and started berating me. Besides, my podcast is about seeking justice, not exacting revenge. Detective Wilkes crossed her arms. Why did you conveniently leave out such a crucial detail during your initial statement? Maybe because I didn't do anything to her, I said. Or you have something to hide, Wilkes countered. I crossed my arms and eyed the female detective. I understand how this must seem to you, but I'm not going to be your scapegoat. Since you found out about Maggie's tirade, then you know there were plenty of witnesses who saw Maggie tear into me.
You also should know Maggie always closes her shop hours before the cafe closes. My boss left me in charge of closing the cafe. I hardly had any time to go over and talk to Maggie. Not that I even wanted to. She made her point, and I had no plans of pulling down my podcast. There was nothing else to say or do about the matter. Detective Baez interjected, his voice calm and reasonable.
We have to consider all possibilities. And right now, you're the one with the most obvious motive.
Because I found her? My voice rose. I knew if I didn't leave, hysteria wasn't far away. So am I under arrest, then?
Ms. Miller, you are free to go,
Detective Baez said, his voice firm yet kind. Really? I asked, feeling a mix of relief and anger.
It would be wise not to leave town,
he replied, meeting my gaze with an apologetic one of his own. He certainly was playing the good cop role, while Wilkes didn't mind slipping in and out of being the bad cop. Of course, I muttered, as I stood up from the uncomfortable metal chair they had me sitting in for what felt like hours. I couldn't wait to get out of this place. Detective Baez opened the door. Why did his cologne tickle my nose the moment I walked past him? I wanted nothing to do with that. My face felt warm and I needed to get out of there. They really were trying to treat me like a suspect. I moved toward the exit as fast as I could, but Detective Baez was behind me. When I reached for the door handle, he stated,
I'm sorry about what you are going through, and also about your grandfather. I know that can't be easy, learning about how he died.
I whirled around. No, it's not. He was a good man whose life was cut short. I just hope you all aren't trying to do the same thing to me. I wasn't bothering that woman. She came at me. This is what I get for being a good Samaritan? I wish I'd just walked to my car and left. Detective Baez raised his hands like in surrender.
We're just doing our jobs. We have a murder to investigate.
Yeah. No one did that 50 years ago for my grandfather. I'm sorry about what happened to Maggie, but life is really unfair. How some people get justice and others don't. Detective Baez raised an eyebrow, and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card.
If you think of anything, please reach out to me. We're not the bad guys here.
It sure felt like it.
Okay, I'm not a bad guy,
he said with a smile. I gulped and took the business card from his hand. When my fingers brushed his, I froze for a few moments. His touch seemed to cauterize the anger I wanted to feel. I quickly turned around and left, my chest tight with emotions. The fresh air outside the station was a welcome relief after being cooped up in that stuffy room, but it didn't clear my head. What was that about? I couldn't be attracted to the guy who was probably looking at me as a suspect. If Detective Wilkes pushed, I could be the prime suspect. I saw and read enough about murder cases to know the cops had to get a suspect in the first 48 hours. And this was a Nelson. The Nelsons had always been, and still held their place as, wealthy Southern royalty or something. As I walked away from the station, my mind buzzed with questions. Who told the detective about Maggie storming into the cafe? Who killed Maggie and why? I couldn't be their only suspect. Surely Maggie got under somebody else's skin. My grandmother visited Crafty Corner a few times, but even Louise didn't care for her too much. Maggie always seemed to have a chip on her shoulder. The kindest I'd seen the woman was when she talked to her cats. There was something I knew for certain. I had to find the answers myself. I felt bad about Maggie's death, but I would not let it override my grandfather's death. Chapter 6. Auntie's Support. Cold Justice Podcast, Episode 2, The Sisters. Joss. Aunt Ruth, Aunt Thelma, thank you both for joining me today. As August Manning's sisters, you must have shared a unique bond. Can you tell me about your relationship with him and what he meant to both of you? Ruth. Oh, August was a guiding light in our lives. He was not only our older brother, but also our protector and confidant. We looked up to him. Thelma. Absolutely. August was the man in our family, especially after Daddy died. He always had a kind word of advice, but also teased us mercilessly. Joss. He sounds like a fun older brother. Did you witness the injustices he endured? And if so, how did that shape your perspective on the world? Ruth. It was heartbreaking to see the prejudice he encountered simply because of the color of his skin. He was such a good and talented person. When we found out what happened to him, it opened our young eyes to the harsh realities of hate. Thelma. They wouldn't let us see him. Mama kept the casket closed, not being able to hear his booming voice. It was sad around our house for a long time. He was sorely missed. But Mama never wanted us to forget him. She had photos of him all over the house. Joss. I enjoy seeing photos of him at your house. You know, this podcast aims to shed light on forgotten stories and seek justice for the victims. In what ways do you hope it will honor his memory? Ruth. I believe your podcast will reignite public interest in August's case and bring attention to the flaws in the original investigation. We know the men involved are all gone, but we can ensure that August is never forgotten. And sadly, even though it's over 50 years ago, a lot hasn't changed. Thelma. Indeed. We hope August's story will inspire others to examine their own biases and work toward a more inclusive and equal society. No one should be killed because of who they love. Joss. I agree. Growing up, did August ever share any of his aspirations, dreams, or any personal experiences that made him particularly proud or hopeful? Ruth. August had big dreams. He wanted to play in the Major Baseball League. We believe, had he not been killed, not only would he have excelled in sports, but he had the kind of charisma where he could have been in a political office. Thelma. That's right. He was class president for 2 years, and people always looked to him for his leadership. He definitely would have been doing something that involved helping people. Joss. Aunt Ruth, Aunt Thelma, reflecting on his character and the love he brought into your lives, were there any specific memories that stand out to you? Ruth. One memory that always brings a smile to my face is when August would tell us stories at the dinner table. He had a gift for captivating us with his words, and quite often it was the only time Mama would smile and even laugh. He also had an incredible ability to make everyone feel seen and loved, and that's something I'll cherish forever. Thelma. Oh, August had a heart full of love and compassion. He had this infectious laughter that could brighten the darkest of days. I remember him always being there to protect us. We both didn't like the summer thunderstorms that rolled up in the afternoons. Mama would make us turn everything off and sit quiet in the dark.
August would sit with us, and even though Mama wanted us to be quiet, he would make us giggle. Joss. I wished I'd gotten a chance to know him. I really appreciate you both sharing your memories of your brother with our podcast audience. I want people to know August Manning was a real person whose life was cruelly cut short. Tuesday, September 13th, 1:48 p.m. As I drove away from the police station, I blinked back, the tears threatening to spill down my face. I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts and figure out what to do next. The one place that always brought me solace came to mind. My great-aunts Ruth and Thelma's house. August's younger sisters were well into their early 70s, but just as spry as Louise. It was nice to see older people who still remained active. I learned a lot about August through his sisters. While they didn't live in the same childhood home, they'd saved a lot of photos and mementos throughout the years. The sisters had memorialized everything about his life in their home. Ruth, the oldest sister, kept newspaper clippings about August's death. She fought for a long time to bring August's killers to justice. But there was only so much she could do, and lawyers were expensive for the remaining family of 3 women, August's mother and 2 sisters. As I approached their quaint little home, I couldn't help but smile at my memories. Most holidays and many, many Sunday dinners were spent at this house. My mother hadn't known about her biological parents until she'd turned 18. The first parent she'd found was August, but at that time she hadn't known how he died. While my mother missed out on meeting her dad, she enjoyed the relationship she had with his sisters. Before I'd barely climbed out of the car, Ruth was greeting me. She had on her gardening clothes and a straw hat. As I drew closer, she stripped off her gardening gloves and held out her arms. What a lovely surprise! She enveloped me in a tight hug that almost had my eyes stinging. Not that it was a bone-crushing hug. I just needed it after the ordeal I endured at the police station. "Hi, Aunt Ruth," I said. "I hope you don't mind me dropping by unannounced." "Of course not, honey." Aunt Ruth's warm smile faltered after she looked at my face. "What's wrong? Come in, come in. Let's get you something to eat." I almost laughed. My aunt's way of taking care of anything that was wrong was to offer me something to eat. Seeing that I missed lunch, I wasn't going to argue. As I stepped inside the cozy living room, I could feel the weight of the day lifting. The walls were adorned with family photos, and I couldn't help but linger over the pictures of my grandfather in his baseball uniform. Aunt Thelma preferred to be inside, unlike her sister. Looked up when we entered. I could see she'd been watching one of those judge shows on the flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. I could never understand why people would share their issues before a judge and a television audience. "Is that Joss?" Aunt Thelma set aside what appeared to be some knitting and stood. "Come here, girl. We haven't seen you in a while." A while, in my aunt's estimation, was more than a week. I had missed church last Sunday, and the Sunday before that, so I could get the podcast uploaded to all the various platforms. Aunt Thelma squeezed me tight. Double hugs, just what the doctor ordered. Aunt Ruth said, "I'm going to fix Joss some lunch. You haven't eaten yet, right?" I grinned. "I don't know how you know that, but no, I haven't. I missed lunch." Aunt Thelma patted my arm. "Well, let's get her something to eat. You could use a little more meat on your bones, you know." I wasn't so sure if I needed the extra weight. Between my aunts, my grandmother, Miss Eugenia, and all of the stuff Faye baked, I was surprised I wasn't bigger. As I followed my aunts into the kitchen, my steps felt lighter. The women in my family weren't very tall. I was the tallest, standing at barely 5'4".
My aunts and my mother all stood barely 5 feet. I know I asked this before. I started as I pulled out a kitchen chair and sat. But how tall was August? Aunt Ruth chuckled. You ask that question all the time. August was about 5'9" or 10, not quite 6 feet. That's one thing he used to tease Mama and us about. He was always calling us Shorty. Thelma opened the fridge and took out a pitcher of tea. Daddy died when we were young, but from what I can remember, he was a tall man, too. Ruth said, We were also practically toddlers. Everybody was tall to us. Aunt Thelma grabbed some glasses from the cabinet. That's true, but when you look at pictures, Daddy did tower over Mama. She sat a glass of sweet tea in front of me. I guzzled it down, not realizing how thirsty I'd been. Aunt Thelma eyed me. You need some water, too? What have you eaten today? I actually had a good breakfast. Miss Eugenia brought us over some food this morning. Well, that's good. Louise is blessed to have a next-door neighbor that cooks. Aunt Thelma gave me a bottled water and poured some more tea in my glass. I nodded. Louise cooks too, but it's not as good. Plus, sometimes I think she doesn't feel comfortable around the oven. Aunt Ruth brought us over some chicken salad sandwiches she'd been making. That's understandable. The older we get, we can't cook like we used to. Would you like some watermelon to go with your sandwich? My mouth was already full of a bite from the chicken salad, so I just nodded. The older women in my life had been my biggest supporters, and I was grateful. I finished the chicken salad sandwich and tore into the slices of watermelon. Do you remember the photo you gave me of Grandpa in his baseball uniform? I think it was one of the last photos he took. Aunt Ruth and Aunt Thelma exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with recognition. Oh, of course! Aunt Ruth exclaimed. That's one of our favorites. I smiled. Well, I wanted to do something special with it, so Claude McKnight, the artist who has all of those cool portraits at the cafe, he's going to turn the photo into a life-size portrait. Really? Aunt Thelma clapped her hands. That sounds amazing. Yep. Faye already gave me permission to hang it in the cafe once it's finished. I think it'll be a beautiful tribute to him, and I can't wait for you to see the result. That's wonderful news, Joss. But I'm guessing that's not what brings you here today. Aunt Ruth asked, pouring herself a glass of sweet tea. I could tell something was bothering you when you got out of your car. You look stressed, honey. I hesitated for a moment, unsure how much I should share about my encounter with the detectives. Actually, I began slowly. I just came from the police station. They wanted to ask me some questions. What? Both of my aunts screeched at the same time. I filled them in on Maggie yelling at me about the podcast, and then later finding her body in the craft shop. After I told them, they both sat in silence for a few minutes. I knew it was a lot to take in. This woman was the daughter of the man who'd played a major role in their beloved brother's death. I couldn't imagine how they felt. Aunt Ruth's brow furrowed with concern. But why were the police questioning you again today? You said the detective took your statement last night. I think they needed something more official, I said. Aunt Thelma asked, How official? I pushed my empty plate away from me and propped my elbows on the table. They didn't say it, but I felt like a suspect. I wasn't expecting Maggie to come and vent about the podcast. I mean, it's on public record that the police questioned her dad and his partners in crime. But then they just went home, and nothing happened. So, I don't know. It could look like I did something in retaliation.
"Joss, listen to me," Aunt Thelma said. "You're doing something important here. You're shining a light on a story that's been hidden away for far too long. Your grandfather would be proud of you."
"Thank you," I whispered, feeling the tears prick at the corners of my eyes again. "That means a lot to me." Aunt Ruth shook her head. "I'm sorry about what happened to Maggie. I truly am. But she had no business bothering you yesterday. She should have stayed over in her craft shop and minded her own business. And that's just like a Nelson to get someone into trouble. Her father, Chuck Nelson, was nothing but a bully. Everyone knew it, but no one ever did anything about it." She shook her head sadly. "Justice was never served for August, but Chuck died a slow death." Aunt Thelma frowned.
"All those Nelson kids were troublemakers."
I raised an eyebrow. So Maggie probably offended someone enough to want to hurt her? Aunt Ruth smirked. "I have no doubt. I wouldn't worry about it. The Lord will protect you. The truth will be revealed, and everything will work out as it should. The police will probably shake a lot of skeletons out of that woman's closet." I could only hope. Though a slow determination to find out what really happened stirred inside me. "What do you know about Maggie?" Aunt Ruth sighed, leaning back in her chair and casting her gaze out the window, as if searching for a memory. "Maggie was always different. The oldest of 3 siblings, she stood out like a sore thumb compared to her brother and sister. More quiet and odd, but when something got under her skin, other people knew it." I asked, "You said there were 3 siblings?" Aunt Ruth responded, "Yes, there was one boy, Maggie's brother, Rick Nelson. He's just as boisterous as his father, but with a little more charm. He owns that car dealership in town. You can't miss his commercials. You know, their younger sister got put in jail 2 years ago for that Social Security scam she tried to pull. I think she's still going to be in there a while longer." I nodded. Sometimes I wish I'd never walked into the craft shop last night. Aunt Ruth sobered. "I'm sorry, honey. It's almost like your hard work to share August's story is being overshadowed by a Nelson."
"Joss, you already knew the Nelsons were a hateful bunch,"
Aunt Thelma warned, her tone suddenly serious.
"Just be careful."
"Careful about what?" A voice behind me demanded. "Does this have something to do with that podcast of yours?" I closed my eyes. Oh no. I turned around to find my mother, Clarice Miller, standing in the kitchen doorway. She wasn't looking too happy. Tuesday, September 13th, 3:12 p.m. My mother wasn't a fan of my podcast. She didn't mind me trying out new things. But her biological dad being the subject of my podcast didn't sit well with her. My mother also didn't like that I'd grown close to her biological mother. When my mother realized she had been adopted, she set out to find both parents. Aunt Ruth and Aunt Thelma immediately embraced her. But unbeknownst to Louise, her then-husband encountered my mom first. And for whatever reason, the man made sure Louise never knew my mother had tried to contact her. So for years, my mom felt like Louise rejected her, yet again. The first time as a baby and later as an adult. Since then, they'd had very few talks with each other, and while my mother was cordial, she'd never completely warmed up to Louise. There was the other matter of knowing about how she was conceived. My mother and I had both gone to therapy, separately and together. A mixed-race woman who identified strongly with her African-American heritage. The murder of her father she'd never met hung over her like a dark cloud. Before I could get one word out, Clarice stepped into the kitchen, bringing up the past and airing all our dirty laundry for the world to hear. Her voice dipped with disdain. How do you know your grandfather would have wanted any of this? Aunt Ruth came to my aid. Clarice, dear, Joss is only trying to share the injustice of your father's death. It's important for the world to know. Important? Mom scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. All she's doing is stirring up trouble where it doesn't belong. Why was my mother sounding like Maggie Nelson? Mom, please. I pleaded. I know you don't understand why I'm doing this, but I need your support. Sure, I've gotten some negative feedback, but I have received far more positive feedback. She stared at me for a long moment, her gaze searching my face. So answer my question. What is it you have to be careful about? I sighed, dreading sharing last night's events again. You may want to sit down for this, and please don't say I told you so. My mother's contrite face turned to concern. Okay. She sat down, and from the way she crossed her arms, I knew she was bracing herself for what I was about to say. I explained about Maggie's outburst, finding her body, and finished with the police station visit. My mother said nothing for a few minutes, which kind of scared me. I could feel another explosion of emotions, but that's not what she did. Her eyes filled with a sadness that made me want to reach out and hug her, but I knew I couldn't. Sometimes, Joss, she said, the past is better left alone. I folded my arms across my torso and hugged myself. My mother didn't inherit the affection gene my aunts possessed. And after experiencing firsthand my grandmother's warmth and hearing about my grandfather's charm, I felt sorry for my mother. I often wondered if she would have turned out differently if she had been raised by her biological parents. Without another word, my mother stood. Aunt Ruth held up her hand. Wait, Clarice. There's no need to be upset with the child. Aunt Thelma nodded. She's doing a good thing. My mother shook her head, not wanting to hear any of it. She left as quickly as she came, murmuring goodbyes to my great aunts. She didn't even bother to give me her usual side eye. She wouldn't look at me at all. And somehow that stung even worse. Chapter 7. Double Trouble. Tuesday, September 13th, 5:30 p.m. My aunts tried to console me after my mother left, and I appreciated their efforts. But between this morning's interrogation and my mother's obvious disappointment in me, I was done. I probably would have curled into the fetal position right there on the floor. But each aunt grabbed one of my hands and insisted on praying over me. I never left their home without a covering of prayer. My daddy was my rock before he died. In fact, he was a solid, dependable source of stability for my entire immediate family. My mother never seemed to recover from his death, and we didn't hear from my older brother much. With that one missing puzzle piece, none of us were whole. I kept trying to fill my holes with men that never measured up to my dad. It wasn't until I started hanging around my aunts, my biological grandmother, and Miss Eugenia's family that I'd felt grounded. I even started attending church, which had never been a high priority in our household when I was growing up. I still struggled to pray, but when I did, it changed my mindset. As I climbed into my car, all I could muster was, "Help me, Lord." I was too overwhelmed to say much else. I couldn't even start my car. I knew I better head out or both my aunts would wonder why I was still in the driveway. I'd said goodbye to them almost 10 minutes ago, but my emotions were warring inside, like they hadn't done in a while. My mother had that effect on me. The sound of my phone ringing pulled me from my thoughts. For an instant, I thought it was one of my aunts. When I peered at the display, I recognized a familiar face and name, Lisa Patterson. We'd only become friends in the past 2 years, after my longtime best friend, Carmen Alpine, married Lisa's brother. I couldn't help but smile as I swiped to answer. Lisa and I often joked that we'd become the sisters we never had. Lisa grew up with 2 older brothers compared to my 1 male sibling. "Hey, Lisa." I greeted her and finally started the engine. "Hey, girl. Are you busy tonight?" "Not really. Do you want me to babysit the kids?" Lisa had a 7-year-old and a 2-year-old. I'd gladly accept hanging out with her sweet kids. Lisa chuckled. "I hope you know how much I appreciate you, but no babysitting tonight. I was wondering if you wanted to come over for dinner." "Sure," I replied. I definitely was not ready to head home after everything that had happened. "I'm leaving my aunt's house, so I can come over in about 15 minutes. "Sounds good," Lisa said. "See you then." As I drove to Lisa's, my mind wandered to her recent engagement with Chris Black. Lisa seemed so happy, and I knew it was something she'd prayed about for a long time. Carmen had gotten married a year ago and was now working on having a baby. I felt a twinge of envy, not for the first time, that my 2 besties were moving on with their life. As much as I loved working at the cafe and loved my podcast and my family, I longed for that kind of companionship too. I pulled in behind Lisa's minivan, feeling a little lift in my spirits. Lisa must have seen me on her house camera. Everyone had those cameras on their front doors these days. I barely knocked on the door before it opened. "Come on in." Lisa practically bounced up and down like her daughter Keisha would do. She did that a lot these days. I stepped inside, not able to contain my smile. "I appreciate you inviting me over. It's been a rough day." "Of course." After she closed the door, she eyed me with a raised eyebrow. "You look like you could use a hug." I gratefully accepted. Having folks around who weren't stingy with the hugs was a good thing. "Thanks, Lisa," I said, pulling back. I sniffed, detecting an aroma of tomatoes and garlic. "It smells good in here." "Have a seat. I'll be finished soon. I want to hear all about what's bothering you." I was no stranger to Lisa's house. Her home had an open floor plan, so I could see her in the kitchen as I plopped down on her couch. I couldn't help but notice neither of her children answered the door with her. "Where's Keisha and Tyreek?" "They're with Mama tonight," she explained. The kids at their grandmother's on a weeknight stuck out as odd, But I knew Lisa and Chris had to make the most of their rare moments alone together before they got married and moved in full-time. That made me wonder, are you sure you don't want this time to spend with Chris? Actually, he will be here soon. Lisa took the lid off the largest pot on the stove, and a tantalizing aroma of garlic and tomato sauce filled my nose. It didn't escape me that people had been feeding me all day. Not being much of a cook myself, that wasn't a bad thing. It was impossible for me to go hungry. But my waistline would pay the price with all of this comfort food. I wanted to catch up with you. Lisa placed the lid back onto the pot and turned to face me, her hands on her hips. Mama mentioned you found Maggie Nelson last night. Why didn't you call me? Tell me everything. It did not surprise me that Miss Eugenia had mentioned last night's mishap to Lisa. The mother and daughter talked every day. Lisa told me it hadn't always been that way with her mother. It gave me hope that maybe one day I could have a conversation with my mother that wouldn't end in an argument. For the next few minutes, Lisa listened intently, her eyes widening as I described Maggie's confrontation at the cafe, and then later finding her body. By the time I got around to my morning adventure at the police station, Lisa had grown furious. She shook her head as if she could hardly absorb the events in my life over the past 24 hours. They really called you in to question you? You're not a suspect. I shrugged. I hope not. If I become the prime suspect, my mom would really want to disown me. She didn't want me to start the podcast in the first place. I sighed and slouched down further on the couch. I just had a run-in with her when I stopped by my aunt's house. Oh no, girl, you have had quite the day. Lisa came around and sat on the couch next to me. Joss, you can't let your mother get you down. You're doing something important by sharing with the world what happened to your grandfather. I'm sure there are tons of stories that have been buried about other people who were wrongly mistreated or lost their lives. I murmured. I just wish things were different, you know? And I had that run-in with Detective Wilkes this morning. It was one thing having to deal with the new detective, but she really had me on my toes. I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't try and pin Maggie's murder on me. In her eyes, I had motive. Lisa shook her head. But the people who were involved in your grandfather's murder are all dead. In some ways, they got their karma. Why would you go after their adult children? Don't nobody have time for revenge? I started cackling. You're right about that. Revenge was the last thing on my mind. Just then, the front door cracked open, and in walked Chris Black, Lisa's fiancé. Lisa jumped off the couch. Wow, you're early. Hey, babe. Chris greeted Lisa with a quick kiss before looking over at me. Hey, Joss, glad you could make it. I started to thank him, but then caught sight of the person who entered the house behind Chris. Why was Detective Andre Baez here? He was the last person I expected to see this evening. Tuesday, September 13th, 6:14 p.m. I rose from the couch feeling a sudden urge to bolt from the room. Lisa, maybe I should go. Detective Baez stepped backward like he was ready to do the same. His wide eyes probably resembled mine. Sorry, Chris invited me over for dinner. He looked at Chris with an inquisitive look.
You thought it would be nice to get to know each other better?
Know each other better? I glanced over at Lisa, who was looking everywhere except me. No wonder she was so enthusiastic about inviting me over. Too bad she hadn't known about my run-ins with Detective Baez. The first time I saw him at the cafe yesterday was pretty pleasant. But, unfortunately, our meetups had gone downhill since then. Chris held up his hands.
Hey, Andre hit the ground running since he arrived in Charleston a few months ago. He hasn't been able to get out and meet people.
He looked at Andre.
Joss is a great person for you to meet.
I practically croaked. We already met. Detective Baez was officially introduced to Sugar Creek Cafe yesterday. I turned my attention to the detective. Now, I wasn't embarrassed anymore, but some emotions from earlier today stirred. And he and Detective Wilkes had the pleasure of my company at the police station this morning. The room went silent. I knew my face probably turned red because it felt on fire. Really, I could have just melted into the floor. This was the last thing I needed today.
I can come back another time.
Detective Baez turned toward the door.
No way,
Chris stated.
It took too long for you to accept the invitation. I have a feeling I know what this morning was about, but it's after hours. I know Lisa poured her heart into this meal.
Chris looked over at Lisa. My friend and her fiancé had some kind of conversation going on between them with their eyes. Next thing I knew, Lisa grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the kitchen. Why don't you guys take it easy for a minute? Joss and I will get the table set up. I looked at her like she'd lost her mind. But what could I do? I knew Lisa and Chris meant well. As we entered her kitchen, I felt like I could feel Detective Baez's eyes on my back. Lisa lowered her voice. It wouldn't hurt to show the new detective that you're no killer. Just a nice woman who is also fun to be around. You can handle this. I hissed. Really? You want me to have a friendly dinner with the guy who interrogated me, like I was a suspect earlier today? Lisa gave me the eye. He can't possibly think you did anything. It just so happens you found her. It's normal for the police to take your statement and question you. I sighed. What do you need me to do? I don't know how, but the four of us settled around Lisa's small dining room table, our plates brimming with steaming spaghetti. At first, I was kind of self-conscious, sitting across from Detective Baez. But one thing about eating, it gave me something to do besides running my mouth. I wasn't one of those chicks who ate like a bird, so I swirled my spaghetti around my fork and enjoyed my meal. At least the best as I could with the fine specimens sitting in front of me. I may have been peeved about this morning, but my flesh could not care less. After a long day at work, Detective Baez hardly looked affected. Thankfully, Lisa and Chris did most of the talking about their wedding plans for next summer. I glanced over at Lisa's ring, delighted that she'd finally gotten her prayers answered. Chris was indeed a catch, but he would be blessed to have my feisty friend as a wife. I looked across and almost dropped my fork when I caught Detective Baez staring at me. I really would have preferred if I wasn't attracted to him. Though I have to admit, Even though the interrogation made me uncomfortable, he played the good cop well. I flicked my gaze away from the detective. "Lisa, this is great," I said. "Thank you, Joss." "Hey, my mom is throwing a party for her Aunt Esther this coming Saturday. Will you be able to make it? You can invite your family, too." I smiled. I'm sure Aunt Ruth and Aunt Thelma would love to celebrate their old teacher. I'll check with them.
"Those are your grandfather's sisters."
I looked back at Detective Baez, surprised he knew that. "Yes." He appeared shy all of a sudden.
"I'm listening to your podcast, and the episode I just finished was with your aunts. I think it's great what you're doing."
"Thank you," I replied, genuinely touched by his words. "That means a lot to me." Chris piped up.
"We were able to help Joss find the deputy who was called to the scene. He's in his 80s now, but he had a pretty compelling story. That episode is later in the podcast, right?"
I nodded. Yes, Officer John Lyons is episode 5. Everyone really poured their heart out answering the questions. It's been a special project. Lisa added, "So, are you going to do more seasons of the podcast? You're really good at being a host. You make your guests feel so comfortable." I would love to record other seasons. I started with my grandfather's case because I'd been researching it for so long. "Awesome," Lisa cooed. "Andre, didn't you work cold cases at your previous job?" I raised my eyebrow at the way Lisa tried engaging the detective and me into conversation. Girl thought she was slick. Detective Baez stuttered a response.
Yeah. I worked alongside a veteran detective. It's hard work trying to find clues when cases have aged. But we had a few successes, especially with DNA."
"How exciting," Lisa gushed. "Maybe you can help Joss out with future episodes." Our eyes met across the table, and I forgot all about the interrogation. Instead, I grinned like an idiot. That would be pretty cool. Detective Baez smiled back.
"I will help where I can."
I wasn't sure if that was a peace offering, but the tension that had still been clinging to me vanished. The podcast had been a dream come true, but to take it to the next level with other cold cases would be awesome. As long as I could get past all this mess with Maggie's death. The conversation moved back to Lisa and Chris, talking about a field trip Keisha had coming up next week. While they chatted, I couldn't help but steal glances at Detective Baez. Andre. His name fitted him. His eyes met mine more than once, and I caught a hint of amusement in them. We were both victims of our friends' matchmaking schemes, but so far, neither of us had melted under the awkwardness. Besides, I couldn't blame Lisa and Chris. They were both young and in love. Lisa had heard me pine over my many relationship failures. Too bad things wouldn't work out with Andre either. I mean, nothing had changed. I found Maggie's body and was therefore a possible suspect. It didn't help that Detective Wilkes thought I purposely left some things out when I talked to Detective Baez the night of the murder. I was sure that didn't help me in his eyes either. When dinner was over, I helped Lisa clean the kitchen while Chris and Andre retired outside on the patio. As I rinsed off the last plate, I turned to Lisa. "Thanks for inviting me tonight. I really needed this." You know you're always welcome here. She elbowed me softly. And I'm sorry. I didn't know Andre had questioned you earlier. If I had known... I gave her the side eye. So you are admitting it. You and Chris were trying to do some matchmaking. Lisa protested. No. We just wanted to introduce Andre to other things besides the job. The man is always working. Seriously, he needs to get from around Detective Wilkes. You know how intense she is. And the woman doesn't seem to have a life. I'm so glad Chris isn't her partner anymore. Didn't Chris get assigned to her as a partner when he started in the department? Lisa nodded. Apparently, she's not really good at being a partner. But she's good at her job, good at training newer detectives. So the police chief always pairs her with rookies. Chris said he learned a lot from her. Well, she certainly plays the bad cop well. I just hope I don't have to run into her again. We'd put away the dishes and Lisa had packed up some takeout containers by the time Chris and Andre returned from outside. I wondered what they were talking about. Since it was football season, I assumed sports, which wasn't my thing. Or could they have been talking about me and how Detective Baez had interrogated me earlier today? Whatever they'd discussed, it was none of my business. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to returning to the cafe tomorrow. I dreaded walking by the craft shop, but I missed being behind the counter, mixing up coffee blends and talking to our customers and regulars. The cool evening air brushed up against my cheeks as I stepped out of Lisa and Chris's home. Detective Baez followed closely behind me, his footsteps echoing on the pavement. "Joss, wait," he called out softly, causing me to pause and turn toward him. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "I wanted you to know that despite your feelings about Detective Wilkes, she has the best close rate in the department, and her father was a former detective." I raised an eyebrow, unsure how to respond. Did he expect me to suddenly change my opinion of her? I knew the woman was good, but I didn't want to be under her radar. I filled the hesitation in my response with a deep breath, and then tried again. "Detective Baez? Andre." He insisted. "I'm not on the job right now. You can call me Andre." I bit my lip before saying his name. It almost felt wrong to say. Andre. We stood under outdoor flood lamps that covered Lisa's driveway. But I doubted it was the light that made it seem like Andre was beaming at me. I continued. "I know you both were doing your job. But to be honest, I don't trust Detective Wilkes. She was pretty hard on me a few years ago, during another police matter." Andre's expression softened, and he nodded sympathetically. "Wilkes filled me in on that. Look, I understand. I'm here to help find the truth, too. No one is going to railroad anyone. We will catch the killer." For a moment, our eyes locked, and I felt a flutter in my chest. My instincts warned me to be careful. After all, he was a detective. I couldn't afford to let my guard down completely. But I couldn't deny the attraction I'd felt for him since the moment he walked into Sugar Creek Cafe. Maybe you could help save me from being pulled in as a suspect? I joked half-heartedly, trying to lighten the mood. He chuckled, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement. "I'll do what I can, Joss.
Just promise me you'll stay out of trouble.
I'll try my best, I assured him, smiling back at him. As we said our goodbyes, I couldn't help but wish we'd met under different circumstances. Chapter 8. Back to normal, maybe. Wednesday, September 14th, 9 a.m. Heading inside Sugar Creek Cafe, I couldn't help but notice the closed craft shop. Various teddy bears, dolls, and flowers laid in front of the shop's front, a grim reminder of recent events. It was strange how the cafe and craft shop shared a wall, yet we never really felt like neighbors. Maggie had her own loyal customers who loved her quirky little shop, just like our cafe had its regulars. I swung open the cafe doors. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee and sweet pastries greeted me. A warm, cozy atmosphere beckoned me inside, and I felt a twinge of relief to be back within these walls after my time off. My coworker and also pal, Brianna Jones, worked today. "Hey, girl," Brianna said in a sing-song tone. Anyone else who did that would annoy me, but Brianna could actually sing. Like me, we both had pretty eclectic styles that probably wouldn't have gone over very well at other establishments. Brianna wore burgundy box braids down her back. I wasn't too crazy about makeup, but Brianna always showed up with eyelashes and her face beat, ready to go. I had braids over the summer so I could survive the humidity, and I kind of missed them. Today, my hair was swept into one of my go-to favorites, a curly puff. I stepped through the swinging half door behind the counter. "Hey yourself, how are things going in here?" I raised an eyebrow and glanced around. I had expected to see more of a breakfast crowd. Our regulars like Eleanor and Sammy weren't even in their usual spots. Where did all of the gotta have my morning coffee folks go? Brianna sighed. "It's been slow." She turned her head, checking behind her. She stepped closer to me and lowered her voice. "The whole time I worked yesterday, people kept coming in here asking about that mess next door. Like we knew what was going on. It probably doesn't help that they have all that yellow tape around the shop door." Brianna tilted her head. "I heard the bookstore owner on the other side saying it wasn't looking good for business." My heart fell. This was not what Faye or the other small business owners on this street needed. That's not good. Brianna shook her head, but stepped back as our boss returned from the back of the cafe. "Joss, you made it in today." Faye adjusted her turquoise cat-frame glasses and looked me up and down like she was assessing my state of being. "Are you sure you should be in today?" I forced a smile and shrugged. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to get back to work. Plus, you were down one yesterday. There's no need for y'all to take on extra work when I'm standing upright." I cringed. Did I just say that out loud? I hope that didn't sound crass. Faye waved at me. "Of course not. Depending on what really happened next door, you should praise the Lord that you are alive. I'm still a little salty with you for going into the shop." She touched my shoulder. "Look, if you think you need more time, let me know, all right? No one gets over seeing a dead body like that." Faye was right. No one knew I wasn't sleeping too well. The Nelsons had already done a number on my family in the past. I wasn't about to let Maggie's death take me down any further. I'll be okay. I really need to get back to my normal routine. I headed to my locker in the back and slipped my apron over my head, securing it around my waist. I needed to focus on something other than the horrific scene I'd witnessed next door. I really hoped the detectives didn't bother me any more about the whole situation. I closed my locker and headed to the front where Brianna and Faye were talking. They both looked at me. I immediately touched my hair. What's wrong? Is my hair looking crazy? Is there something on my face? They started laughing. I raised both my arms, truly puzzled. Brianna shook her head. Yeah, she's fine. She's acting like Joss. I gave them the side eye. Yeah, it's me. Despite everything that's going on, I told y'all. I'm fine. I stepped up to the counter and grabbed a dish rag and spray bottle. Since customers were sparse, I'd do what I enjoyed doing best, cleaning the tables. Before I left from around the corner, I asked, Hey, we're still doing the Friday night jam this week, right? The second Friday of the month, Faye opened the stage up in the back of the cafe for musicians, singers, spoken word artists, anyone who wanted to share their talents. It was the thing I loved that set Sugar Creek Cafe apart from the big chain coffee stores. Brianna cooed. I hope so. I'm so ready. I have some new cover songs I've been trying out. I grinned. Girl, you are a crowd favorite, the Beyoncé of Sugar Creek. We gave each other a high five. Faye shook her head, a frown plastered across her face. No, I'm not sure it's a good idea with all the attention next door. Brianna and I started protesting. Brianna exclaimed, What? Come on. So many people look forward to Friday Night Jam. I chimed in. It might be a good idea to get people together. I didn't want to say anything since Brianna seemed hush-hush about it earlier, but the cafe seemed eerily quiet. Faye only kept 3 employees. Having worked the cafe the longest, I recommended Brianna a year ago. In the 3rd slot, Faye always seemed to keep a college student. Haley started working during the spring semester and stayed on during the summer. I knew she planned on graduating in December. We all loved working here. Brianna and I were in the same boat. We hadn't been too good at exploring career opportunities and had stumbled around most of our 20s. Sure, maybe no one stayed a barista their whole life, but I wanted to see how the podcasting venture would go. And I knew Brianna still had hopes of getting her music noticed more. Faye sighed. Let me think about it. It would help if the cops were closer to finding out who did this. Just as long as they aren't planning on pinning it on me. Brianna sucked in a breath. The cops can't think you had anything to do with Maggie's death. I shrugged. I know, but her dad was the ringleader in my grandfather's murder. So, it appears as if I had motive. Faye rubbed her hands up and down my arm. You did contact a lawyer, right? I pray this doesn't go sideways on you, but you need to be prepared. I'll be prepared. Miss Eugenia gave me the contact information for a lawyer. I also hoped Detective Baez and Detective Wilkes would turn their attention away from me. While I joked with him about that last night, it really wasn't a laughing matter. Wednesday, September 14th, 11:40 a.m. As the morning progressed, the customers picked up, but it still felt like a smaller than usual crowd. I was pleased to see one of our regulars, Eleanor. She had slipped in to occupy her usual booth. When it was nearing the lunch hour, I hoped to see a few others like Sammy and Claude. The familiar door chimes brought a smile to my face. It was good to see the people ignoring the yellow tape next door and making their way into the cafe. A woman wearing a very sharp aqua blue jumpsuit stepped in. Even though it was September, it was Charleston weather, so the off-the-shoulder look didn't appear out of place. It was the type of outfit I would have worn. The woman removed her large designer frames to display piercing green eyes. Something about her looked familiar, but I couldn't be sure if I'd seen her in here before. I was pretty good at faces. Names, not so much. But once I saw a person's face, I remembered them. Faye and I talked often about the cafe's customers. There were residents, folks who were in the cafe every day like Eleanor, Sammy, and Claude. There were the supporters. Supporters visited the cafe, not every day, but more than once a week. Other customers were new, like Detective Baez when he came in on Monday. New customers eventually became supporters, or were just tourists passing through Charleston. "Hey, can I help you?" I asked. The woman smiled, showing off teeth that had to have seen braces at one time. I knew about that. My dad had made sure my brother and I both were fitted with braces during our preteen years, which made those years not the best years for taking photos. "Can I get a large cappuccino, please?" The woman stared at me intently, like she was trying to figure out my identity. That wasn't as hard as she glanced down at my name stitched onto my apron. "Sure thing," I replied. I tapped her order on the screen. "What's your name?" "Renee." "Okay, Renee. You can pick up your cappuccino at the other end of the counter in a few minutes." The woman took one last look at me and then nodded. I wanted to ask her if we knew each other, but the door had chimed several times and there was a line behind her. Earlier, I'd been trying to convince Faye and Brianna that I was fine. But I'd been praying most of the morning and finding that my mind had become more at ease. I soon lost myself in the comforting routine of taking orders. Brianna took care of drinks while Faye fulfilled the lunch and bakery orders. The three of us stayed pretty busy with the steady hum of conversation filling the cafe. It was easy to forget, for a little while at least, about finding Maggie's body next door. By mid-morning, the crowd subsided, and I busied myself wiping tables. Occasionally, my mind would wander. But now, with no one placing orders, there was no stopping my incessant thoughts. Detective Baez had risen to the top. Though Lisa and Chris had good intentions last night, the attempt at matchmaking could not have come at a more awkward time. Still, I appreciated Andre for putting my mind at ease. I had slept a lot better last night, knowing at least somebody at CPD didn't think I was a prime suspect. "Something has you smiling. I'm glad to see that after your ordeal Monday evening." I looked up to see Eleanor with her laptop closed shut. "Hey, Eleanor. You ready for a refill?" She pushed her coffee cup toward me and placed her elbows on the table. "Sure. Maybe I can get my mojo back." "Oh no. You can't be having writer's block." She grimaced. "I'm afraid so." "I will be right back." I grabbed the carafe and made my way over to Eleanor's table. With me being off yesterday, I hadn't asked her about the night Maggie was killed. Now seemed as good a time as any. Careful not to spill the hot liquid, I approached her table. "What's going on?" She pushed her empty cup toward me. "My muse has abandoned me." "Can't have that now, can we?" I joked, pouring fresh coffee into her cup. I hesitated for a moment before asking, "Did the detectives talk to you about, what happened next door?" "Detectives? Oh dear. I wasn't near any of the events on Monday night, she replied, shaking her head. I was at home, working on my latest novel. I nodded, trying to hide my disappointment. If anyone could provide some insight on a murder mystery, it would have been our resident author. Thanks for the refill, Joss, Eleanor said. That smile you had on your face a few minutes ago has disappeared. I hope I didn't upset you.
Of course not, I replied, forcing a smile. I guess I've been trying to put the other night out of my mind. The detectives talked to me yesterday, and let's just say the visit to the police station wasn't pleasant.
Oh no, that woman is still messing with you even as a corpse.
I cringed. I guess you can say that.
Joss,
Eleanor began as I was about to walk away. I turned back to face her. Her tight smile and sharp eyes startled me for a minute. My heart started beating fast. Realizing my hands were shaking, I put the carafe on the table. What is it? I barely recognized my voice, which sounded more high-pitched. Eleanor removed her glasses and rubbed her face.
I know you're on the clock, but it's not that busy right now, and there is something I should tell you. I went to school with Maggie.
Really? I asked, my curiosity piqued. I didn't know that. Eleanor nodded solemnly.
Yes, we were in the same grade. She and her siblings were, well, let's just say they weren't very pleasant to be around.
Sounds like they learned a few things from their dad. My voice had an edge to it. Eleanor looked at me, her eyes sympathetic.
It seemed like the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Maggie, along with her brother, used to torment me mercilessly at school. It was a difficult time for me,
Eleanor explained, a bitter edge creeping into her voice. As she spoke, I couldn't help but imagine young Maggie prowling the school hallways with her gang of siblings, terrorizing everyone who crossed their path. I felt more disgust for the woman who'd been killed next door. No one deserved murder, but she'd not been a pleasant person. Eleanor seemed lost in thought, her eyes full of an intensity I hadn't seen before. As I watched her, I couldn't help but think back to a few days ago, when she'd intervened between Maggie and me. Maggie, leave Joss alone. You're going to get what's coming to you. It had seemed like a simple act of defense. But now, with the knowledge of their shared history, it was clear there was more to it than that. Hey, Eleanor, you don't have a secret skill, do you? Were you serious when you told Maggie she was going to get what was coming to her? Eleanor looked at me, her eyes narrowing slightly.
It wasn't a threat, if that's what you're asking. Just a bit of wishful thinking on my part.
Uh-huh, I replied. Well, let's just hope your latest mystery novel doesn't involve a character suspiciously similar to Maggie. Eleanor chuckled as she flipped her laptop open.
You never know, Joss. Inspiration can come from the strangest places.
Then her tone turned serious.
You know, I try not to base my characters on real people.
She winked at me and took another sip of her coffee. If you say so, I laughed. Did you ever confront Maggie and her siblings? I mean, you don't strike me as the type to back down from a fight.
Maybe not now,
Eleanor conceded.
But back then, I was younger, smaller, and far less self-assured. Anyway, Maggie may have been a terror when I was younger. But as we got older, things changed. One, I'm a successful author now, and I know how to use my words.
I laughed, I'm glad you eventually found your voice. The world could use more people like you, standing up against bullies.
Thank you, Joss.
Eleanor said softly, her eyes shining.
That means a lot coming from someone as brave as you.
Brave? Me? I scoffed, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. Hardly.
Taking on a true crime podcast, especially with the topic hitting so close to home?
Eleanor replied, a knowing smile on her lips.
You are probably making more of a difference than you realize.
I couldn't help but smile back at her. Thank you. I appreciate it. I grabbed the carafe and headed back to the counter. Faye eyed me as I moved behind the counter. With a raised eyebrow, she asked, "Everything okay?" I sat the carafe on the burner and removed the old filter so I could start a fresh brew. I'm not sure. Faye crossed her arms. You were talking so long with Eleanor? I was wondering if you were helping her plot her next book. I sighed and looked back over my shoulder. Either the refill or our conversation must have sparked something because Eleanor was furiously typing on her laptop. Sure, she claimed she never based her characters on real life. But I couldn't imagine a local author with a history to the deceased that would ignore the mystery behind Maggie Nelson's murder, unless Eleanor was hiding something. Wednesday, September 14th, 2:02 p.m. Usually, Eleanor occupied the corner booth by the window all day. But after the lunch crowd left, I noticed she wasn't in her usual spot. The chimes on the cafe door rattled, and I turned from where I was stacking cups. Eleanor walked in with her laptop bag swinging over her shoulder. Instead of heading to the booth, she walked up to the counter. "You're back. I thought you might have packed up for the day." Eleanor attempted to smile, but she appeared exhausted.
I had a nice spurt of inspiration after we talked, but it left me. I went for a walk. Do you know what they did with Maggie's cats?
It looked like I wasn't the only frazzled one. I don't know. The only reason I went over there the other night was because I saw Trixie, standing near the open front door. Eleanor held her hands over her chest.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know. I'm sure they didn't leave the cats inside the shop. I have a friend who works at the animal shelter. I can call her.
I realized that even though Eleanor was at the cafe every day, I knew little about her. In fact, I didn't know if Eleanor was married or had kids. Do you like cats? Sorry, I didn't know if you had any pets. Eleanor's face brightened.
I do. I have 2 cats at home. In fact, my cats came from the same litter with Trixie.
I didn't know that. I was finding out all kinds of things about Eleanor today. How did that happen?
Maggie fostered kittens. She'd bring them to the shop with her. Trixie and Midnight stayed. She might not have been the best around people, but she loved her cats.
My grandmother has 3 cats now. Louise had more cats before a brief stay at a nursing home. One of her cats, a 10-year-old orange tabby, didn't like me. But thankfully, I had bonded with the 2 younger tuxedo cats, Mickey and Minnie. Usually, one or the other, mainly Minnie, stayed in the room with me at night. That would be wonderful if you or someone could give those cats a home.
I will try and find them.
Eleanor bobbed her head. Something felt off with Eleanor. Is everything okay? She looked at me, her eyes wide.
Have you seen Claude? He usually comes in at this time of day."
I tilted my head, concerned with Eleanor's sudden change in topics. "No, I haven't seen him since Monday afternoon. Why?"
"Because he's acting strange lately," Eleanor replied. "And truthfully, I'm worried. I know he's had issues with Maggie. I hope he doesn't get dragged into this mess somehow."
I moved closer to the counter. "Issues? Claude gets along with everyone. He's the nicest guy." Eleanor sighed.
"Yes, he is. He's like his father, who was my dearest childhood friend. I never married, nor do I have any children, so I consider Claude like a son. He usually helps me with my handiwork around the house when he's not busy painting. But he hasn't returned my calls. Maybe he's caught up with a new masterpiece."
"Well, he's painting a portrait of my grandfather. In fact, I'm supposed to stop by this week to see how it's coming along." Wondering where this conversation was headed, I asked, "Why are you concerned about Claude? I know Maggie sold painting supplies in her shop, but I can't see another reason why they would have any run-ins."
"Oh," she continued. "The last time he came over to help me with something, he told me he'd gotten into an argument with Maggie. Maggie was his landlord. The Nelsons owned, and still own, a lot of property in Sugar Creek. Maggie was planning on kicking him out of his studio apartment because he had been late paying rent. It wasn't his first time."
I blinked in surprise. Landlord? I didn't know she owned Sugar Creek Lofts. There are a lot of artists and musicians that use that place. Claude and my friend Blaze had studios in Sugar Creek Lofts, otherwise known as the Lofts. Built in 1909, the building used to be a textile mill. When I went to visit a few weeks ago, I remember Claude telling me the building had sat vacant long after the textile industry shut down in Charleston. Eleanor nodded.
"Yes, Sugar Creek Lofts used to be the Nelson Mills. Maggie's grandfather started the textile mill. I believe it's where the bulk of the Nelson money was earned. When he died, Maggie's father inherited it, but he never knew what to do with it. Because of Maggie's interest in the arts, the building was eventually converted into a place that artists could use and even live."
I never knew that.
Eleanor replied, "Maggie was the oldest of her 3 siblings, and the one more influenced by the hippie days. I will admit, despite her unlikable nature, Maggie was quite the artist when she was younger. She won a lot of awards for her paintings. But after she married and settled down, all of that stopped. I remember when their mother died and Maggie inherited the Lofts. About a year later, she opened Crafty Corner. I also heard that was the year her last child left home, too."
How many children did she have?
Eleanor furrowed her brow. "Only 2 were born. I heard she'd miscarried 2 children. Her oldest boy was killed in a car accident. No one really heard from the youngest child, her daughter."
That's awful. Maybe the loss of her son and daughter not being around had to do with her mood? Eleanor's eyes flashed with anger, something that still surprised me, since I rarely saw her share intense emotions.
"I can guarantee Maggie was probably born mean. When you told me about the police bothering you, which is absurd, it made me think about what Claude told me."
But it was just an argument. People argue all the time,
it didn't mean they were capable of murder, although Claude did see Maggie come into the cafe on Monday night and berate me. And while Claude was the nicest guy I knew, I could see how that might have triggered him. I knew enough from the true crime shows I watched to know that we were all capable of crossing the lines into the unimaginable. What would push Claude over the edge? "Look," Eleanor said softly, "I don't want to cause trouble for Claude. I'm just concerned because I haven't seen him in a few days. He's probably super focused on finishing my grandfather's portrait. We're going to unveil it and hang it up here at the cafe." Eleanor smiled. "It's good to know he's working on something special. I feel better not hearing from him. I bet you will be thrilled with how that portrait turns out." I waved my hands around. I trust Claude. A ton of his work is already on display in the cafe. The door chimes rang, and 2 women walked into the cafe, giggling together. Eleanor waved at me. "I should let you get back to work." Instead of going to her booth, Eleanor left the cafe. I watched as she passed the front window outside, her head down. That was kind of weird. With as cheery a disposition as I could muster, I turned my attention to the 2 new customers. While working on 2 vanilla lattes for the customers, my mind gravitated back to the conversation with Eleanor. I wish she hadn't shared her concerns about Claude. Earlier, I had suspicions about her, which she didn't make any better. Despite the years that had gone by, I could tell there was no love between Eleanor and Maggie. I knew there had to be people who had beef with Maggie. But I didn't like that it was 2 people that I really liked and admired. Chapter 9. Something in the Air. Thursday, September 15th, 1:05 p.m. After the strange conversation with Eleanor about Claude, I worried throughout the night. Thursday morning became even stranger. For the first time in a long time, Eleanor wasn't at her usual booth. Sometimes, if it was raining, she wouldn't make it to the cafe. But it was bright and sunny today. With her being off her writing game yesterday, I figured maybe she'd gotten sick. I knew this time of year hay fever became a problem with folks with allergies. My grandmother was having a time. She'd sneezed so hard a few times last night that she scared me. We laughed about it, but she had me concerned. These older folks around me had me really pondering getting older. I guessed Eleanor to be in her late 50s or early 60s. I could never really tell a person's age. I knew people thought I was like 19 or at most 21. Definitely not 27. It's been hard for me to believe, too. I spent most of my 20s trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. I was still struggling with the adulting part of my life. After the lunch crowd diminished, I asked Faye about heading over to Claude's to check on the painting. Really, I wanted to see how he was doing. He was another regular who'd been missing in action since Monday night. "I won't be long," I said to Faye. "I'm wondering if he and Eleanor ever connected." I had been concerned about my conversation with Eleanor, and I shared my thoughts with Faye. "Do you know where she lives? I don't suppose you have her phone number." Faye's glasses hung precariously around her nose. "You are really worried about our resident writer." I frowned. "Aren't you? I mean, I know Eleanor uses that booth every day like a home office. But she seemed a bit off yesterday. She was so worried about Maggie's cats. I'm also wondering if she's coming down with something, and that's the reason she's not here. Faye nodded. There's definitely something in the air. Could be sickness. But everyone is probably freaked out about Maggie getting killed. She looked around the cafe, her brows furrowed. It's been slower the past few days than it has been in a long time. I'd noticed that too, but I didn't want to say anything. Faye sighed. As long as you're back in an hour. Haley has to leave for her class. Absolutely. I began pulling off my apron. I appreciate it. Faye was the best boss I'd ever had. It didn't hurt that she had her own business, so she could do what she wanted. She was very flexible with her 3 employees. Faye added, Let Claude know I asked about him. I can't wait to see his latest masterpiece. I'm sure it's going to be perfect on that wall. I smiled and turned to the vacant wall space. I felt grateful for all of the support I had helping me honor my grandfather. Being one of Faye's friends, Claude's work hung in various corners of the cafe, but this one would be special. Thursday, September 15th, 1:55 p.m. I walked over to the lofts. The center was only about a block away from the cafe. That's one thing I liked about Sugar Creek. It's a mixture of businesses and communities. The historical property protected a lot of the buildings. The reddish brick building loomed ahead of me as I approached. The building's security was pretty high-tech despite the historic architecture. There were cameras above the entry door, and a resident's key card was required for entry. Or a resident had to buzz guests inside. I went up to the door and pressed the number labeled Claude McKnight. A few minutes later, Claude barked. Hello? He sounded salty, and I was a little taken aback. I knew it had to be almost 2 o'clock. Oops, I forgot he keeps weird hours. Claude, it's Joss. Is this a good time? With a bit more softness to his voice, he replied, Joss, hey girl, come on up. There was a loud buzz, and then the entry door opened for me with a click. Once inside, I passed the music studio. It was the first door on the right after entering the building. The window next to the door was dark, so I knew Blaze wasn't around today. I spent most of the summer in there while Blaze helped me mix the podcast audio. I headed toward a dark wooden staircase that creaked with age. I enjoyed running my hands along the shiny banister as I climbed the stairs to Claude's studio apartment. Most of the studios were outfitted with a kitchen and bathroom facilities, but Claude's was the only one I knew who seemed to stay in the building 24/7. Probably because inspiration came to him mainly at night. He often slept until early afternoon. He must have seen me coming on the cameras inside his studio. I could hear him disengaging the locks, which still took a bit of effort. I thought this was so strange the first time I came to his studio, but I guess his paintings were valuable. He poked his head out. Joss, good to see you. I'm glad you could come by. Claude appeared like he'd just rolled out of bed, but his eyes were bright, as if he'd at least been up for a while. Are you sure? Faye gave me a break, so I hope it's okay to drop in. If not, I can come back later. Claude rarely looked at his phone. Texting him would have been a wasted effort. I grinned. I was curious about how the portrait was coming along. He laughed and waved me inside. Sure thing. Come on in. As soon as I stepped inside, the scent of oil paints and turpentine filled my nose. I'd been here before, so I was used to the smells. I turned to access Claude's tall frame, keeping in the back of my mind some worries Eleanor had expressed. Other than his scruffy attire, which was not unusual, he looked fine and healthy to me. Claude was at least 10 years older than me, but he resembled a surfer boy, clothed in a large gray t-shirt and sweatpants. I could tell he'd been caught up in his work, because his long brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Really, when Claude cleaned up, he was a stunningly handsome dude. With his slim build, he could have been a model. He clasped his hands together like an excited child. "I'm glad you stopped by." Then his smile slid from his face as suddenly as it appeared. "I wanted to talk to you on Monday about my progress, but then everything happened." My shoulders slumped. "Yeah, I know. Maggie happened." Claude touched my shoulder. "Maggie's never been a very pleasant woman. Not that I would wish murder on my worst enemy. Come on, let's look at the portrait. I guarantee it will lift your spirits." I followed Claude over to the corner of the room. We passed by various paintings on the wall which I'd seen before. Claude's work was always a breathtaking experience. His specialty was painting portraits from photos. I'd love the warm but vibrant colors he used to bring the people he painted to life. He'd had a few pieces recently sent to a gallery in downtown Charleston, and another painting to a gallery in Savannah. I loved how much attention he was getting for his artwork, and couldn't wait to share more of his talents with the world. "Are you ready?" Claude ran his hands over his hair, as if he'd just realized he wasn't looking his best. I nodded, unable to speak, which wasn't normal for me. Usually, when I was nervous, I blabbed. I approached the easel where he'd been working. Almost in slow motion, I turned to face the canvas. My breath caught in my throat when I saw the portrait. It was a beautiful rendition of the picture that showed my grandfather in his baseball uniform at bat. The gleam in his eye and the strength in his stance were so lifelike. I felt like he could leap off the canvas and embrace me. "Wow, Claude, it's incredible." My voice hitched as tears welled. I guess after everything that happened this week with Maggie, the interrogation, and my mother, I felt raw and vulnerable. "Are you okay, Joss?" Claude asked, concern etched on his handsome features. He strode over to his desk and grabbed a box of tissues. "I hope those are happy tears." I laughed as I grabbed a few tissues from the box. The joy that bubbled up inside me felt so good. I wiped at my eyes. I just didn't expect to be so moved by this. You've really captured him, you know? He seems so real and lifelike. Thank you, Claude. This means more to me than I can express." Claude glanced away with a small smile on his face. "I'm just glad I could do him justice. I know how much all of this means to you." I finally tore my gaze away from the portrait, though I was grateful to lay my eyes on my grandfather's portrait. I had another reason for stopping by. Hey, on another note, I believe Eleanor was looking for you yesterday. Did you all ever get together? Claude sighed, his shoulders drooping. "Yes, I saw her on the camera. I really needed to keep working, and I wasn't expecting a visitor. She's usually at the cafe, so I wasn't sure why she was stopping by." I frowned. She seemed really concerned about you. Today she didn't show up. I didn't realize you two were close. Maybe you can check on her. Claude's eyes grew wide. "Close? I wouldn't say that. I mean, she and my dad were friends. Really, best friends. They grew up together. I think she feels some obligation to look after me since he passed, but
I've told her she doesn't need to do that.
You must look after her too. Eleanor said you help her out. I teased. Sounds like you are quite a handy person. So many talents. He chuckled.
It took a really long time for this art thing to pay off, you know? So I took up some skills, learned some basic carpentry from my dad. He was a contractor, and I didn't want to hear him talk about me being broke.
That's good to know. I looked at Claude's desk on the other side of the room. I knew he kept a photo of him and his dad on his table. That's what drew me and Claude together. We both lost our dads. Unlike me, though, Claude had lost his mother to a car accident when he was 12. He was an orphan, and I could see how Eleanor, not having kids, gravitated toward looking out for him. So your dad and Eleanor went to school together? Eleanor was telling me earlier that she went to school with Maggie, and that she was a bit of a bully. Claude's eyes clouded.
My dad talked about that often. Except, it wasn't Maggie doing the bullying. It was her older brother, Rick Nelson.
Wow, that whole family is something else. You know the cops questioned me because I found Maggie. It didn't help that she had been in the cafe a few hours before and we argued. I admitted. Claude's eyes widened.
Oh no, Joss. That wasn't an argument. Maggie was just being her usual obnoxious self. They are not trying to pin Maggie's death on you, are they?
It certainly felt like it. At least Detective Wilkes was making me sound like the prime suspect. I'd been joking with Andre last night, but I really hoped the detective would look in other directions for the investigation. Claude sighed heavily, rubbing his neck as if trying to relieve some tension.
You know, Maggie was just like that. She always had to make her opinions known. I had an argument with her a couple of weeks ago.
He confessed. An argument? Claude avoided my eyes.
The Nelson family owns this building, even though the mill closed years ago. You probably know they own tons of real estate. Anyway, things were tough this past winter. I got behind on the rent, but it was my plan to catch up once I sold a few paintings. The crazy thing was, even after I paid her, she was still determined to boot me out of this place.
I frowned. But why? You said you caught up on your payments.
Yeah. She tried to say something about how I attracted too many suspicious people around the place, which made no sense. I'm making a living doing my artwork, just like she had customers coming in and out of her craft shop. I don't know. That day she just seemed to be uptight about something, and I was her scapegoat.
I'm so sorry. I tilted my head as the thought came to me. What happens to this building now with Maggie? Well, you know. His eyes were distant as he considered my question.
I imagine her brother will inherit it.
He finally said,
You know, he's the car dealership guy, with his face plastered on television.
I frowned. Maybe I read and watched too many mysteries, but the person who gained a big inheritance also had a motive. I wondered how well Maggie had gotten along with her siblings, but then I remembered something else. But Maggie had a daughter, too. I guess they were estranged. Claude tilted his head to the side.
You know what? That's right. I remember her being a few years ahead of me in school. Maggie's son died. That whole family was meaner than a sack full of rattlesnakes. They never cared about anybody but themselves.
The vehemence in his tone caught me off guard, and I studied him more closely. Maybe Claude was more affected by the Nelsons than I thought. What do you think the new ownership will mean for you and all of the other artists that use the lofts?
Claude sighed, running his hands across his unruly hair. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to find out either. But I guess we will have to wait and see. You know how you said Maggie's brother is going to inherit this building? That got me thinking. Do you reckon someone in her family might have, had a reason to want her gone? Claude looked at me, his eyes wide. It's certainly possible. From rumors I've heard, Maggie didn't really talk to her brother. And her younger sister went to prison for that fraud scheme. That's why the other day seemed weird, with her coming into the cafe to blast you. I heard she wouldn't even visit her old man when he was in the nursing home.
Well, he had Alzheimer's. I imagine it would be hard to be around someone who doesn't know who you are anymore.
True. Claude looked at me for a few seconds. I know talking to the police probably scared you, but I want you to promise me something, Joss.
I frowned. What's that?
Promise me you'll be careful.
He insisted.
It sounds like you are really curious about Maggie and her family. I don't want anything to happen to you.
I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Claude's warning jolting me, and trepidation climbed up my spine. Still, despite my growing fear, my desire to catch the real killer continued to increase. I had no intention of being anyone's scapegoat. I just hoped the killer wasn't someone I knew and admired. Chapter 10. Unwanted Feedback. Cold Justice Podcast, Episode 3. The Best Friend. Joss. Welcome back to the Cold Justice Podcast. Today, I have as my special guest, Sammy Morrison, who was my grandfather's best friend. Sammy, thank you for joining me today. Sammy.
Thank you for having me, Joss. It's an honor to be here and share my memories of August.
Joss. Sammy, my aunts told me that you and August were inseparable. Can you tell me about some of your most cherished memories together? Sammy.
Your aunts are precious to me. And they're right. August and I became friends because of our love of baseball. We not only played the game, but we collected and traded baseball cards too. As far as memories, there are so many, Joss.
Joss. August was known for his resilience and determination in the face of adversity. How did his experiences shape his outlook on life and his pursuit of justice? Sammy.
August faced his fair share of challenges, Joss. The discrimination he encountered, especially on the field, fueled his desire for change and justice. He believed in standing up for what was right, even when it seemed impossible. August was relentless in his pursuit of justice, not only for himself but for others who faced similar struggles. He was a fighter. Even in the end, that man never backed down.
Joss, as August's best friend, you must have shared many conversations about his dreams and aspirations. Can you tell us about the impact he wanted to make in the world? Sammy.
August had big dreams, Joss. He envisioned a world where everyone was treated with equality and respect, regardless of their race. He believed in the power of education and music to break down barriers and bring people together. August wanted to inspire others, especially young black men, to reach their dreams and know that they could achieve greatness. I was honored to be his friend.
Joss. Sammy, we're here today to uncover the truth behind August's murder. Can you share any information? or insights that you may have about that fateful night. Sammy. Joss, that night, it's etched in my memory. I was with August, just a few hours before his tragic death. We were playing a gig at a local club, and everything seemed fine. But as I left, I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. Something didn't feel right. The people who'd cornered him in the alley had been on him for weeks. But their bullying didn't stop him from going on with his life. I've been haunted by that night and the questions that remain unanswered. Joss. Thank you for sharing, Sammy. I've appreciated getting to know you. Your stories have brought me closer to my grandfather, even if only through memories. Thursday, September 15th, 6:07 p.m. Because of the events that happened next door, Faye postponed Friday Night Jam until next week. I guess I should be grateful she didn't cancel it and make us wait until next month. We'd already advertised it and people were used to attending. I spent the rest of the afternoon in Faye's office contacting singers and musicians. I'd posted new graphics on the cafe's social media pages with updated event date information. I never thought I was good at it much, but I enjoyed experimenting with templates and customizing graphics for the cafe. It was fun and relaxing. While on her computer responding to people on Instagram and Facebook, I took a peek at the Instagram page I'd set up for the podcast. Thank goodness I'd only set up one social media network. It was hard enough to keep up with all of the comments on one. Plus, the more I scrolled through the comments, the more my mood grew sullen. Social media could be hit or miss with me. I was happy with about a quarter of the comments. It didn't surprise me that not everyone loved the podcast, but there were way too many comments that reflected Maggie's opinion. Why is this podcast stirring up things in the community? It's past history. Who cares? He probably deserved it. Do you think this has anything to do with Maggie Nelson's death? Suppose it was a revenge killing. My mouth grew dry and my body felt flush with anger. People were really speculating about Maggie's death on my podcast's IG page. That was not good. Did the cops look at this kind of stuff? No wonder Detective Baez decided to listen to the podcast. Faye entered the small office, startling me out of my thoughts. She eyed me for a few seconds before asking, "Are you okay, Joss? You look like you're going to be sick." I gulped and closed the browser window. "I'm fine." I didn't want to share what I'd just read. The cafe had already suffered enough this week with the lack of business. I forced a smile like I always did. People are disappointed, but happy we postponed the jam until next week. A few people thought we should do a tribute to Maggie. Faye scoffed. "The way she treated you? I don't think so." I figured it would take some of the attention off of me. Surely the cops can't think I killed a woman and then turned around and celebrated her life. Apparently, some people thought the podcast and Maggie's death were related. Faye peeked over her glasses at me. "You don't need that kind of attention. I'm sure people are talking enough without us adding to the mix." I sighed. I knew I couldn't keep anything from Faye. She probably saw the page before I closed the browser. People are definitely talking on social media. Faye's eyes were sympathetic. "I figured. You can't let the comments from the Maggies of the world get you down. We'll pray that all of this blows over soon. I'm pretty sure with Maggie being from the infamous Nelson family,
There has been some pressure on the police to arrest someone. I frowned. I hope it's not me. Faye shook her head. They have no evidence. I pulled off my apron. Yeah, I guess you're right. I hope none of this, the podcast or Maggie's death, is affecting the cafe. Faye crossed her arms. Yes, I've noticed it's been slow most of the week. Don't think I don't hear you, Brianna and Haley whispering. Despite everything going on, you girls don't have to worry. The cafe is in good shape. Actually, Friday Night Jam brings in a good cash flow each month. And you've seen me increasing the baked offerings, even offering breakfast and lunch items. I smiled. You are a boss, lady. I know things will pick up next week. Good news is the performers I contacted are ready to go next week. I snapped my fingers. I need to check in with Blaze to make sure he can DJ for us since this is off schedule now. You know, he and Sammy have been missing in action this week. I wonder what that's about. She shrugged. Well, the gossip train ebbs and flows. There will be something new next week, and I expect everyone will want coffee for their soul. She waved her hand. You can head home. Joe is going to come by so we can hit the town tonight for dinner and a movie. He has to go out of town this weekend for a relative's funeral. I grabbed my bag from my locker and shut it close. You're not going with him? Faye shook her head. No. Besides, Joe and I spend every day together. Not to be funny, but a solo Netflix and chill night is on the menu for me. While I wished I had someone, my relationship goals were batting 0. It always seemed like I was on the opposite end. And here Faye was looking forward to a chance to spend time away from her man. I pulled my keys from my bag and called over my shoulder. I'm heading out. Faye rose from her desk and followed me up to the front of the cafe. I grinned back at her. Enjoy your night out and your week of solitude. Faye snapped her fingers. Girl, I plan on it. You have a good night, Joss. And no more looking at those comment sections. After Faye closed and locked the door behind me, I glanced over at the craft shop. There were more flowers piling up outside the door and someone had set a candle up. I was glad Maggie had some people who missed her. I just wished she'd left me alone. Thursday, September 15th, 6:21 p.m. Once inside my car, I didn't start the engine right away. With the jam postponed, my mood had become more unsettled. I wondered if normal would ever return. I texted Blaze before I forgot. Joss, we postponed Friday Night Jam until next week. I hope you can still DJ. He responded a few minutes later. Blaze, really? What's up? Joss, bad timing, the other night. Blaze, you at home? Joss, on my way. Blaze, can you drop by? I want to hear more. I looked at the text message. This wasn't the first time Blaze had asked me to drop by. We mainly hung out in the studio when we worked on the podcast. I'd been avoiding his home base, but I wanted to check on Sammy. I started up my car and glanced at the dashboard clock. Blaze's house was on my route home, so it wouldn't be out of the way. I smiled when I saw Sammy on the porch. It was good to see him. I grew fond of Sammy after my aunt introduced him to me. Being my grandfather's best friend, he had a plethora of stories to share from their childhood. Sammy had introduced me to his grandson.
Blaze and I kicked it off, but soon fizzled. We had this shaky friendship that was at times awkward, but I was grateful Sammy held nothing against me for breaking up with his grandson. He even hinted to me that Blaze could be a little rough around the collar. I pulled into the driveway behind Blaze's Dodge Charger. The two-family house had 2 front doors, with the right side leading to Blaze's residential area. The other entrance was Sammy's part of the house. I had grown pretty familiar with the residence years ago, but rarely visited now. Sammy sat on the small porch strumming his guitar. He gave me a big, toothy grin as I walked up the steps. "Hey, Sammy, I haven't seen you in a few days. Faye baked fresh pies this morning." Sammy smiled. "You know, I knew there was something I missed today. Faye's sweet potato pie reminds me of my mama's cooking." I grinned. Well, it was a little slow today, so I'm sure she will have plenty for tomorrow. I'm going to head in to see Blaze. Faye moved the jam to next week. You haven't been in a long time. Sammy nodded, but didn't respond. He seemed to drift off, while he absently strummed the guitar. I frowned, thinking either he didn't hear me or forgot I was standing there. Blaze opened the door, suddenly peering out at me. "Hey, Joss." He glanced over at his grandfather, a worried expression on his face. "Pops, you doing good?" Sammy blinked. He lifted his face and stared blankly at Blaze. Finally, he smiled. "I'm enjoying this evening breeze." It was a pleasant evening, and I was glad my curls hadn't turned into a frizzy fro. The summer heat and humidity still liked to sneak in, even though it was after Labor Day. But that was the pleasure of being in the South. "Pops, let's get you inside." Blaze glanced at me. "Can you stay a minute, Joss?" I knew I should be going now that I saw Sammy, but I smiled. "Yeah, sure." Blaze walked Sammy inside, who I guess had grown tired. I waited on the porch for what felt like a long few minutes. I almost started walking to the car. Blaze came out and waved me toward his door. "Sorry about that. Come on in, Joss." Against my better judgment, I followed Blaze inside his home, which looked like the typical bachelor pad. A large, flat-screen television was mounted on the wall, and next to his black leather couch, game controllers decorated the coffee table. Unlike other bachelor pads, Blaze's DJ equipment sat in the corner along with stacks and stacks of vinyls. Barefoot and dressed in his usual attire of hoodie and jeans, he turned to face me. His smile made me feel things I shouldn't. Blaze was a handsome guy and could easily pull any woman he wanted. In fact, when we were dating, I soon learned as a DJ he had his own set of groupies. I asked, "So, I hope you can MC and DJ next Friday at the Jam. I know you are pretty booked up with other gigs." "Y'all are in luck. I had a gig out of town, but they canceled." He took a seat on the couch. "The music community really appreciates Faye for providing a venue to introduce local acts. I will do my best to always be available. Take a load off your feet. I know you've been on them all day." I sighed and then plopped down in the chair across from the couch. A few summers ago, when Blaze and I dated, I was over at his house so much, my mom had accused me of moving in. Since I had clothes, toothbrush, makeup, and everything else over here, I did stay a few months after my lease expired on my apartment. That was also when I discovered how intense Blaze could be. I often hung out at the clubs or parties while Blaze DJ'd. What I hadn't realized before then, Blaze had a temper, which led to multiple run-ins with other individuals. A man started flirting with me, which wasn't an uncommon thing. But that night, Blaze took offense and punched the man in the face. His violence landed him in jail, but the other man decided not to press charges. Things were never right after that with us. While he never harmed me, I didn't feel comfortable in an intimate relationship with him after that. His rage scared me, but that was the past. And even though he was the first person to come to mind to help me with my podcast, I still tried to keep a bit of distance between us so there was no wrong ideas. I'd gotten into that trap before, of going back to an ex when I knew I should have kept it moving. I've posted on social media and reached out to all of the acts that were on the waiting list the last time.
Sounds good to me,
Blaze said and leaned back on the couch, with his hands behind his head.
The jam has been picking up lately. I hate we have to slow down the momentum. I assume Faye wanted to let the talk about Maggie Nelson die down.
You got it. An uncomfortable thought crossed my mind, and I knew I had to address it. Hey, Blaze. I found out something interesting the past couple of days. Did you know Maggie, or at least her family, owned the lofts? Blaze raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the question.
Yeah, I knew that. I can't say I was happy about it, but I heard Maggie's mom was into the arts and insisted on having a place that supported the artists here in Sugar Creek. Why do you ask?
Sorry, I said, feeling a little embarrassed. It's just that, well, the police questioned me like I did her in. She went all ballistic on me because of the podcast. But I figured I wasn't the only one she blasted. Blaze sat up.
I knew the detective talked to you that night. He asked you more questions?
Yeah, I had to come in the next day and give an official statement. It turned out to be more of an interrogation by Detective Baez and Detective Wilkes. You know, I had a run-in with Wilkes a few years back. She's not pleasant at all. Andre seemed to be okay.
Andre?
Blaze frowned.
You're on first-name basis with the detective.
I gulped. I meant Detective Baez. Long story, but we have mutual friends. So I've met him outside of his cop persona. Blaze's eyes flashed.
You should still be careful. It wouldn't look good if you said something to him and he used it against you.
I held up my hands. Don't worry. I wasn't sure if Blaze was concerned about me or jealous. He seemed to get a bit too hot under the collar, with my snafu mentioning the detective by his first name. I'm pretty sure someone else will come out on top having it in for Maggie. Did you ever notice any conflicts between her and anyone else? Blaze's frown increased in intensity as he seemed to ponder my question.
Claude got into it with her a few weeks ago.
Did he? I didn't want Blaze to know that I knew that information. I wanted to hear his take on the argument, especially if he'd heard it.
Sometimes Claude gets so caught up in painting his masterpieces that he forgets to pay the rent on time.
Blaze confided.
Maggie came by the lofts more than once. The last time she came by, I heard her screeching as soon as I opened the door to the music studio. It's soundproof in there, so I don't know how long they'd been going at it. I could tell Claude was livid. I would have been too. She threatened to have him and all his stuff tossed out on the street.
No way. That was more serious than Claude explained.
She could have ruined some of his artwork if she did something like that. Blaze nodded. Exactly. Look, I'm sorry to hear about the police breathing down your back. You've been through a lot lately. How are you holding up?
Thanks for asking. I offered him a small smile. I'm managing. An uncomfortable silence snuck up between us. It wasn't the first time this had happened, and when it did, I took it as my cue to leave. I pulled out my phone. Oh my goodness, I need to get home. Louise is going to be looking for me. I really appreciate you being so flexible about Faye changing the date for the Friday night jam. I popped up from the chair, my legs feeling a bit wobbly from sitting. Blaze stood from the couch and quickly stepped up beside me.
Are you sure you are okay?
Yeah, I stuttered, trying to plaster on a convincing smile. I was a little startled at how fast he crossed over to me. We were so close I could feel the warmth radiating off his skin. His eyes were super focused on me.
So, how are things with your grandmother? How does it feel living with her?
A genuine smile tugged at my lips as I thought of Louise. Honestly, it feels like home. We get along so well.
I'm glad you found her. Family's important.
His eyes were distant. I knew how much Blaze cared about his grandfather. Sammy had raised Blaze after his dad killed his mom. Blaze's dad was still serving a life sentence in prison. We were still a bit too close, so I stepped back. How's Sammy doing? We missed him at the cafe this week. Blaze began, his voice tinged with concern.
Pops has been having some memory issues lately. I've been trying to keep him close so I can keep an eye on him.
Really? I asked, my eyebrows knitting together in worry. How bad is it? Blaze hesitated, fiddling with the hem of his shirt.
He's been forgetting names and details more often than usual. He wandered around the neighborhood once and got lost.
He sighed.
He's lived here his whole life. It's just hard to see him struggle like that, you know?
I had no idea. I knew I shouldn't. But I was a touchy-feely chick, even when I shouldn't be. So without thinking, I placed my hand on his arm to offer comfort. My mind raced with thoughts of Sammy. Such a kind, gentle soul. Have you considered getting him checked out for Alzheimer's or dementia?
Talking Pops into getting diagnosed isn't easy,
Blaze admitted, rubbing the back of his neck.
He's always been stubborn, but lately, it's like he's scared, you know? Like he doesn't want to face it.
I'm so sorry. I really appreciate Sammy being okay with me interviewing him for the podcast. I could tell he and my grandfather were quite the pair back in the day. Blaze grinned.
Yeah, Pop's memories about those days are really good. What happened to August still gets to him after all these years. Pops has never really cared much for the police because they didn't convict anyone in your grandfather's death.
Speaking of the police, did they talk to you or Sammy after what happened to Maggie? He sighed, running a hand over his fade.
No, and I hope they don't. It's never a good idea for the cops to come around.
The tension in his voice was palpable, and I could see that he was genuinely worried for both himself and his grandfather.
I worry about Pops, you know.
I knew Blaze had his own run-ins with the law, too. Another reason I knew he wasn't the one for me. I get it, I said softly, meeting his eyes. Hey, change of topic? I suggested, trying to lift the mood. I wanted to say thank you again for helping me with the audio mixing on the podcast. You've been amazing. Blaze's face brightened and he visibly relaxed. Not a problem, Joss. By the way, Blaze added, reaching out to give my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I'm proud of you for telling your grandfather's story. It's important that people know about his life and what he went through. Thank you, Blaze. That means a lot coming from you. Though his words touched me, his hand on my shoulder felt a little uncomfortable. So I adjusted my bag, shifting it up further on my shoulder. I better head home. He dropped his arm and stepped back. Let me walk you out. Blaze flashed me a friendly grin. With the sun down, it was considerably cooler, and I shivered a bit until I reached my car. I looked through the passenger window and saw Blaze watching me. I waved at him and then started the car. Despite his intensity sometimes, Blaze really was a cool guy. It was too bad things didn't work out between us, romance-wise. A few minutes later, I pulled up to the house. Louise had left the porch light on for me. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Fishing it out, I noticed a notification from my personal IG page. I turned off the settings on my podcasts page. Those comments could wait until I could settle myself to absorb them. My heart dropped when I read the comment from the alert notification. I don't blame you for what you did. She deserved it. What? Who posted this on my personal IG page? I read the name. Ray Silva. I didn't recognize the name, and the person didn't have a picture. Ironically, they had a cat for their avatar. Normally, a full name was required for signing up on social media, but often people still hid their identities. Was this Ray Silva a real person? If so, he or she had crossed the line. Posting your opinion about the podcast was one thing, but I couldn't have people on my personal page inferring that I had something to do with Maggie's death. A shudder ran down my spine as I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that threatened to overtake me. Chapter 11. Nip this in the bud. When I entered the house, Louise sat in the living room in her recliner, watching Law & Order SVU. I felt guilty for being late. We usually watch the show together. Then fear replaced my guilt. Louise looked up as I entered the living room. One of the tuxedo cats, Minnie, was on her lap. There you are. I was going to ask Eugenia and Amos to help me look for you. I sat down on the couch, still gripping my phone in my hand. I wasn't sure why, but I felt violated. The person who posted the comment probably meant nothing by it. Apparently, they were not a fan of Maggie's, but they were slinging my name around like I was a suspect. Louise sat up, and Oreo protested that she had the audacity to move. Joss, what's wrong? You look upset. Normally, I wouldn't share things like this with my grandmother, but I was living in her house. I also really needed to know what to do. Someone posted something on social media that got under my skin. I relayed what it said. What? Who in the world would do that? Who's Ray Silva? Louise's face had turned red. Call the police. They need to track this person down. I frowned. Grandma, it doesn't work like that. With surprising speed, Louise pushed the lever on the recliner down and sprung up with her hands on her hips, like she was ready to fight. Why not? They have to be a local person, right? I don't understand why people just post anything they want. That person can't get away with it. I stuttered. Yeah, you're right. But what good will the cops do? She shuffled over to me. What about the detective on the case? Surely you should let him know someone is trying to smear your good name. I don't know if I could handle Detective Baez right now. Still, what else could I do? I slumped on the couch. Okay, I'll call him, but I doubt he can do anything. Louise nodded. I will be right here. If he tries any funny stuff, I'll sick Tiger on him. The image of the fat orange tabby cat attacking Detective Baez almost tickled my funny bone. Then I sobered, because I wasn't trying to have me and Louise locked up tonight. Maybe you should keep Tiger in the bedroom for a bit. Detective Baez arrived quicker than I thought. Nosy neighbors would notice his dark sedan, but at least it was more discreet than a patrol car. My heart did a little flip as I looked at his strong jawline and those eyes that seemed to see right through me. I really hadn't expected him to make a personal visit after I called and left him a message about the Instagram comment. It seemed silly to do after I got off the phone. Are you going to introduce us? Louise prompted. Yeah, Detective Baez. This is my grandmother, Louise Hopkins. Detective Baez smiled at me and then turned to Louise. Great to meet you in person. I heard your interview with Joss on the podcast. Louise held her hand to her chest. You did? Well, that's so nice of you to listen. It's a compelling story that needs to be shared. Suddenly, I wanted to get this over with. Look, now that I think about it, maybe I overreacted by reaching out to you. Joss, you were right to be alarmed. I take this very seriously. We have released nothing to the public about our investigation. I know, I murmured. I believe the timing of the podcast coming out and Maggie's death is not helping me. Please, have a seat. Louise gestured toward the couch. Would you like anything? Maybe some coffee? He sat down and smiled up at Louise. Coffee would be great. Thank you. Louise winked at me before she left the living room. I blushed. Louise missed nothing. I messed up by almost calling Detective Baez by his first name. Then my flustering around him probably made me appear like some teenager with a crush. Joss, he began, his expression serious. I've been thinking about your podcast and can't help but wonder if it might have inadvertently instigated aggression from someone. Or perhaps it's being used as a smokescreen for a personal vendetta against Maggie. Wait, what? My heart raced as I processed his words. Was he implying that I'd created these problems with the podcast? Look, I stammered, forcing myself to sound calm. I know people are talking and feel the same way Maggie did. I never expected my podcast wouldn't ruffle any feathers. It's a sensitive topic, even today. But I definitely wasn't looking to cause trouble. Joss, I'm not accusing you of anything.
Detective Baez reassured. But sometimes, when you stir up the past, we uncover things others would rather keep hidden. It's possible your podcast has done that. I rubbed my temples. But those directly involved in my grandfather's case are long gone. It's not exactly a secret that Maggie's father, Chuck Nelson, was the main instigator in the attack on my grandfather. It's all on public record, as well as the fact that he and his buddies were never convicted. Detective Baez raised his hands in a placating gesture. I'm just trying to consider every angle. I haven't listened to all the episodes yet. Did you ever mention Chuck Nelson by name in your podcast? I shook my head. No. I mentioned no names at all. I made a choice to do that so I wouldn't cause any trouble. I realized the Nelsons still carry weight in this town. The most important thing was to share my grandfather's story. I didn't want them suing me. Detective Baez crossed his arms, looking exhausted. So, Miss Nelson was upset even though you didn't directly mention her father's name. He looked off to the side for a few seconds, as if deep in thought. He turned his attention back to me. But she's the one who's dead. And someone thinks you did it. Why do you think someone would try to link Maggie's murder to you? I have no clue. Are you going to look into this Ray Silva? I can look into it. But I have to ask who knows about the argument between you and Maggie. It wasn't really an argument. She came into the cafe fussing. I thought about the people I'd talked to in the past few days. Faye, Brianna, Miss Eugenia, Louise, my aunts, Lisa and Chris, Eleanor, Claude, Sammy, Blaze. I put my head in my hands. I've been running my mouth. I probably messed myself up. Detective Baez looked at me wearily. Maybe you should tell me the people you talked to. I rattled off the list of people I'd just thought of. But nobody on that list would mean me any harm. Detective Baez, if you talk to them, isn't that going to make me look more guilty? Don't worry, and call me Andre, he said, flashing me a warm smile. I narrowed my eyes. Aren't you on duty? He grinned. Technically, I've been off duty for 2 hours. Okay. Andre. My cheeks heated at the sound of his name on my lips. Why did you come? You could have sent Detective Wilkes. Something tells me she never takes off early. No, she doesn't. And I told you, I want you to reach out to me for anything. No matter how small. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries wafted through the air as Louise entered the living room. I eyed her, wondering how long she'd been eavesdropping. I was sure the former president of the neighborhood association had not lost her touch with gathering information. Here you go, Detective. I hope you can help Joss. She's been through enough this week. Andre's eyes widened. Wow. This is quite the spread, Miss Hopkins. Call me Louise, since it seems we're on a first-name basis. My grandmother grinned like she'd struck gold. I caught Andre's eyes as he took a sip of coffee. While I would never admit it out loud, I was glad he came. Friday, September 16th, 9:08 a.m. Louise, in her typical fashion, tried to get information out of Andre, which I had to give my grandmother props.
She did that. Before he left, we found out Andre was a military brat. Andre told us his family had lived overseas in Japan for 2 years, and he had lived in quite a few states, including Fayetteville, North Carolina, for 2 years. While he did JROTC in high school, he opted not to go into the military, choosing instead to attend the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill to study criminal justice. After graduation, he entered the police academy. Like most cops, he worked patrol for a few years before moving into a detective role in the cold case unit at the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. I would have loved to hear more about some of the cold cases he'd run across and why he jumped into homicide, but it was past Louise's bedtime. After the detective left and I'd settled in my room for the night, my mind stuck on the fact that Andre had stayed so long at our house. Eventually, I zoned back to the reason for the visit. I hadn't said anything to Andre or my grandmother. I knew both would frown on the idea, but I wanted to dig up more information about Ray Silva. If I hadn't vented to Louise, resulting in Andre coming over, that's what I would have done. I clicked on the name so I could view the profile more closely. That quickly became a dead end since the person's profile wasn't public. I scrolled down their public posts, which were mainly the same cat in the profile picture, likely a white Persian, and some random photos of a beach. I wasn't sure if the person lived near the beach or if they had been vacationing. The profile offered no clues to the identity of the person. That creeped me out because the person made their comments anonymously. They didn't want people to know who they were. Who was hiding behind the name Ray Silva? I still wasn't sleepy, so I grabbed my pen with the purple ink. I found blue and black ink boring. Then I reached for a notebook I occasionally used as a journal. My therapist a few years ago started me journaling. It worked wonders in the beginning. I poured all of my angst about relationships that had gone bad, my mother's disappointment in me, my older brother disappearing from my life, and how much I missed my dad into my journal. While I was confident Andre didn't think of me as a murderer, he still had to solve this case. And he had a colleague who would not take me off the suspect board so easily. I wished Maggie had stayed over in her own shop instead of coming over to bother me at the cafe. What was so crazy was I'd never had an issue with her before. I guess she'd never had a reason to blast me. Maggie had to know the story about August and Louise. I guess over the past year, with me living with Louise, people had to know I was her granddaughter, the product of a forbidden love affair years ago. Why did Maggie come into the cafe to pick a fight with me? I doubt she even listened to the podcast. She probably just heard the mention of my grandfather's name and had been triggered. Did the Nelsons even talk about what happened all those years ago? I can't imagine it was something they sat around the dinner table and discussed. Maggie should have been deeply upset, just like any other human being with empathy, that her dad had gotten away with murder. Instead, she'd inherited his ugly traits of bullying and superiority. I'd given Andre a list of names, but Maggie had been cruel to other people besides me. I wrote 2 names, Eleanor, Claude. Both Sugar Creek regulars admitted Maggie had been a problem for them. While I liked her, Eleanor's words and her odd behavior the past few days had me wondering about her. I thought about Eleanor's habit of visiting the coffee shop, which was pretty routine except for this week. She usually arrived mid-morning after the breakfast crowd and occupied her booth. Sometimes she left, I assumed, to stretch her legs. But she wouldn't be gone long. I had the sense that her home was within walking distance because I never saw her in a car. I drew a line on the next page of my journal. I wrote 4 p.m. Usually, a little before 4 o'clock, Eleanor packed up her things to head home. On Monday, I recall looking at the clock behind the counter and noting it was already after 4. Eleanor had stayed a bit later than usual, even accepting a refill. Maggie closed her shop at 5. But she didn't do that this past Monday. Instead, she stomped into the cafe, which made me wonder when she first heard about the podcast. She had all day to say something to me. When she came into the cafe, she practically shoved her phone in my face. How did she find out about the podcast? Was she on social media? I shifted on the bed and grabbed my phone. I did a quick search to find the Crafty Corner on both Facebook and Instagram. I groaned. She had it shut up tight with the privacy settings. There were no posts, just pictures of Maggie with the cats. Eleanor had mentioned that Maggie fostered cats, and there were plenty of pictures of various litters of kittens. I swiped the app closed. To me, her social media profile didn't match the woman. But most people posted what they wanted the world to see on these networks. What I knew about Maggie, she had routines. Why on Monday didn't she just call it a day and go home like she usually did? Was there some reason she stayed later? If so, why would she let someone in the shop when normally it would have been closed? This is where I grew uncomfortable, with the 2 people I jotted down that had conflicts with Maggie. Would either Eleanor or Claude have gone to see Maggie after they left the cafe? Eleanor's statement was the most ominous. You are going to get what's coming to you. Then there was Claude. Even after he caught up his rent, Maggie had threatened to throw him and his artwork out. He probably would have to find another place in Charleston to set up shop. This city supported the arts, but I knew Claude grew up here in Sugar Creek. He had fond memories of his father and really loved the lofts. But Claude was steaming mad about the way Maggie treated me, too. Suppose he stopped next door and had words with Maggie? I slapped the notebook shut and returned it to my nightstand. I didn't want to think about Eleanor or Claude as a suspect. With the lamp off, I laid my head against the softness of my silk pillowcase. My jumbled thoughts warred with exhaustion. Sleep won the battle, but my dreams tormented me. Chapter 12. Weird Vibes. Friday, September 16th, 10:08 a.m. Business had picked back up on Friday morning. Unfortunately, it was just me and Faye handling the morning crowd. Haley had class, and Brianna had picked up a singing gig in Savannah. I didn't mind the business, especially after downing a cup of joe myself. Well caffeinated, I fulfilled orders until about 10 o'clock. Even though we'd gotten the word out on our social media pages about the postponement, most of the morning customers asked about Friday Night Jam. At least we knew how much the community enjoyed the monthly event. It was a lot of work to coordinate, but I wish we did it more often. There was always a waiting list of musicians and singers who wanted to showcase their talents. I wiped tables, noticing once again that Eleanor wasn't in her usual spot. I hadn't seen Claude either. My face must have appeared troubled when I came back around the counter. "Joss, are you holding up okay?" Faye asked, concern etched on her face. "You're not still looking at the comments section, are you?" Nope. I'd told Faye about the strange comment first thing when I arrived this morning. I also shared my thoughts about Eleanor and Claude. She'd known them longer than me, and I felt terrible that I'd even consider them suspects. She eyed me. You look deep in thought. You're not planning on engaging with that person. Ray Silva? I shook my head. What can I do? Message them and say I didn't do what you think I did? Good. Don't invite trouble. I'm sure Maggie did what she did best. She probably made someone furious at her. I nodded. I'm sure whoever killed her didn't plan it. I can't get that look on her face out of my mind. She looked really surprised. I guess that person was so angry. They couldn't stop themselves from pushing her down or something. Maybe they didn't mean for her to die. Faye emptied the filter and inserted a new one. What do they call that? A crime of passion? Yep, I said. Hey, has Maggie ever approached you before? Faye sighed and pushed the button to start the coffee brewing. She turned around and faced me, her arms crossed. Am I a suspect now, too? Of course not. You have a better alibi than me. Joe has your back. Faye held her hand to her chest and laughed. I'm just joking. And unfortunately, yes. She tried to get the cafe closed down a few times. My eyes widened and my heart skipped a beat. What? Are you serious? When did this happen? Faye waved her hand. This would have been a few months before you started here. I sucked in a breath. How did she try to get you shut down? Faye shook her head. She had an inspector sent over. When they got here, they found nothing. We still got an A rating for our inspection. She did that to other people on this stretch, too. There's not a single shop owner who hasn't heard Maggie's mouth. There goes the suspect list. It could have been anyone on this block. By the way, I said, how did you end up getting your hands on this cafe? Faye hesitated for a moment. You know, most of the buildings on this block were owned by the Nelsons. I tilted my head to the side and stared at Faye. No wonder they could get away with murder. Did that family own everything in Sugar Creek? Her face appeared grim. It seemed like they did. But years ago, after Charles Nelson, the first Chuck, died, the family went through some tough times. This cafe used to be a restaurant, and they placed it up in an auction. It was the perfect spot for me to start my new business. If I hadn't told you before, you've done an amazing job with this place. Thanks, Joss. Faye peered around, looking almost teary-eyed. I hated the arts weren't valued in schools anymore. I wanted to create a space that supported the arts, even if it was just a small corner of the world. This place is an inspiration to everyone who walks through those doors. I wish I had more artistic vibes myself. Joss, don't sell yourself short. Faye insisted. You have your own kind of art. Your storytelling, your podcast. I never thought of it that way. This week has put a downer on everything. Faye touched my shoulder. Why don't you put thoughts of Maggie and the Nelsons out of your mind? It's the weekend, girl. I know, but it would be better if Andre could make progress in the case.
Andre?
She raised an eyebrow. I slapped my hand across my forehead. Detective Baez. Faye teased.
I noticed the sparks between the two of you the first time he came in here.
She grinned at me.
Have you ever thought about the possibility of, well, you and Detective Baez?
Really, Faye? I groaned. Not you two. Lisa, Chris, and my grandmother were all in matchmaking mode this week. Faye arched an eyebrow and pointed her finger at me.
You can't deny there's something there. Besides, it's past time for you to have a good man in your life.
It was my turn to eye Faye. How do you know Detective Baez is a good man? You were warning me to get a lawyer earlier this week. Faye shrugged.
From what you've told me about him, he sounds like he's trying to do his job. Like really investigate and not railroad you into being a suspect. Besides, if he really thought you were a suspect, he wouldn't have been making a house call last night.
He talked to my grandmother more than me. Faye laughed.
I bet Louise had plenty of questions.
Yeah. She practically squeezed his whole life story out of him, which was pretty nice to hear. Faye poked my arm.
See? You are definitely interested in him, so stop denying it.
She headed back to her office. I sighed. I wasn't in denial. No one knew better than me how the handsome detective had me feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. In some weird way, Maggie Nelson had been the source to bringing us together. The door chimes snapped me out of my thoughts. I glanced at the clock on the wall behind the counter, noting it was almost 11 o'clock. The lunch crowd would trickle in soon. I looked up and saw a woman approach the counter. I recognized her from earlier this week. This time, she wore a bright yellow top and green pants. On most people, the outfit might not have worked, but she pulled it off with her vivid green eyes. The first time I saw her, I thought there was something familiar about her. I turned on my friendly barista smile as she reached the counter. "What can I get for you?" She returned my smile with one of her own. "I think I will have a vanilla latte and a banana nut muffin." "Good choice." I rang her up and then quickly prepared her order. When I returned with it, I couldn't help but ask, "Do I know you? You look so familiar to me." The woman hesitated for a few seconds, like maybe I shouldn't have recognized her. But she wasn't the kind of woman who blended into the background very well. She grimaced slightly, like I'd caught her or something. "You probably don't know me, but I know you." "What?" I tried to maintain my professionalism and not freak out. I stuttered. Really?" She set her shoulders back, the smile now gone. "I'm Renee. Renee Nelson." I wanted to melt into the floor. The last thing I needed was to deal with yet another member of the Nelson family. Friday, September 16th, 11:58 a.m. A miracle saved me from my impending meltdown. The lunch crowd stormed the cafe, so I didn't have time to ask questions. Faye came from the back office, her eyes wide at the long line. With the dismal business we'd had the past few days, I knew she had to be relieved. As I took orders, I observed Renee sitting in a booth. Why was she here? Did she intend to confront me, like Maggie did earlier this week? While I had my back turned to customers, I blew out a breath, so my anxiety wouldn't have me hyperventilating. I mean, I wasn't even sure the woman was related to the Nelson family. But something about her caught my attention. It took me 30 minutes before the wave of taking orders, fulfilling coffee requests, and packaging up lunch goodies slowed. As I wiped off the counter, I recalled my conversation with Eleanor a few days ago. Maggie had a daughter. That woman had similar green eyes, so they must be kin. Then, the part about her knowing about me. What did that even mean? "Hey, Faye?" I asked as she filled the glass display with more banana nut muffins she'd made this morning. "Do you know if that woman over there is Maggie's daughter?" Faye almost dropped the pan of muffins. She sat it down on the counter and whirled around to look at me. Today, she was sporting red cat-framed glasses, which sat perched precariously on the edge of her nose. What? I didn't know Maggie had any kids, or that she was married. I held up my hand for her to keep her voice down. She's at the corner booth. Anyway, Eleanor told me earlier this week, but she also said the daughter was estranged. Faye squinted at the newcomer. "I've never seen her before." I nodded. "She was here on Wednesday." Faye huffed. "I don't like it. If she causes any trouble, we're calling the police." I don't think it will come to that. At least I hoped. But the woman had been in here for a reason. Maybe she'd been next door at the craft shop and wanted to stop in and get some coffee. The problem was, she'd been in here for at least 45 minutes. I fully expected her to be gone by now, but she had pulled out an e-reader. Maybe she wanted to talk to me. I decided there was only one way to find out. Faye gave me some serious side-eye when she saw me grab a steaming pot of coffee. "Joss, what are you doing?" she asked. I smiled. "It's time for refills." What did she think I was going to do? Douse the woman with hot coffee? It's why our regulars love to visit us. Our sign clearly said free refills for dine-in customers only. I approached the booth. Renee must have inherited her looks from her dad's side of the family. While she had her mother's eyes, she looked so different from Maggie. Definitely more sophisticated. Renee's shiny hair flowed down her back, and she'd applied makeup to her face. Maggie may have been pretty when she was younger. Now that I know more about her, I wondered if life had just taken a toll on her. Something made her mean. It was hard to feel sorry for someone who seemed so bent out of shape about everything. "Can I top you off?" I asked, doing my best to sound cheerful and nonchalant. Sure, thanks, Renee said. She pushed her cup to the edge of the table. I could feel her stare as I poured. I knew I might regret asking, but I couldn't help myself. So, are you related to Maggie Nelson? Renee's expression shifted slightly, and she hesitated before answering. Yes. Her eyes bore into me. She was my mother. I met Renee's eyes and the knots in my stomach pulled tighter. Was that animosity in her eyes? Did she come in here thinking I had something to do with her mother's death? I placed the coffee pot on the table so I wouldn't drop it. I'm sorry to hear about your loss. Thank you, Renee replied, her gaze never wavering. And like I said, I know who you are. I felt a wave of cold air from somewhere rush down my spine. That's when I noticed Renee had laid her tablet down on the table. My heart skipped a beat as I peered down at the screen, recognizing the familiar artwork for the Cold Justice podcast. I see you're listening to my podcast. I felt the heat rise in my cheeks. But you still had to dig a little to find out more about me. Like the fact that I work here at the cafe? Renee picked up the cup and took a slow sip of her coffee before responding. My uncle told me it was all my mother raged about before her death. So anything that upset my mother, besides me, struck my curiosity. I sucked in a deep breath to control my nervousness. I don't want any trouble with your family. If you're listening to the episodes, then you know I haven't focused on my grandfather's killers, Renee finished. Why didn't you? It seems like that would have made it juicier. For the true crime crowd? I narrowed my eyes. Because all of them are dead. Plus, this was about remembering my grandfather and what he meant to his family, friends, and the community. Renee nodded. I admire you. It takes a lot of courage to pull something like this together. I wasn't sure where this conversation was going, but if Renee wanted to start something, I had a hot pot of coffee at my disposal. I changed the subject to something safer. Do you plan on taking over Crafty Corner? Your mother seemed to have loyal customers. That's the only explanation I could come up with in my head for Renee's visit. Renee shot me a look as if I'd suggested something laughable. Then she cackled. Who, me? No, I'm not interested in that place at all. I'm just here because my dad said I should come. Oh, this woman was a bit on the cold-blooded side. I almost felt sorry for Maggie. I didn't realize Maggie had family. I've never seen you before. Renee shrugged. I don't live in South Carolina anymore. My parents divorced years ago, after my brother died. He was their golden boy, an only child for a long time. I popped out as a surprise 10 years after him. She turned to look out the window, as if she wanted to hide her pain. Unfortunately, I could see her reflection in the glass. The nervousness I felt a minute ago faded away. She was the sort to come off with a hard edge, probably to hide what was going on within. I cleared my throat. I was a daddy's girl. My dad died a few years ago. It's been harder to get along with my mom. Never can seem to do anything right for her. Renee turned around and stared at me. Her face softened. Well, Joss Miller, we definitely have something in common there. I always got along better with my dad, too. But even he changed after my brother died. So as soon as I turned 18, I was out of here. Now I'm back because someone finally offed my mother. Finally? I raised my eyebrow. You don't sound surprised. She didn't really sound like a grieving daughter either. Renee furrowed her eyebrows. It was bound to happen sooner or later. I'm just glad I wasn't around to catch the blame. Now, I had issues with my mother, but it would crush me if something happened to her. Renee's bitterness made me ponder if she'd seen her mother prior to her untimely death. So what's going to happen to the shop? Surely you can find a buyer for it. Renee pushed her coffee cup to the side. Probably, but that's not my problem. I'm sure Uncle Rick will be more than happy to take on that task. Your uncle? Doesn't he have enough going on with his car dealership? Apparently not, she replied with a shrug. Her green eyes darkened with irritation. He's always looking for new ways to expand his empire. That kind of thing runs in the family. I'm just sticking around to see if my mom left me anything in her will. Then I'm heading back to San Diego. Once again, I couldn't help but feel a slight twinge of sadness for Maggie at Renee's words. It appeared her own daughter cared little for her, only showing up after her death to claim whatever was left behind. Despite this, I knew it wasn't my place to judge. It sounded like the loss of Renee's older brother had upset the balance of the household. I understood those dynamics from my family. I cleared my throat. That makes sense. Leaving everything for your uncle to work out, since you have your own life in Cali. Renee revealed a genuine smile. I do. Actually, I own a coffeehouse, except mine includes a bookstore. By the way, this is some fantastic coffee. She looked over at the sign that hung above the counter. Coffee for the soul. It's been a pleasure sitting in here, very cozy. And I love the artwork. I nodded. My boss, Faye, is an artist herself. She's really big on supporting the arts. Renee stuffed her tablet in her bag. Wonderful. I'm glad I came by. I frowned. Did she come here to spy on me? If Maggie was complaining about my podcast to her family, did all of them hate me for bringing up the past? It hadn't even occurred to me that I would come under scrutiny from the Nelson family. Is there some other reason you came in here? Renee's eyes pierced me as if she was looking through my soul. There's no need to worry about me. I think you're cool. I have a lot of folks in my family who like to blast hot air. My uncle, now he's the one you need to watch out for. With that statement, Maggie's daughter strolled out of the cafe. Flabbergasted, I wasn't sure how long I stood there before I returned to the counter and placed the coffee pot back on the burner. Faye had finished replenishing the baked goods behind the glass display. She stood up and looked at me. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I can't believe you went over there to talk to her." "What did she say?" "You look shell-shocked." I crossed my arms over my chest. That was a weird conversation. I'm not sure if I should be relieved or scared. I filled her in on my conversation with Maggie's daughter. Faye shook her head. "Sounds like Maggie was just as awful to her own flesh and blood. Think about what you've learned about Chuck Nelson and all his hateful ways. All that stuff gets learned and passed down through the generations. Sounds like Renee was one of those kids who railed against all that toxicity and decided she wanted nothing to do with that." I rubbed my arms as if I'd caught a chill. Probably good she moved across the country. Renee seemed nice on the surface, but I have a feeling things were probably really nasty between her and her mother. I cocked my head to the side as the thought occurred to me. I wonder how long she's been in town. Faye raised an eyebrow. "You're thinking mother and daughter had a confrontation earlier this week?" "It's possible. She certainly was bitter enough, and the will seems to be her main concern." Faye shook her head. "Was that her only concern? While I appreciate that she liked the coffee, I doubt she came in here to do a market study of Sugar Creek Cafe." "No, probably curious about me. I guess people are talking about me. Do you suppose that's why business slowed down earlier this week?" Faye held up her hand. "I'm sure the murder next door had people pausing. But people know you. You really took on coordinating Friday Night Jam. And you're well known in the music and arts community. The podcast elevated you, and people see you doing good things." I sighed and closed my eyes. It's messing with my head. I don't want people thinking I'm some vigilante. Faye stated, "Maybe you should stay off of social media for a while." I threw up my hands. You are probably right. Hey, what do you think Rick Nelson will do at the shop next door? It's not like he's going to run it. Sadness crossed Faye's face. For a brief second, she looked ready to cry. I reached over and touched her arm. "Are you all right?" "No, I'm not. I hate to say this, but Maggie's death isn't good for this cafe or any of the businesses on this street. I've heard that Rick Nelson is more than just a shrewd car salesperson." I nodded. Her brother strikes me as the consummate business person. More like ruthless, Faye said, as she grabbed her empty pastry pans and headed to the back. He's the one you need to watch out for. Renee's ominous warnings still rang in my ears. I wondered if the small suspect list I started included a family member. Chapter 13. Tasty Encounters. Cold Justice Podcast, Episode 4, The Teacher. Joss, welcome back to the Cold Justice Podcast. Thank you for joining us for Episode 4. I have a very special guest with me. Esther Gibson was August Manning's former teacher. Miss Gibson, thank you for joining me today. Esther:
Thank you for having me, Joss. It's an honor to share my memories of August with you.
Joss: Miss Gibson, you had the privilege of teaching August Manning. Can you tell us a little about him as a student and what he was like in the classroom? Esther:
August was an exceptional student. He possessed a hunger for knowledge and a genuine curiosity about the world around him. He was diligent, respectful, and always eager to learn. To this day, I still remember that little boy who excelled on every test and had a thirst for learning.
Joss: My grandfather's love for baseball was well known. He was in your 5th grade class, which was also the same year he started playing. How did he balance his schoolwork and playing sports? Esther:
August's passion for baseball was contagious. He would often incorporate the sport into his assignments and projects, finding creative ways to bring his love for the game into the classroom. August's dedication to baseball and his dreams of becoming the next Jackie Robinson fueled not only his ambitions, but inspired his peers too.
Joss: August's murder was a devastating loss for the community. How was the community affected? Esther:
The community had great hopes for August. Everyone recognized his incredible talent and believed he had the potential to make a significant impact, both on and off the baseball field. August represented more than just a talented athlete. He was a symbol of hope and progress. The community saw in him the possibility of breaking barriers and challenging the racial prejudices that plagued society at the time. I would say his loss broke a lot of people's dreams and hearts, even their spirits. Many people were afraid anyway during those times, and his murder seemed to compound that fear even more.
Joss: Thank you, Miss Gibson, for sharing your insights and memories of August Manning. Your perspective as his former teacher provides valuable insight into his character and the impact he had on those around him. September 17th at 2:36 p.m. My grandmother's voice broke through my thoughts. I moved off the bed where I had been sitting since getting dressed. After the week I had, I needed this. Time to be around people I loved while eating good food. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, Louise looked up at me.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm okay. Let's get next door. I'm starving."
"That's my girl."
Louise beamed. I didn't want Louise to know all of the thoughts running through my head. Meeting Renee Nelson yesterday had made me more anxious. What were her true intentions? And what would happen if Maggie's brother paid me a visit too? Did he feel the same way about the podcast as his sister? It was like this dark cloud lingered over my head, taking away from all of the things that I wanted the podcast to do. It wasn't fair. As we crossed over to the yard next door, I took in a deep breath, inhaling the mouth-watering scents of fish frying and food grilling. The atmosphere was buzzing with laughter and conversation as the Patterson and Jones family gathered for Aunt Esther Gibson's birthday celebration. Eugenia and Amos always had family get-togethers, especially after church on Sunday. They celebrated all the holidays and everyone's birthday. It made living with Louise even more appealing. The festivities reminded me of how it used to be when my dad was alive.
My mom would laugh, and my older brother would cut up and play pranks. But those were all distant, sometimes painful memories now. Being around my grandmother, Eugenia, and her family had filled in some of those empty gaps. I tried to talk my mother into coming, but she wasn't interested. Aunt Ruth and Aunt Thelma wanted to come, but they had some obligations at church. They'd mailed their former teacher a gift. "Joss, dear, let's talk to Esther first," Louise suggested. Great idea. We wove through the crowd of family and friends toward the lady of the hour. Esther sat in a wheelchair, but I could tell she was a tall woman. Even while sitting, she exuded strength and wisdom. "Happy birthday, Miss Esther," I called out as I neared her. She turned toward me, her eyes lighting up. "Joss, Louise, so glad you could make it." We both bent over to give her a hug. I stepped back. "I wanted to thank you again for being on my podcast. It really means a lot to me." "Of course, it was my pleasure." Esther chuckled. "Thank you for explaining to me what it was. I'd never heard the term before, but Sister Cora played it for me the other day. I understand you must have thousands of listeners." I scrunched up my face. "More like hundreds, but at least people are listening." I watch the data most every day now. Esther held out her hand and touched my arm. "It's wonderful that you are telling your grandfather's story. He would have been so proud of you. I think she takes after him. What do you think, Louise?" My grandmother beamed up at me. "Yes, she does. She's got his charisma and gumption." These two women were about to have me melt into a puddle out here on the grass. Thank you, Miss Gibson and Grandma. Their encouragement meant the world to me, especially after the drama surrounding Maggie's death. I leaned toward Louise. "We should probably get some food. Happy birthday again." "Thanks, Joss." Esther grabbed my hand before I could walk off. Her grip was surprisingly strong for an 80-year-old. "I heard about Maggie. Sometimes people just can't face the truth. But you do what God placed on your heart to do. We're all praying for you." "Thank you," I murmured. I needed all the prayers I could get. I wandered toward the food and grabbed a plate. It was hard to choose, but I settled on piling my plate with fried fish, hush puppies, and a generous helping of coleslaw, before making my way to the picnic tables. "Joss, over here." Lisa waved at me from across the yard. Her and Chris were sitting together. "Hey, y'all." I plopped down next to them, setting my plate on the table. "This spread is lit." "Right?" Lisa laughed. "My mama and Amos don't mess around when it comes to food. Wait till you see the cake. It's Aunt Esther's favorite." Oh my goodness. I hope I saved some room. Chris laughed. "I'm sure Eugenia and Amos won't mind you grabbing some take-home plates." "True that. Hey, Chris, thanks for hooking me up with Officer Lyons. I was a little worried at first, because he wouldn't hardly answer any questions, but once he warmed up, it was like he'd been waiting to get the story of finding my grandfather off his chest after all of these years. At the time of my grandfather's murder, Officer Lyons was the only black officer on the force. And he was the first on the scene after someone anonymously reported finding my grandfather's body. His interview had me more choked up than I expected. Chris nodded. "I'm glad I could help out. I listened to that episode the other night.
That had to be the hardest one to record.
I swallowed my food before answering. Yes, I expected some emotions when I interviewed Louise, my aunts, and even Sammy. But, no offense, but I always think of law enforcement as being cold and hard, like nothing affects them. Lisa said, "That's because there are so many bad apples in the media. But my Chris here and Amos are good cops." Chris added, "Well, we're not the only good cops." I noticed Chris looking past me. Puzzled, I turned and saw the familiar figure of Detective Baez, shaking hands with Amos. My heart skipped a beat. Despite my circumstances, the detective's presence was growing on me. Saturday, September 17th at 3:01 p.m. I turned around to find both Lisa and Chris grinning at me. I narrowed my eyes. It looks a little suspicious to see Andre here. Look at her, on a first-name basis. I slapped my forehead. I wished that man never encouraged me to call him by his first name. Chris shrugged. The man has to make friends somehow, right? Right. I smiled. Andre strolled up to the table, his dark eyes meeting mine, with a hint of a smile on his lips. I was definitely not mad about seeing him in those jeans. They looked even better on him than the suit. "Joss," he greeted warmly. "Andre," I said sweetly, ignoring Lisa and Chris eyeing us in the background. "Hey, man." Chris stood. "Let's get you a plate so you can join us." Andre grinned. "Absolutely. Thanks for introducing me to Detective Jones. He encouraged me to try his fish. It sure does smell good." I watched Chris walk Andre over to the table of food. Ooh, someone's got it bad for Detective Baez. Or should I say, Andre? Lisa poked me in the ribs. "You might have found yourself a keeper." "Ouch, girl!" I laughed, rubbing my side. "Okay, I know you are in your romance phase with all this wedding planning, but what makes you say that?" Lisa raised an eyebrow. "You can't take your eyes off him, and he made a beeline straight to you when he got here." I grimaced. "He's probably just keeping an eye on his number one suspect." Lisa crossed her arms. "Now, you know Andre doesn't believe you did anything to Maggie Nelson. I heard from Chris that Andre made a case in front of Detective Wilkes about making sure they don't zone in on one person. That's good to know." "Well, there are other people who had beef with Maggie." Lisa tilted her head. "Why are you sounding like my mama? You haven't been investigating on the side, have you?" I shrugged. "I wouldn't call it investigating, but I have picked up a few things here and there." "A few things like what?" a male voice inquired. I jolted. Lisa and I had been talking, so I didn't notice Andre and Chris return. I couldn't tell if my stomach started doing somersaults because of his proximity or because he might have overheard us talking. Lisa didn't give me time to recover. "Joss has been looking into who else might have killed Maggie." I protested. "I have just been asking questions." Andre sat down, and his eyebrows furrowed together in worry. "That's not a good idea. Have you read any more interesting feedback on Instagram?" "Girl, you need to stay off of IG." "What's going on?" Lisa and Chris were talking over each other at the same time. Instead of answering, I sighed and took out my phone. After opening my Instagram app, I scrolled to the post with the comments and turned my phone so Lisa and Chris could read it. I had been guilty of looking at the posts several times. Chris looked up at Andre.
Why would someone assume Joss did it? That's dangerous to spread a lie like that.
Yeah, tell me about it. I deadpanned. Andre nodded.
I agree. Can't you just delete the comment? We have screenshots of the person's profile.
If I delete that one, I would have to delete almost a third of the comments. That one was the only one that flat out stated I must have killed Maggie. The other ones, well, I'm sure those are from people who obviously haven't listened to the podcast. Lisa touched my arm. Like Maggie Nelson. She should have just left you alone. How I wished. Do you think her killer could have been someone I know? Andre shook his head.
It may not be someone as close to you as you think, but you never really know the people around you either. I've been looking at your Instagram page. The folks making those comments are cowards.
You're right, Andre. But y'all are talking about creepy stuff, and this is supposed to be a birthday celebration. Lisa clasped her hands to her chest. You don't really think someone is going to bother Joss, do you? I looked on as Andre exchanged looks with Chris. They both might have been off duty, but I could tell they hadn't turned off their detective mode. Finally, Andre looked at me.
You should still be careful, and let me know immediately if you receive any other messages, or if anything else strange happens.
What if I told you I ran into someone interesting yesterday? Now all of them, Lisa, Chris, and Andre, were looking at me.
Who?
They asked at the same time. Apparently, Maggie's prodigal daughter, Renee Nelson, is back in town. Of course, she would be here for her mother's funeral. Lisa leaned forward. Did she say something to you? Not at first, but she showed up at the cafe on Wednesday. I thought she looked familiar, but I didn't think anything of it. When she came in yesterday, and this time, it felt like she wanted to make her presence known. She knew who I was, and she was listening to the podcast. Andre pushed his plate to the side.
So, what did she say to you? Was it confrontational?
I shook my head. No. That's what was so weird. She's been estranged from Maggie. I guess since she left Charleston. She told me after her older brother died, everything in the house changed. Lisa raised an eyebrow. She told you all of this? Yeah. She was really candid, like TMI. But the creepy part is, it was like she expected her mother to lose her life at some point. That really shocked me. She said she came in from California because her dad told her to come, and she wanted to hear her mother's will. That's cold. Lisa sat back.
Wow.
Chris shook his head. Andre stared at me, his eyes definitely intrigued.
So, you're thinking the daughter could have done something to her mom?
Or the brother. I leaned in. Did you know Rick Nelson inherits everything Maggie owned? Like the craft shop and even the lofts? Lisa sucked in a breath. Wait a minute. She owned Sugar Creek Lofts? How did she get her hands on the Arts Community Center? I said, it belonged to her mother. Actually, it used to be the Nelson Mills. So, it's been in their family a long time. I'm not sure how the siblings split up the family properties.
Chris stated, "If the mother owned the lofts originally, then maybe she passed it on to Maggie in her will." I nodded. That makes sense. Andre took a sip of his iced tea before commenting. His face looked troubled. "You have been doing your homework. Like I said, you should be careful. You could set off the wrong person." Chris added, "Yeah, like a powerful person. Rick Nelson is one to watch, because he's well connected with folks like the mayor." Andre added, "And the police chief." That's when it dawned on me. So you all have been getting pressure from Rick. I guess he's breathing down the chief's neck about Maggie's death. Funny, because I heard him and Maggie didn't get along either. Andre nodded. "We've heard the same. But, despite whatever went on between them in the past, he's the overly distraught brother now." Great. That's not what I need to hear. Between Faye's worry and now what Andre confirmed, the last person I wanted to run into was Rick Nelson. Thankfully, in that moment, Miss Eugenia rolled out a large sheet cake. I didn't think I would have room to eat any more food, but somehow the calories I'd consumed disintegrated with all the talk of the Nelsons. I was too tired of dealing with that family. We all sang happy birthday to Miss Esther. Despite being in the wheelchair, she helped cut the cake. As we settled back at the picnic tables with slices of cake, I couldn't help but steal glances at Andre. He and Chris had moved over to where Amos and the other men in the family were discussing the football season. Apparently, there was a game on tonight. I enjoyed seeing Andre at ease among the other men, laughing and joking, like he'd known them all his life. Andre must have sensed me staring at him. He caught my eye and winked, causing a shiver of excitement run down my spine. I grinned like an idiot before turning away. I looked down at my phone, finding nothing in particular to look at. Maybe Faye and Lisa were right. Maybe I would find something special with this handsome detective. Only time would tell. Chapter 14. Trouble Brewing. Monday, September 19th, 9:04 a.m. It'd been 1 week since I found Maggie dead, and despite the good time I had this past weekend, a dark cloud still loomed over my head. Until the mystery of Maggie's death was solved, it was going to be a struggle. Eleanor had returned to her usual spot. I brought her first round of coffee along with a cream cheese pastry. "It's good to see you. Are you doing okay? I was worried about you," I asked as I set the tray down near her laptop. She beamed at me. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I got in touch with my friends at the animal shelter. Trixie and Midnight are settled at my house now. That's why I've been away. There was no point in trying to write the past few days." Really? That's awesome news for this Monday morning. So are all your kitties getting along? Eleanor laughed. "I think after a while everyone will be on better terms. You know cats." I nodded. They can be pretty territorial. Did you ever talk to Claude? She nodded. "Yes, he came by on Saturday and helped me with my cat door. Since I'm out of the house most of the day, I wanted the kitties to be able to enjoy my backyard. Come and go as they please. Now, dear, I'm doing all the talking. How have you been? I know this past week was awful for you." "I'm praying for a better week. By the way, I met Maggie's daughter last week."
Eleanor sat back, her eyes wide behind her circular glasses. I've never met her. I only remember her son because I taught him 1 year when I was still teaching English at the high school. Maggie raised an eyebrow. What did she want? Don't tell me she continued what Maggie started. I shrugged. She came in the cafe looking for me. It was a weird conversation. I don't think Renee really liked her mother, or at least that's how she came off to me. Eleanor crossed her arms. I'm not surprised. That whole family seems to have missed the boat on being civilized, or even understanding the golden rule of treating your neighbor as you would want to be treated. I looked around to see who else was sitting near Eleanor before stepping closer. I received several warnings, even from Renee, to watch out for Maggie's brother. You knew him. Would he really make a big fuss about Maggie's death? Oh my! Eleanor drew up tall in the seat. Maggie could be very vocal and annoying, but she mostly stayed to herself. Rick, on the other hand, was and still is that classic jock from school who always had to be the center of attention. He sucked people in with his charm, but he was just as much a snake as his dad. Even more snaky because of the charm thing. Hopefully he won't bother you. There's no need anyway. You just happened to find Maggie's body. Sometimes I wished I'd found her sooner. Maybe she would still be alive. I sighed. Other times I wish I'd just went to my car. But then who knows what would have happened to Trixie and Midnight. Eleanor gave me a warm smile. I know. You saved those fur babies. And that was a good thing. Thanks, Eleanor. I turned toward the front of the cafe. I should get back over there and help out. Brianna was working today, and we took turns at the register, fixing orders and wiping down tables. I cleaned up the cream and sugar sidebar and was heading into the back when the door chime signaled another customer's arrival. I quickly put the dish rag in the laundry pile and washed my hands. When I came around the corner, I almost stopped dead in my tracks. The man who stood on the other side of the counter stared back at me. For a brief second, I thought about turning around. Was he here to cause trouble? I certainly hoped not. As a local celebrity, he was recognizable, thanks to his flashy TV commercials and larger-than-life personality for Nelson Car Dealership. Seeing him close up, I was pretty sure his hair wasn't real, especially the blonde part, above the graying dimples. I took a deep breath and walked up to the counter. In the back of my mind, I prayed, Lord, please help me. Protect me from whatever is about to come my way. Good morning. What can I get for you today? My smile was so forced I felt the strain on my cheeks. Rick Nelson was also the spitting image of his dad, my grandfather's murderer. Those piercing green eyes ran in the family. Morning, he boomed. What a nice little place. From the side, I glimpsed Faye coming from the back office. Coffee for the soul, I stated, if he even had one. My nerves were on edge from my head down to my toes. Why would Maggie's brother suddenly decide to grace Sugar Creek Cafe with his presence? I was surprised he didn't show up last week. To be honest, the fact that my boss came all the way from the back added to my nerves. That meant Faye was nervous about Rick, too. "I'd like to try an espresso," he said, flashing me a charming smile that probably sold more than a few cars over the years. He peered over at the glass display, briefly glancing at Faye. "Is that sweet potato pie?" Faye nodded. "Yes. Would you like to try a slice?" He grinned. "Absolutely." "Coming up." I rang up his order and swiped his card. I glanced at Faye. So far, so good. But, like his niece the other day, I knew Rick wasn't in here just because he wanted to try our coffee. He was taking his sweet time, so something was up. I quickly prepared his espresso, while Faye sliced the sweet potato pie. My mind raced with questions. Was he here to confront me about Maggie's death? Did he have thoughts about the podcast like his sister? "Here you go," I said, handing him the steaming cup and a container with the pie. I packed it to go because I thought maybe he would leave, but he didn't. He grabbed a table in the middle of the cafe and sat. I looked past him and noticed Eleanor's eyes were riveted on Rick. Did seeing him in the flesh bring back old, forgotten memories for her? As if he'd just recognized her, Rick called out, "Hey, Ellie. Long time no see." Other patrons turned to look at the man, who started a conversation from the center of the cafe. "How's your book coming along?" he asked. Eleanor shut her laptop, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Hello, Rick. It's going well, thank you. What brings you here?" I couldn't help but watch their exchange. Knowing the history between them, I felt bad for Eleanor. I looked to my side, and Faye had moved beside me. She hissed, "This is not good. Why didn't he take his food to go? Better yet, what did he really come in here for?" I shrugged. I had no idea, but inquiring minds wanted to know. "It's been a hard week," Rick announced. Eleanor nodded solemnly. "I'm sure it's been tough for you and your family. I'm sorry for your loss." "Right." Rick took a sip of his coffee, his expression unreadable. My intuition told me there was more to this interaction than met the eye. I bit my lip, trying to figure out how I could join the conversation without making my intentions too obvious. Then I did what I did best: be direct and stick my nose in. The opposite of what Andre told me to do over the weekend. But I'd rather not be sideswiped by Rick like his sister did to me last week. I grabbed my usual prop, the coffee pot. "Time for refills." "Excuse me," I said softly, approaching between the two tables. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, and I just wanted to offer my condolences about Maggie, too." Rick turned his gaze toward me, his eyes appraising me for a moment, before he flashed his trademark salesperson smile. "Thanks. I appreciate that." But there was something off about his tone, and his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Will you be keeping Crafty Corner open?" Rick shrugged, taking a sip of his coffee. "I haven't decided yet. I have my hands full. Why, are you interested?" "Oh no, crafts aren't my thing, but it would be nice to know if we are going to have a new neighbor." He sat his coffee cup down. "Truthfully, I haven't really thought that far," he admitted. "Of course," I replied. I had a feeling he had $signs in his head all the time. I wasn't buying that he didn't know what he wanted to do with that place at all. I smiled. That makes sense. It just seems like Maggie had so many loyal customers. It would be a shame to see that place close down. Rick took another slow sip from his coffee his gaze never leaving mine. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what happens once they find who killed my sister. The police are dragging their feet, almost like they don't care. I frowned, trying to decipher the look in Rick's eyes. Was he suspicious of me? I shook my head slightly, hoping I was just imagining things. It's Joss Miller, right? Rick's eyes were still locked on mine. I could see Eleanor shift in the booth out the corner of my eye. I guess you've listened to the podcast, like your sister? It's been very informative. He stood up from the chair and flashed me the same smile I'm sure he used to sell a car. So what was he trying to sell me? Interesting how a young person like you is diving into ancient history. Seems like you would be more into making TikToks or YouTube videos. That's what my grandkids do, at least. Well, I never got to know my grandfather. This was the best way to learn more about him. Smart girl. He smiled. Ellie, so good to see you. I will be on the lookout for your next book. Y'all be good now. I watched as the door closed behind him, my mind racing with questions. Why had he mentioned my podcast? What did he really think about it? Monday, September 19th, 11:02 a.m. The sudden sound of the coffee grinder startled me out of my thoughts. I glanced over to see Faye's stormy face. She'd also been watching Rick's exit out of the cafe. I walked over. Are you okay? He's up to something, she huffed. He has some nerve coming in here. I watched him looking around the place. Maybe he was admiring what you did in here, I suggested. Please, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. He came in here with an ulterior motive. What do you think he's really up to? I asked. Who knows? Faye replied, her voice laced with bitterness. But mark my words, Joss, that man is trouble. As I mulled over her words, I couldn't help but acknowledge the nagging suspicion at the back of my mind. Could he be involved in his sister's murder somehow? She had to have had an argument with someone. Someone shoved her down, maybe not meaning to kill her. Faye shook her head. I've never seen Rick in this cafe for the entire 6 years we've been open. I didn't tell you this last week, but when this place was auctioned, he was not pleased I'd won the bid. Why didn't he bid on it? Faye shook her head. That's a good question. He will probably inherit everything, including Maggie's craft shop. I wouldn't put it past him to try and acquire the whole block if he could. Faye's eyes narrowed as she glanced out the window. Including this cafe. I sucked in a breath. For what? Another car dealership? Besides, he can't do that to you and the other small business owners around here. He would hear from the community. A community that had remained over the years predominantly people of color. I doubt he would care. Faye looked at me intensely. I saw you talking to him. He pretends to be nice, but he's not. Wait a minute. I stammered, the words tumbling out before I could think them through. But Faye. I grabbed her sleeve to get her full attention. Answer me. Do you think it's possible that he had something to do with Maggie's death, to get control over her shop? Faye's eyes grew wide. I don't think he would go that far, but I wouldn't know. But Joss, your obsession with this is scaring me a little. Promise me you'll be careful, Joss. I've got a bad feeling about this whole situation. I promise, I assured Faye. Good, she said. Now, let's get back to making coffee. I promised Faye I would be careful, but that didn't mean I would not try to figure out what Rick was really up to. Not only had Rick's niece warned me, but Andre hinted Rick had been causing problems for his boss, which naturally trickled down to him and Wilkes. Sounds like there could be more disastrous results because of Maggie's death. There was nothing I could do about past run-ins with the Nelsons, but I intended to stop this Nelson from ruining my life. Chapter 15. Double Doubts. Tuesday, September 20th, 9:40 a.m. I looked up to see Detective Andre Baez walking into the cafe, his eyes meeting mine. A flutter of excitement tickled my stomach as he approached the counter. I smoothed down my apron, trying to suppress the grin that threatened to spread across my face. "Calm down, girl." "Detective Baez." I greeted him. "What can I get for you today?"
"Hey, Joss," he replied. "I'll take a black coffee, please."
"Coming right up," I said, turning to prepare his drink. As I worked, I couldn't help but steal furtive glances in his direction. There was something about Detective Baez that intrigued me, besides the fact he was tasty to look at. The warmth of the coffee cup seeped through my fingers as I handed it to Andre. Our fingers touched briefly during the exchange. I put my hands down by my side, feeling a bit electrified from our fingers brushing. "So, any updates on Maggie's case?" I asked. Andre's gaze lingered on me for a moment. As if he wanted to tell me something, he sighed and set the cup down on the counter.
"Joss, you know I can't discuss ongoing investigations."
"Fine, keep me in the dark then," I said with a playful pout, my eyes narrowing slightly as I feigned frustration. Andre chuckled.
"I really enjoyed seeing you at the birthday celebration this past weekend."
He took another sip of his coffee, eyeing me over the rim of his cup. My cheeks flushed at the compliment. A rush of excitement coursed through me like a jolt of caffeine. "It was good seeing you too," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady despite my heart racing. "Are you sure you can't at least share a few things? Like, am I going to have any Nelsons after me?" Andre tilted his head and eyed me.
"I can see why that's a concern."
"Rick Nelson was in here yesterday." He straightened, returning his coffee cup to the counter. His brows wrinkled in concentration.
"What did he want?"
I gulped, not expecting to be the center of his attention. It was kind of nice and overwhelming at the same time. Honestly, I don't know. Maggie seemed to be the only one in the family who was pretty straightforward about her thoughts and opinions. I'm finding the rest of the family a bit too subtle. Actually, pretty sneaky. Andre nodded. Maybe he had experienced the same behavior.
"Well, I can tell you that Renee flew into Charleston International Airport on Tuesday evening."
I narrowed my eyes. She didn't waste any time. So, she has an alibi. But why stop here? And why the interest in the podcast? Andre glanced at me.
"I can see how disturbing this can be. She said nothing threatening toward you, right?"
"No." She was a little too candid. It sounded like her family had been talking about the podcast. She said her father encouraged her to come. So maybe Maggie was talking with her ex-husband? Or the podcast came up at a family gathering With her brother, Rick. I don't know. But it feels like something was said to shine attention on me and the podcast. It's clear to anyone that keeps up with social media that some suspicion has been shown on me about her death.
Unfortunately.
Andre picked up his coffee and sipped. He seemed to be thinking through my theory.
Sounds plausible. About Renee. So she came over here to check out the person, who could be a prime suspect. But she must not have seen anything in you that concerned her because she didn't confront you.
I made a face. Can you really look at someone and tell that they're a killer? I shook my head. Not that I am. Andre chuckled.
I figured that out for myself, Joss. I'm just concerned that you're safe.
He rubbed his chin.
What about Rick? Any threats?
No, nothing like that. But it's possible he could rack up in real estate here. I suppose he has an alibi too. Andre chuckled again.
You're trying to squeeze whatever you can get out of me.
Absolutely. I grinned, enjoying that he would consider talking to me. Our eyes met, and while I knew he would have to go to work at some point, I didn't want him to leave. I could talk to him all day. Of course, I had my own job to do, like serve coffee. The door chimes broke my heart. I had customers to take care of, and as much as I didn't want to, I needed to get back to work. My thoughts crashed further as I glimpsed Sammy and Blaze behind the detective. My eyes connected with Blaze, who had a sour look on his face. Oh boy. Tuesday, September 20th, 9:40 a.m. The look on my face must have alarmed Andre. He spun around to face Sammy and Blaze. I watched as both young men locked eyes with one another.
Hey, Joss,
Sammy said cheerfully as he approached the counter. He was oblivious to his grandson and the detective's stare-down.
I heard you guys have a fresh batch of sweet potato pie today. You know I can't resist that.
I glanced at Blaze before responding. One slice coming right up, Mr. Sammy.
Make that two,
chimed Blaze, though his tone was markedly less enthusiastic than Sammy's. Instead of meeting my gaze, his eyes flicked nervously between Andre and me. Sure thing, I said. I grabbed 2 containers for the pies. Another reason why Blaze and I broke up was his mood swings. No doubt he was a great musician and DJ. But as quickly as he was the life of the party, he could also drag you down. I knew he'd been upset about Sammy's memory issues. But today, I could tell he just didn't like seeing me talking to another guy. Probably didn't help that Andre was a cop. I snapped the lid on 2 generous slices of pie. Here you go. Enjoy.
Thanks, Joss.
Sammy beamed. His eyes twinkled. It was good to see Sammy was in a better mood than his grandson. Blaze paid for the order, barely managing a terse nod before turning to leave. He made a wide berth around Detective Baez as he followed Sammy to a table near the windows. I was grateful that Blaze sat with his back to me.
Who was that?
Asked Andre, his brow furrowed with concern.
He seems tense.
I squirmed a bit before I answered, and though I was just answering Andre's question, I felt like a snitch. Blaze. He's a DJ, and that's his grandfather, Sammy Morrison. Andre nodded.
You interviewed Mr. Morrison on the podcast.
Yes. He was my grandfather's best friend. You've listened to all the episodes? I forgot Blaze and his behavior as I focused on the detective. I knew it was his profession, but I appreciated that he remembered details. Andre smiled.
I have.
That made me blush.
And your relationship with Mr. Blaze?
He asked. Too stunned to speak, I sputtered. How did... Andre finished his coffee before answering.
He's not over you.
I leaned closer, intrigued. You can tell all of that from a brief encounter?
I'm a guy. It's not rocket science to know how another guy feels about a woman.
Andre held up his cup.
Can I get a refill?
Sure. Faye had warned me about being too close to my ex-boyfriend. But I wasn't so sure how I felt about Andre picking up on that. I definitely wanted him to know there was nothing going on. I poured fresh coffee into his cup and handed it to Andre. He's an ex. Nothing is going on. Andre grinned. This time, the exchange seemed even more intimate. I could barely tell the difference between the warmth of the cup and his fingers brushing mine.
I'll see you around,
he replied.
And if there is something I think you should know, I will tell you.
Thanks, Detective. I watched him walk out of the cafe before taking the next order. After serving several orders, I grabbed a cloth to wipe tables. I wanted to know what was up with Blaze. Sammy grinned as I approached, a crumb of pie clinging to the corner of his mouth.
This is good. Just the right amount of nutmeg and cinnamon.
I know Faye will be happy to hear that. I turned to face Blaze. Everything okay with you today? Blaze was busy tapping away on his smartphone, trying to appear nonchalant. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the corners of his mouth drawn into a tight line. Blaze? Annoyed, I put my hands on my hips. What's your problem? He glanced up from his phone, his eyes narrowing as he met my gaze.
That cop sure hangs around you a lot,
he replied curtly, his voice sharp and defensive. I raised an eyebrow. Not all cops are bad.
Maybe.
Blaze slipped his phone into his pocket and gave me his full attention.
But I've seen enough bad ones to be wary.
Fair enough, I said, studying him more closely. He seemed exhausted, like he hadn't slept in a few days. I wondered how Sammy was doing. Was his memory issue getting worse? I had noticed that Sammy wasn't as talkative. In fact, he seemed more focused on the sweet potato pie and how it reminded him of his mama's pie. But you shouldn't judge someone just based on their profession. Besides, Detective Baez is doing his job. Blaze huffed.
Why are you so friendly with him?
Didn't he consider you a suspect in Maggie's murder last week? I bit my lip, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. I went to the station to make a statement. I'm sure if the other detective, Detective Wilkes, wasn't there, it wouldn't have gone the way it did. Blaze shook his head.
Well, I hope you don't regret trusting him.
Sammy spoke up. He appeared sober now.
Cops aren't good. They didn't help your grandfather.
That punched me in the gut. What could I say? You're right, Mr. Sammy.
I knew Blaze and Sammy meant well, but I liked Andre. I believe he liked me too. Look, I exhaled, feeling my frustration bubble up. It's his job to ask questions and figure things out. That doesn't mean he wants to see me behind bars. Maybe. Blaze rubbed the back of his neck. But they gotta arrest someone eventually. Didn't you hear the radio this morning? I shook my head. It was a rough morning, and I'd almost overslept. No. What did I miss? Rick Nelson put up a $50,000 reward. He wants to find his sister's killer. You're the one who found her. There's no way that detective doesn't have a motive for hanging around you. Blaze might as well have slapped me. Not wanting to talk to him anymore, I spun around and headed back to the counter. I knew Andre liked me. He wasn't the kind of guy who played with my emotions. Of course, some men had fooled me before. Did Andre have some other reason for showing interest in me? Tuesday, September 20th, 2:33 p.m. Long after Blaze and Sammy left, my mind still reeled from Blaze's comment about Andre wanting to keep an eye on me as a potential suspect. The thought of it made my stomach churn, like milk left out in the sun for too long. Why was it as soon as I started liking a guy, the rug got pulled out from under me? Joss, you're doing that thing again, Faye said, appearing beside me, with a knowing grin. You know, where your face scrunches up, like you've bitten into a lemon? Blaze mentioned something earlier, and I can't shake it. I told Faye what he said. She raised an eyebrow. Clearly the man is jealous. You used to date him. And I told you, hanging out with him this summer working on the podcast might not have been a good idea. Besides, Joss, if Detective Baez really thought you were a suspect, he'd be obligated to keep his distance, not get involved with you. We're not exactly dating, I pointed out. Not yet. Faye's grin widened. I giggled. I wouldn't mind if we were. Oh, of course you wouldn't. Faye laughed, patting me on the back. Now, don't let Blaze steal your joy. She frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. You know Blaze is good at what he does, but I've never liked him for you. He's too intense. Yeah. But I wouldn't have been able to get this podcast done without him. His expertise means the world to me. Faye looked at me. I know, and I'm sure he's enjoyed the fact that you depended on him for that very reason. I frowned. You don't mind him being the DJ for Friday Night Jam? Faye pointed a finger. No, I went with him because he's your friend. Also, I'm fond of his grandfather. Sammy used to come out to the schools when I taught and teach the kids about jazz and bebop for a few weeks. I know how much Sammy loves his grandson, but everyone knows how much trouble Blaze used to get into. Yeah, but he's older now and takes care of his grandfather. Faye threw up her hands. You're right. But you gotta be careful when dealing with the exes. There is always that one who wants things to be a certain way when you have moved on. I appreciated Faye's advice. I wasn't sure if it made me feel any better, though. On one hand, I wanted to get to know Andre better, but I considered Blaze a friend. Chapter 16. Time to Fight Back. Wednesday, September 21st, 9:57 p.m. I didn't sleep well last night.
Getting a good night's sleep had been hit or miss for a few months now. First, it was the excitement of getting the podcast edited. There were hours of audio, some of it not making it to the final episodes that were available everywhere. I'd fallen to bed exhausted, but excited. This past week, I just hit the bed exhausted and almost depressed that all of my hard work seemed to go down the drain. My mother had been right about the ramifications of creating the podcast. That hurt even more. I could feel the tension in the air when I entered the cafe on Wednesday. Faye was talking to Albertine Lancaster, the owner of the Book Nook, which was on the other side of the crafty corner. They were in the back of the cafe, comparing similar-looking pieces of paper in their hands. I frowned as I came through the swinging half-door. Haley was working behind the counter today, and her eyes were wide behind her glasses. I hurried to my locker and grabbed my apron. I hissed at Haley when I returned. "What's going on?" Haley looked at me and shook her head. "I don't know. But I've never seen Faye that mad before. She had all kinds of cuss words coming out of her mouth. I know my ears had to turn as red as they felt. No, that's not good." Faye wasn't one to lose her cool. Not shy about being nosy, I walked up to Faye and Albertine. Albertine was a petite, older black woman and a retired elementary school teacher. I loved walking into the bookstore when she was doing story time for the preschoolers. The most animated voices came out of her small frame. She'd asked me to do story time for her, and I told her I would once the podcast was published. As I approached, I stopped to listen. Faye's voice was tight with emotion. "I should have known when that man was in here on Monday, just a week after his sister was killed, that he was up to no good. He stopped by the Book Nook, too, picking up books and putting them back, without even bothering to read the blurbs. He seemed more interested in assessing the value of the space than enjoying the atmosphere. Didn't even show a single bit of remorse when I expressed my condolences for Maggie." The bookstore owner crossed her arms and shook her head. "So what did he do?" My heart pounded in my chest. Faye and Albertine turned to me. The anger in their eyes made me want to step back. Faye pursed her lips before replying. "He's trying to get us to sell. He wants to bring in some big-time development to this block." I bit my lip, feeling a pang of worry for Sugar Creek Cafe. "No, he can't do that, right? He has to go to the city council and get approved." Albertine sighed. Her shoulders sagging made her look even smaller. "He is probably going to get the approval he needs. Everyone on the council is in his back pocket." Faye shook her head. "Not everybody. We might have a few allies, but we'll have to make the case with the others." I frowned. People come here because it's different. They're looking for a unique experience, not some cookie-cutter franchise. Is he even rebuilding with your businesses in mind? Faye rolled her eyes. "Not even. This letter states they want to build some luxury hotel." I placed my hands over my mouth. "He wants to bulldoze over all of the buildings? These are people's dreams." "Exactly. Rick has no right to come in here and disrupt everything we've worked for," Faye declared. "These are more than just businesses. They're our homes, extensions of ourselves." "Absolutely.
agreed Albertine. Getting that bookstore was something I wanted so much. I saved years of money, not to mention some of my retirement. Poor Miss Albertine looked as if she would cry at any moment. Faye put her arms around the woman. Maybe we can rally the community, get them to stand with us, I suggested. Maybe, said Faye. We need to be smart and strategic about this. We can't let Rick Nelson intimidate us or force us to abandon what we've built. No wonder he couldn't answer the question the other day about what he wanted to do with the crafty corner. He wants the whole block. I frowned. Is this what you meant the other day? About Maggie's death being even worse than we imagined? I know she wasn't likable, but it sounded like she stood her ground and protected the properties around here. Then I sucked in a breath. Wait, is he going to destroy the lofts too? Faye and Albertine exchanged looks. Faye responded, I don't know. The Historical Society has invested a lot into that building. It should be protected. I took a deep breath. We need to gather as much information as possible about Rick's plans. Knowledge is power, right? Faye shook her head. Yes, but he has the money. I was so tired of the Nelsons. Lord, there has to be a way to stop the craziness this family brought with them. Wednesday, September 21st, 9:57 p.m. I sat down on my bed with my laptop knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep. I cringed at the images on my screen of a middle-aged man that had become my opponent. It's weird how my family and the Nelsons still remain connected in some cruel way. I clicked on his social media profiles, scrolling through photos of him posing next to shiny cars at his dealership. His captions were peppered with car puns and cheesy jokes. He was destroying lives, just like his father. I moved on to the car dealership website, watching commercials featuring Rick himself. He had a certain charm and charisma that could easily draw people in, but I could tell it was all a game to him. Trust me, folks. Here at Nelson Autos, we'll steer you in the right direction. Ugh, this man is sickening. I groaned, rubbing my temples. I clicked off the website, not really sure what the plan was here. Whatever was bothering me started with Maggie's daughter. Andre said she came to town last Tuesday evening. It sounded like she found out about her mother's death in the early morning hours in California. Did the police call her? Or was it her dad or uncle? Either way, for a woman she supposedly didn't care for, Renee made it to South Carolina in record time. She was the first one who warned me about her uncle. That meant she must have had a conversation with him. Someone in her family told her about the podcast because she knew how upset Maggie had been about it. Renee, why did you really visit the cafe that day? I whispered to myself. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her visit. With the letters Faye and the other business owners received today, the reason for her uncle's visit on Monday became pretty obvious. I typed Renee Nelson's name into the search bar, hoping to find something. My phone buzzed next to me on the bed. I peered down to see an Instagram notification on my lock screen. Another message from Ray Silva. My heart raced as I unlocked my phone, wondering what this mysterious person had to say now. Do you feel good about what you've done to Maggie?
Have you avenged your grandfather? My fingers hovered above the screen, hesitating for a moment before I clicked the profile. This time, I responded with a direct message. Who are you, and why do you keep accusing me of things I didn't do? I stared at my phone, waiting for an answer, but none came. The profile's glaring privacy setting prevented me from seeing any information about Ray Silva beyond her name. I threw my phone on my bed. Since I was in a digging mood, I pulled up Google and typed Ray Silva into the search bar. I clicked through several pages of search results, each one less relevant than the last. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I hopped off the bed and paced. There has to be something. This person is local, or they certainly know about me and my family history. I went to wash my face and brush my teeth. I had intentions of heading to bed, but something still nagged at me. I sat back down on the bed and grabbed my laptop. The IG notification distracted me, and I hadn't finished my search for Renee. She didn't have a Facebook profile, and there wasn't an IG profile under her name. But there were a plethora of photos on Instagram under Salty Cafe and Books. Renee had a whole life out there in Cali. She looked like a beach girl who liked to surf the waves. There were pictures of her coffee shop. At least that wasn't a lie. Maybe she really was looking for ideas from Sugar Creek Cafe. Her coffee shop, with its nautical theme and seashells, had the perfect decor for a shop by the beach. She also had a handsome man back home too, blonde and bronze with vivid blue eyes. They were a stunning couple. Then I looked closer. Were they both wearing wedding rings? I clicked on a picture and read the caption. Me and hubby catching some waves today. That's her husband. You go, girl. Renee had linked to her husband's IG, so I clicked it because he was nice to look at. When I entered his page, I gasped. It was like a bolt of lightning. At Mike Silva. Her husband's name was Mike Silva. Renee introduced herself to me as a Nelson. I scrolled through more pictures and photos that tagged at Salty Cafe and Books. From what I could tell, Renee's legal name had to be Renee Silva. Is Ray Silva really Renee Nelson? There had to be a connection. It was certainly possible that she didn't go by Renee at all. Ray could be short for Renee. All right, Renee, or Ray. I don't feel like playing games with you. I pulled up the Ray Silva profile. With my fingers hovering above my phone screen, I thought carefully about how to word my message. I didn't want to sound accusatory, but I also wanted to make it clear that I wanted answers. Hey, Renee, I began, deliberately using her real name to show that I had uncovered her secret. I've been getting messages from Ray Silva accusing me of having something to do with Maggie's death. We met the other day, and I thought you could tell I genuinely did nothing to your mother. You need to stop this, or I'm going to show this to the cops. My thumb hovered over the send button. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I was ready to dive headfirst into this confrontation. Then I hit send. I stared at my phone, willing it to light up with a notification. I grew sleepy, tired of waiting, realizing I could have been wrong. I confirmed my alarm was set for 7 o'clock and crawled under the covers. By the time my heavy eyes closed, I heard my phone buzz. The sound sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through me. I reached up and grabbed the phone. My fingers quickly tapped my passcode, and I sat in bed as I reached for the message. I'm sorry. You won't hear from me again. I swung my feet over the side of the bed. What? You're being a coward, like your grandfather. I started to type my thoughts when I noticed another notification from the @Salty Cafe and Books account. I paused for a moment, confused, but I clicked over to the new direct message. Joss, this is Renee. I'm sorry about those posts. Ray is my daughter. She showed me what she did. I promise she will be punished, and she won't bother you again. Please don't report her to the police. She's just a kid. Wow. I stared at the message. I didn't see that one coming at all. My fingers tapped rapidly against the screen of my phone as I composed a new message. This time, though it wasn't for Renee or Ray. Hey, Andre. Guess what? I found Ray Silva. And this time, when I put my phone up, I smiled. I was pretty sure that would get the detective's attention. Chapter 17. Past History. Cold Justice Podcast, Episode 5. The First Responder. Joss. Welcome back to the Cold Justice Podcast. Today, I have a special guest with me, Officer John Lyons, who was the first responder at the scene of August Manning's murder. Officer Lyons, thank you for joining me today. Officer Lyons.
Thank you for having me, Joss. It's been many years, but the events of that day still resonate with me.
Joss. Officer Lyons, as the first person to arrive at the scene, you witnessed the aftermath of August's murder. Can you walk us through what you encountered that day? Officer Lyons.
I knew August. Watched him play ball. I can still feel the shock and disbelief when I saw his lifeless body laying on the ground. You know, at first, I couldn't tell who it was. They'd beat him so badly. But then his marred features became familiar, and I knew who he was. I had to set aside my anger and do what I could to secure the area.
Joss. In the years following August's murder, those individuals responsible were let go without charges. Can you shed some light on why that happened? Officer Lyons.
The circumstances were complicated. No one saw what happened. There were weeks of bullying and even small confrontations. A few hours before, they drug him to an empty alley. In fact, people knew to stay away from that alley. Even in the daylight, there was always darkness over that area.
Joss. How did the lack of charges and August's murder impact the community, particularly those who knew him personally? Officer Lyons.
The community loved August. Everyone looked forward to seeing him hit home runs. He would take off running those bases like he was a gazelle. He represented a ray of hope, a homegrown boy about to make something of himself. Everyone saw the heckling and the bullying. But what could we do? It was hard to fight against someone backed by so much power and influence. August did the right thing. He didn't cause no trouble. Instead, he smiled and ignored. Nothing was going to get him down. That made his death even harder to bear. The lack of justice intensified a lot of feelings of anger and pain.
Joss. As a police officer, how did August's murder and its aftermath shape your perspective on the role of law enforcement
and the need for accountability. Officer Lyons:
You know, I was the only black police officer on the force, so I'd faced my own issues. August's tragic death and not being able to find justice for him still haunts me to this day. I wondered if things would have turned out differently if someone had the courage to step forward as a witness.
Joss: Thank you for sharing your insights, Officer Lyons. Thursday, September 22nd, 8:23 a.m. Just as I guessed, Andre was in line at the cafe. He was looking down at his phone, but would occasionally glance at me as I took care of the customers in front of him. When he arrived at the counter, I smiled. You're starting to be a regular, Detective Baez. Let me guess. A black coffee? Although I think you should try a banana nut muffin, unless you're worried about your diet. He chuckled.
Sure. Why not? A little sugar with my usual black coffee won't hurt.
I grinned and took care of his order.
Sounds like you had a busy night sleuthing.
He raised an eyebrow.
I thought I told you to be careful with that.
I handed him his coffee and then pulled a brown bag for the muffin. I did. Just a regular night of surfing social media and Googling. I picked up a muffin with some tongs, stuffed the muffin inside the bag, and neatly folded it over.
So?
He asked. I narrowed my eyes at him. I have a feeling I did your job last night. Andre sighed.
I had a few other leads I need to work on first. It wasn't like I forgot.
Well, Ray Silva is the daughter of Renee Nelson Silva, granddaughter to Maggie Nelson. I frowned. I wonder if Maggie had any contact with her granddaughter. I don't think there was any love there either. Maybe Renee's bitterness rubbed off on her daughter. Andre licked his lips, trying to absorb my news.
Actually, Renee doesn't go by Silva. The plane ticket was under Renee Nelson, but I have someone running a background check on her. She owns a coffee shop out in San Diego, and it's under her maiden name, too.
Maybe she started it before she got married? I didn't dig too deep. Not sure how long she's been married, but she sent me a direct message. I pulled it up so Andre could read. Andre shook his head.
Wow, you really have your own investigation going.
He placed his hands over his heart.
You don't trust me?
I smirked. Oh, I trust you, but I can't have someone in my DMs starting mess. Andre chuckled again.
I hear you.
He turned serious, his eyes so laser-focused on me, I had to catch my breath.
Just be careful. If you run into something strange, text me immediately. Next time, it might not be as simple as an angsty teen.
I waved goodbye to him, once again feeling sorry to see him go. I was really getting used to him being around. I wished we weren't always meeting when we were both on the job, or talking about Maggie and the Nelsons. Tuesday, September 22nd, 3:20 p.m. One thing about working in a coffee shop, there was always something to do. I glanced at the clock and decided it was time to prepare one last fresh pot of coffee for the day. We would close in about 2 hours. Thankfully, business had picked back up this week. Eleanor had returned each day back to her usual routine. Once the pot brewed, I swung over her way. "Hey, Eleanor," I said, walking over to the booth with the steaming pot. "How's the writing going?" Eleanor looked up from her laptop, startled. She blinked behind those round glasses before smiling.
"It's going well. Thank you for asking."
"Mind if I top off your cup?" I asked, holding up the coffee pot.
"Please do,"
she replied, pushing her empty cup toward me. As I filled her cup, I inquired, "Can I ask what your new book is about?" Eleanor hesitated.
"Well, it's a work in progress, so things might change, but it's about an artist whose friend goes missing under mysterious circumstances."
"An artist? Huh?" I mused. "That sounds intriguing. What inspired the idea?" Eleanor hesitated, taking a sip of her coffee, as if to stall for time.
"All right,"
she sighed.
"I trust you can keep this between me and you. The artist in my book is loosely based on someone we both know."
A sudden chill ran down my spine. "Wait a minute," I said. "Are you talking about Claude? Is he the inspiration for your character?" Eleanor looked stricken, as if she'd done a bad thing.
"I can't say for certain, Joss. There might be some aspects of Claude in there."
I leaned in even more. "And the missing friend? Is that based on someone real, too? Someone close to Claude, perhaps?" Eleanor replied, visibly uncomfortable.
"There was a young woman, Rebecca Montgomery, who went missing 3 years ago. She and Claude were quite close, and many people speculated about their relationship. Some even believed he might have had something to do with her disappearance."
I'd really just met Claude 2 years ago, when I started working at the cafe. This was information I wasn't aware of. I felt my heart skip a beat. "Would you mind sharing a bit more about Claude's missing friend? I'm really curious to know what happened."
"All right,"
she sighed.
"Rebecca was beautiful and known for creating stunning murals. She and Claude were close, and they both shared a passion for their craft."
Eleanor continued, her voice taking on a somber tone.
"You would have liked Rebecca. She was an activist for various causes. In fact, she would have been happy to help Faye and the other business owners with this Rick Nelson matter. She didn't like big business rolling over the little people."
Sounds like she was a gem. So what happened? Why would people be suspicious of Claude? Eleanor sighed.
"Rebecca was volatile. She had a temper. No one really knows what the argument was about, and Claude shuts down if you ask him. But it was enough to cause a rift in their friendship."
So they had a falling out before she disappeared. Eleanor nodded.
"The day before. She simply vanished, without a trace. It devastated Claude. I believe he really loved her. But she didn't see him that way. To her, he was just a friend."
"Thank you for sharing that with me, Eleanor," I said, though in the back of my mind, I kind of wish I hadn't asked. I really liked Claude. I didn't want to think there was an evil bone in that man's body. I also realized I hadn't seen Claude since last week. I knew he was putting the finishing touches on my grandfather's portrait. Might be time to drop by. Thursday, September 22nd, 6:31 p.m. See you in the morning, I shouted to Faye. She waved goodbye as I headed out. Tomorrow night would be the Friday night jam, which I'd been looking forward to since last week. It was what everyone needed to lift their moods. The day had been gloomy, with overcast clouds, threatening rain. This time of year, the sun made its descent fast. In a few weeks, time would fall back, which I couldn't stand. Shorter days and longer nights affected my mood. I climbed into my car and headed in the opposite direction of home. In a few minutes, I turned into the side parking lot of the lofts, which were empty except for Claude's beat-up Chevy truck. I was still a bit upset about my earlier conversation with Eleanor. I'd always known there was something bothering Claude. As good-looking as he was, I rarely saw him dating. Women were always trying to be all over him. But he'd wiggle away from them. He spent a lot of time by himself in the studio, and his friends seemed to mainly be me, Eleanor, Faye, and Sammy. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I started shivering. The temperatures were in the high 60s and dropping fast. I hadn't checked the weather app on my phone, but I could smell rain approaching. I reached the front door and hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar. I peered closer. There was something like a brick, keeping the door from closing. This wasn't good for security. I slid the brick out of the way and stepped inside. The door shut with a click behind me. I glanced over at the music studio and noticed a light in the back. I peeked through the window next to the door, but didn't see Blaze inside. His car wasn't outside either. Maybe he'd just forgotten to turn off the light. During the summer, I'd been inside the lofts later than this to work on the podcast with Blaze. But daylight remained until well after 8 o'clock during the summer months. Today, the cloudy weather and seasonal change was making it seem later than it actually was. The interior of the lofts felt eerily quiet. My anxiety flowed to the surface. I tried to ignore the sense of dread creeping up my spine as I made my way to the stairs leading to Claude's studio. When I reached the top of the landing, I froze. Claude's door stood wide open. My chest tightened, and my palms grew sweaty. What was going on? Now I realized I shouldn't have barreled forward into the building. "Hello?" I called out tentatively as I stepped closer to Claude's doorway. "Claude, are you there?" Nothing. I was glad I'd grabbed my phone from the car before I got out. Thankfully, I had a habit of always having it in my hand. I looked down at the screen, thinking of Detective Baez's earlier warning. Just be careful. If you run into something strange, text me immediately. I peered around, ready to flee back down the stairs. But like over a week ago, when faced with entering the crafty corner, I knew something wasn't right. Claude would not leave his door wide open. The man had all kinds of locks on the door to protect his studio. So quickly I texted Andre, "Something is off at the lofts. Please help." I cringed at how Andre might react to my text, but I needed to know if Claude was okay. When he was in the throes of painting, he wouldn't leave the studio, even choosing to use food delivery. I assumed that's why he hadn't been at the cafe lately. I stepped up to the open door. "Claude, are you in there?" I sucked in a breath. The studio was a mess. My heart raced. I fought the urge to run again, but took a deep breath and continued further inside. Canvases strewn about, paint splatters marred the floor, and a broken easel leaned against the wall. Amongst the chaos, I spotted my grandfather's portrait lying on the ground. My breath hitched, and I clutched my chest in a mixture of fear and anger. "Claude?" I called out again, my voice wavering slightly. "Where are you?" Suddenly, my gaze fell upon a crumpled figure laying motionless on the floor. "Oh no." I raced over to him. "Claude?" I gasped, kneeling down beside him. His face was pale, and his eyes were closed. There were bruises forming on his temple, and a trail of blood down his mouth. It looked like someone had beaten him up pretty badly. Was this a robbery? "Come on, Claude, wake up," I urged, shaking his shoulders to rouse him. "Who did this to you?" My heart pounded in my ears as I grabbed my phone to dial 911. But before I could press the buttons, a noise startled me from behind and I spun around. A dark figure stood in the doorway, and I started screaming. Chapter 18. The Betrayal. Thursday, September 22nd, 7:01 p.m. The figure stepped forward and held out his hands. "It's okay. Joss, it's me. I was working in the studio and brought Pops with me so I could keep an eye on him. I thought maybe he'd come up here to see Claude. I can't find him." Blaze moved forward into Claude's studio. "What happened?" My ears were still ringing from my screams. "I don't know. I need to dial 911. "I can do that," Blaze said. "Okay," I croaked. I looked back at Claude, still confused at who would do this to him and why. Lord, help. I don't know what's going on. I turned to see if Blaze had dialed 911, but he was still looking at me, with a forced smile on his face. What alarmed me more, despite the dim lighting, I could tell his clothes looked disheveled. I peered down at his hand, which clutched his phone. Was that bruising on his knuckles? Had he been in a fight? But why? And with who? Before I could ask the questions charging through my mind, I heard Claude stirring beside me, his eyes opening and closing. "Claude?" I reached for his hand. "Are you awake? We're going to get help." Claude looked at me dazed. "Joss, how did you get in here?" "Someone propped the entrance to the building open. Your door was open too. What happened in here?" Suddenly Claude clutched my hand, his gaze going over my shoulders. "Joss, be careful." My eyes darted between Claude and Blaze. "Blaze?" I said, trying to sound calm, despite my growing suspicion. "Did you call 911 yet?" I remembered Blaze telling me about Sammy wandering off one time and getting lost. It explained why he was staying so close to him. If Sammy is missing, we need to get help to find him. It's going to start raining soon. I was blabbing, but in the back of my mind I knew that something had gone very wrong. Blaze didn't respond and avoided eye contact with me. Instead, he and Claude seemed to be locked into a staring match. "Blaze?" I prompted. "What's going on?" Blaze finally looked into my eyes. "Joss, please," he pleaded. "I had to do something." I barely recognized my strangled voice. "What did you do?" Blaze opened his mouth, hesitating before speaking again.
I didn't want to hurt Claude, but I couldn't let him go to the police. I returned my attention to Claude, who'd been trying to sit up.
The police for what?
You know how important Pops is to me.
Blaze began shifting uncomfortably on his feet. Of course, I know how much Sammy means to you. Blaze wasn't making sense. He could be hot-headed and had constantly gotten into trouble when he was younger. I knew this wasn't the first time he'd assaulted a man.
August?
We all turned to find Sammy had entered the room. His hands reached out in front of him as he shuffled over to the painting of my grandfather on the floor.
August,
Sammy cried.
I'm so sorry.
My confusion whirled. I was still trying to process what happened between Blaze and Claude, and now Sammy was here? Where had he gone? At least he was safe, and we didn't have to send out a search party. Blaze's face moved from horror to fear.
Pops, where did you go? I went looking for you.
I frowned. Sammy definitely didn't appear like his mind was in the present.
August.
Sammy wailed. His hands trembled as he touched the canvas. Tears had welled up in his eyes, spilling over and streaking down his weathered cheeks.
I should have stopped them. Chuck and his buddies. They just kept hitting you. I was there, watching from a distance, wondering if I should get help.
I gulped, a bit horrified at what I'd just heard. Sammy had been there that day. He'd been the witness my grandfather's case needed.
Take it easy, Pops,
Blaze said.
You couldn't have known things would turn out the way they did. There was nothing you could do about it. I could tell you weren't moving anymore, August, Sammy continued. I did nothing to help you. Chuck Nelson has always been a bully, trying to make us feel small, like we weren't men.
Sammy's voice took a steelier tone.
August, I couldn't help you, but I protected your baby girl.
Air entered my lungs in a whoosh. I hadn't realized that my breath had gone shallow, frozen in the revelation of Sammy's admission of being a witness. Then what he said hit me. Protect, baby girl. Sammy was in the cafe when Maggie came in harassing me about the podcast. Did Sammy confront Maggie? Blaze? What is he saying? What does he mean? Blaze cast me a concerned glance.
Pops is clearly not in his right state of mind.
I glanced from Sammy's tear-streaked face to Blaze, my mind a whirlwind of emotions. But Sammy had just confessed. Had that secret been gnawing at him for over 6 decades? When I interviewed him, and when others talked to him over the years, Sammy's story had always been the same, that he'd left and walked home. But now he's saying he had been close by and witnessed the whole thing. And it sounded like he'd confessed to something else, a lot more recent. Why else would Blaze assault Claude? All the fear about the police became more obvious. I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling a chill move up and down my upper body. You both showed up at the cafe that night. Had you gone to see Maggie? Blaze sighed, running a hand over his head.
Pops was supposed to be waiting outside the cafe. I told him I would pick him up and bring him home. Instead, I heard him yelling. He was inside her shop, but he never laid a hand on her. I saw the whole thing. She got scared, tripped, and fell backward. Blaze shook his head. Her head hit the corner of the shelf, I guess. I pulled Pops out of there and took him to the studio so I could figure out what to do. My mind flashed back to when I discovered Maggie's lifeless body, and the pieces clicked into place. I remembered the positioning of the shelf near her head. Blaze continued. I knew we needed to call somebody, but I knew Maggie would rain down fire on Pops. I didn't realize she'd hit her head that hard. We were on our way back when Pops saw you running out of Maggie's shop. You looked so scared. Pops insisted that we stop to check on you. He held up his hand. Pops was just trying to protect you. He didn't go in there to hurt her, just to tell her to stop messing with you. I looked over at Sammy. The weight of what he did recently and the guilt from all the years before seemed to lie on his bent shoulders. Sammy looked utterly defeated as he stared at my grandfather's portrait. Joss, Blaze pleaded, it was an accident. Turning Pops in won't bring Maggie back. I threw up my hands. So what was the plan with beating up Claude? You just got yourself into more trouble. Who's going to look after Sammy now? Blaze's face fell. I reacted without thinking. I turned to Claude, who'd sat himself upright, leaning against the cabinet that held his paints. How did you find out? Claude looked at me. Sammy practically told me when I went over to play chess with him earlier this week. He was in such a state about Maggie, it had been eating at him all week. I don't know if you realized how steamed he was when Maggie came into the cafe. It was like he saw what happened to August all over again. Claude rubbed his head. I went out for some food and saw Blaze coming out of his studio. I asked him to come up, told him we needed to get the cops off your back, and that they would probably go easy on Sammy. Dude went berserk on me. We fought, and as you can see, my studio is ruined. I frowned and stared at Blaze. I'm sorry. I just knew what Pops was going through. I couldn't see him behind bars. Not at his age. His mind isn't right. Blaze held up his hands. I would never let you take the blame, Joss. The sound of footsteps outside caught our attention. We all froze, our eyes darting toward the entrance. Detective Andre Baez stepped inside, gun drawn and ready. His gaze met mine. Joss, are you okay? Yes, I replied hesitantly. He lowered his gun slightly, but I could see the tension in his muscles, the readiness to react at a moment's notice. What's going on? I glanced at Blaze, who stiffened uneasily. When he reached inside his jacket, panic seized me. Fearing the worst. Don't! I shouted. Thursday, September 22nd, 7:37 p.m. Show me your hands. Detective Baez's voice boomed as he took a stance pointing his gun directly at Blaze. Blaze glanced over at me with wide eyes. He'd already assaulted Claude and had been covering up Sammy's involvement in Maggie's death. What was he planning to do with the cops here? Please, Blaze. I hissed. Put it down. Sammy needs you. Blaze's eyes shifted to Sammy, who now looked at his grandson. Sammy shook his head. Son, what are you doing? Blaze hesitated, his breath shallow and strained. He slowly raised his hands in the air. I just wanted you to know I was carrying. Okay. Andre held his gun on Blaze, Put the weapon down, nice and easy.
Slowly, Blaze pulled the gun out of his jacket and laid it on the floor. Then he returned his hands in the air. I breathed a shaky sigh, but it wasn't relief I felt. Blaze and Sammy were in so much trouble. It made my stomach twist in knots.
Kick it toward me,
Detective Baez demanded. I watched as Blaze nudged the gun across the floor with a swift kick, sending it skidding toward the detective. As if on cue, several uniformed officers came through the door. They quickly surrounded Blaze, grabbing his arm. As handcuffs were snapped around his wrists, the sharp metallic clicks echoed in my ears, making tears sting down my eyes. I knew from being around Blaze that he carried a gun on him. This could have escalated badly if Andre had shot him, or vice versa.
Are you okay, Joss?
Detective Baez stepped forward, his eyes filled with concern. Yeah, I'm fine. I stammered, trying to sound more composed than I felt. You brought the cavalry. He gave me a brief nod.
Your text, along with an alert from the security company, helped with that decision.
My eyes widened. Right. The door was propped open. Andre stared at me.
And you entered anyway?
I wasn't the only impulsive one tonight. I held my head down. I know. It was stupid. I should have learned my lesson from last week.
Someone's looking out for you,
Andre commented. Thank you, Lord. Andre stepped around me to where Claude sat on the ground.
We will get you to the hospital shortly.
Claude grimaced.
Thank you.
Detective Baez put his phone to his ear, eyeing me like he didn't quite know what to do with me. I didn't blame him. I probably appeared to be a whole lot of trouble. I went to stand by Claude. I'm so sorry about the studio. Claude shrugged and then grimaced.
It probably wasn't smart of me to confront Blaze about what I heard Sammy say. I love Sammy too. I didn't want to go to the cops either, but I told Blaze that you didn't deserve to get all of this bad attention from folks. I've seen what people have been saying about you and the podcast on social media.
Thanks, I whispered. Now I felt guilty for thinking Claude had something to do with Maggie's death. My gaze darted back to Detective Baez, who'd gone over to talk quietly to Sammy. A few minutes later, my heart broke. When officers took Sammy away, I noticed they didn't handcuff him. The paramedics arrived and weaved their way through the mess in the studio toward Claude. His face had swollen considerably, and he appeared to be holding his arm close to his body. I followed the paramedics down the stairs and watched them load the gurney carrying Claude into the ambulance. Andre came up behind me.
We should get you home.
My car's over there. I can drive. It's not that far.
Are you sure?
His warm eyes, now very familiar to me, comforted me a bit. He did what he said he would do, come when I needed him. I just hoped I hadn't blown any chances of us getting to know each other outside of all of this tonight. I bit my lip to keep my tears back. Can you please make sure Sammy is okay? He's been through a lot, and Blaze said he might have dementia or Alzheimer's. A pained look crossed Detective Baez's face when he looked over at the patrol car, where Sammy sat in the back seat.
That's a shame. Yeah, I'll look out for him.
He eyed me.
You should go. Rain is coming soon. I will need you to make a statement.
I hope I don't have to deal with Detective Wilkes again. Andre held my gaze.
I will make sure that you don't have to.
Okay. That was some relief. I climbed into my car, but it took me a minute to start the engine. Next to my car, Blaze's Charger had been haphazardly parked, like he was in a hurry. He must have been frantic trying to find Sammy. I held my face in my hands. Why did he have to assault Claude? Poor Sammy. My body felt numb as I sat watching the droplets of rain hit the windshield. Shock at tonight's events overwhelmed me, and I started shaking from more than just the chilly air. By the time I drove off with the lofts in my rearview mirror, tears poured down my face, soaking my shirt. Friday, September 23rd, 10:04 a.m. In a rare move, Faye closed the cafe on Friday and postponed Friday night jam. Again. With Blaze booked into custody and sitting in jail, we were without a DJ. Word spread fast about the police presence at the lofts last night. When I got home, after filling in my grandmother, I called Faye, who I knew would be pretty upset about Sammy. We were all so fond of him. The next morning, since Faye closed the cafe, I headed straight to the hospital. The attending ER doctor kept Claude overnight to make sure he didn't have a concussion. Thankfully, his arm wasn't broken, but he had a small fracture in his elbow from the fall. Claude's slim frame was no match for Blaze's muscles. "So, are they letting you out of here soon?" I asked. Claude nodded. "Yeah, I should be released by lunchtime. Just waiting on one final evaluation from the doctor." I shook my head. I don't know what Blaze was thinking. Claude sighed. "Like I said last night, I went about it the wrong way, I guess. I shouldn't have insisted that he go to the police. Of course he wasn't going to turn in his grandfather." I frowned. How did the studio get so messed up? I guess Blaze had some pent-up emotions, and I was the last straw. He didn't touch me at first. He just started knocking stuff off my table. That's when I threw myself at him, trying to make him stop. Claude touched his bruised jaw. He threw a left hook that sent me flailing back into my canvas. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor, and he just kept going. I tried fighting back, but after a while the room blurred, and I guess I lost consciousness. I bit my lip. Violence is never the answer. I was really disappointed in Blaze. All summer he'd worked with me on the podcast, and he knew how violence ended for my grandfather. It was what split us up as a couple, too. Even if Blaze was trying to protect Sammy, there had to be a better way. "Mr. McKnight, how are you feeling this morning?" I turned around to see Andre had entered the room. My body tensed at the sight of him. I knew I must have looked like a wreck while he came strolling in off the pages of GQ magazine. Claude shrugged. "Feels like I've been run over by a car or something." He peered up at the detective. "Is Sammy okay?" Andre nodded. "Sammy is in good care. He's not in a jail cell like his grandson. We thought it would be better to get him evaluated. Depending on his diagnosis, it will be up to the DA if he presses charges for Maggie's death. If his condition is confirmed, maybe there's a chance for leniency." I frowned. Maggie's brother is probably going to insert some pressure, but you all can prove it was an accident, right? Andre blew out a breath. "Yes, we can probably lay out the scenario based on Blaze's recollection. He's not the most reliable witness right now, though, and I'm pretty sure Rick Nelson
will have something to say about the matter."
The doctor came in, followed by a nurse, to check on Claude. I followed Andre out of the hospital room. "Can I ask if there's evidence that will influence the DA to charge Sammy?"
"Forensics has narrowed down some DNA evidence. We matched it up to the people you mentioned were there when Maggie had her outburst at the cafe. Blaze actually came up as a familial match, since he has a record. With further investigation, we concluded it could have been Sammy. I was going to bring him in to talk to him before everything went awry last night at the lofts."
"Thanks for telling me," I murmured.
"Joss,"
Andre began, his voice hesitant.
"Why were you there last night?"
I looked at him, feeling sheepish. I almost thought it was Claude," I admitted. "Something Eleanor, the author who's always at the cafe, said. She'd mentioned that Claude had been in trouble with the police before, and I knew that Claude and Maggie had a huge disagreement." Andre sighed, rubbing the back of his neck.
"That would have been dangerous if it was him. You know you can't go confronting suspects on your own like that."
He chided. I nodded. I never wanted it to be someone I knew. It was an accident. The DA has to keep that in mind, too. Sammy is such a good person. Despite everything, I never knew that he witnessed my grandfather getting assaulted. He always mentioned that he left August and how he wished he'd stayed with him. Detective Baez's expression softened.
"I know it's hard to swallow. I'm sure Sammy was scared and wanted to do something. But back in those days, he wouldn't have stood a chance, even if he came forward. In fact, Sammy might not be here today himself."
I closed my eyes, trying not to think about it. It was the past. Sammy had clearly been suffering all of these years, probably feeling the pain now as his memory slipped away from him. I opened my eyes and caught Andre's warm brown eyes watching me. I couldn't help but feel that spark of connection between us. "By the way," I said, "I didn't have time to thank you for coming when I sent you that text. I know it was pretty vague."
"Thank you for trusting me. I know I was hard on you when you came to the station last week,"
he responded, his gaze never leaving mine.
"You have good instincts, but I want you to promise me you will be careful in the future."
I held up my hand like I was taking an oath. "I promise." He chuckled.
"Something tells me that Joss Miller is just getting started."
I wasn't about to disagree with him. I wasn't sure what would happen with the podcast now that I might not have Blaze's help. I just knew podcasting would not be a one-time gig for me, like most things had been in my life.
Epilogue, Friday Night Jam. Friday, October 14th at 7:30 p.m. The air inside Sugar Creek Cafe buzzed with anticipation for Friday Night Jam. Locals eager for a night of music sat at tables or stood shoulder to shoulder near the stage in the back of the cafe. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with wafts of sweet buttery pastries. The hum of conversation and laughter filled the air until the lights dimmed, signaling the start of the show. When DJ Nyla B took the stage, the noise level rose. "Hey, Sugar Creek!" She shouted into the microphone, her voice filled with excitement. "Are you ready to jam?" The crowd erupted into cheers, and I couldn't help but clap along with them. Nyla's presence was infectious, and I was so thrilled she accepted the invitation. I still miss Blaze, though. Despite his impulsive nature, he was a beast behind the turntable, and he knew how to have a good time. He'd been charged with the assault on Claude. Against everyone's wishes, I went to see him and passed along the business card for the attorney Charles Barnaby. Thanks to the attorney and Blaze pleading guilty, they were able to work out a plea deal that reduced the assault charges down to a misdemeanor. There was still some jail time for less than a year, and then he'd be on probation. The hope was that Blaze would be back for Sammy, who'd been provided round-the-clock care at a nursing home. "All right, let's get the party started," Nyla B declared, flipping the switch on her DJ booth. The room instantly filled with pulsing beats of a classic hip-hop beat. Nyla B skillfully mixed tracks, blending one song into the next. "Go Nyla, go Nyla." I rocked to the rhythms, feeling good for the first time in several weeks. I looked to my right and saw Claude rocking to the beat, too. I nudged him with my elbow. "You look like you're feeling better." "Better every day, Joss," he replied. Thankfully, his fight with Blaze resulted in minor injuries. Claude had been determined to get his studio back in order, which I helped him do. I glanced over at the cafe wall where my grandfather's portrait hung. "I really appreciate you working on the portrait. I hope you didn't overdo your arm." Claude waved his hand. "It wasn't too damaged, and I was almost finished. Plus, I felt like the painting had become a symbol of healing." I smiled. "Thank you. A lot has happened. I'm thankful the DA showed some mercy to Sammy. That nursing home appears to be able to meet his needs. I'm just so sorry as he loses his memories, that some of the sad ones are still there haunting him." Claude looked at me. "You're not upset? Sammy saw everything. What if he had come forward, or even went to get help?" I bent my head. I thought about the fact that all of these years, Sammy had been the witness Officer Lyons mentioned they needed. I shook my head. It still would have been difficult back then to get justice. And who knows, Sammy may not have lived this long either if he had intervened. Faye came over, smiling for a change. It was good to see her in a good mood. Rick Nelson didn't win the approval of the city council for his development project, but word had gotten around that he would return and try again. "Joss, do you see who's in here?" Faye asked. "Why didn't you tell me?" Who? Who were you talking about?" I scanned the room, and then I spotted someone that made me stop in my tracks. Actually, two people. Detective Andre Baez had appeared out of nowhere. He leaned against the wall, chatting with my antisocial mother like they'd known each other for years. "How does my mom know Andre?" I asked. Faye shrugged. I pointed him out to her. She wanted to know who he was. Sounds like Louise has been talking about him. I groaned. If it wasn't my grandmother in my ear about Andre, it was Lisa. Never had I ever had this many people so interested in me getting to know a guy. Most of the time, people were telling me to make better choices and stay away from the guys I ended up liking. Faye nudged. "Girl, if Detective Baez has your mom's approval, you have no excuse. Go on over there and see what's up." I sighed. My mother never liked a single guy I dated. In fact, she was pretty vocal the entire time I dated Blaze. I was really surprised she hadn't been chirping, "I told you so," in my ear after how things went down last month. As I approached, Andre caught my eye. Although he was talking to my mother, he held my gaze. He had a way of looking at me that started my heart pounding in my chest. With the tight white shirt I wore, I wouldn't be surprised if people could see my heart leaping on my chest like one of those cartoons. "Hey, Joss." He greeted me with a warm smile. "Detective." I turned to my mother. "Mom, you never come to Friday Night Jam." She shrugged.
"You're always talking about it and posting on social media. Plus, it was time for me to see this portrait Aunt Thelma, Aunt Ruth, and Louise have been talking about."
I grinned and turned to stand next to her. "Do you like it?" My mother wasn't much for affection, so it surprised me when she reached out to hug me. She looked at me and then at the portrait. "I'm so proud of you, Joss. Thank you for honoring my dad like this." "Of course," I stuttered, feeling suddenly flustered. This was so unexpected that I felt tears threatening my lashes. My mother shook her head as if to rid herself of the brief show of emotion. She faced me. "So I hear you've been doing the detective's job." Still a bit shaky from my mom's display of vulnerability, I found myself with no words. I glanced at Andre. He leaned forward. Your daughter has a knack for investigating, but she should probably leave some of it to the professionals. My mother eyed me. I'm glad she has someone who can keep her straight. I'm going to leave you two to talk. Okay. I watched my mother walk to the other side of the room. It was good to see her out and enjoying herself for a change. How are you, Joss? I tilted my head toward the familiar voice. Andre had drawn closer to me when my mom walked away, leaving barely a few inches between us. The scent of his aftershave wafted over me. I gulped before responding. I'm still trying to adjust to what's happened. That's understandable. You were close to Sammy and Blaze. He inquired. Are you going to keep doing the podcast? I nodded. Probably, but I'm going to take a break for a while. Wait for the right case. I looked up at him expectantly. Maybe you have some suggestions? He chuckled. Oh no, I don't have any suggestions. Andre paused and looked thoughtful. Well, maybe I do have something in mind. I clasped my hands together. You have a case? Not that kind of suggestion. I was thinking more like asking you to grab dinner sometime. Then he added, I'd like to get to know you better. For a moment, with my brain struggling to process what he said, all I could do was stare at him. While I could hear Nyla B playing music in the background, my focus was solely on the man who'd walked into the cafe over a month ago. From that very moment, there was something about him that captured my attention, and he wanted to get to know me better. I grinned up at him, pretty sure I looked way too eager. But I didn't care. Dinner sounds great. Good. Since I already have your number, I'll call you to set up something soon. I'm going to hold you to that, Detective Baez. Andre, he prompted. My heart fluttered open with possibilities like a flower in bloom. I was certainly looking forward to getting to know Andre Baez, the man.
This has been a reading of Double Mocha Blues, written by Tyora Moody, read for you by Kirsten Daddio.